From the free state of Florida. Heck yeah. Thank you, Bart, for being here. Whew. Hey, guys. How y'all doing? Whew, my family is now getting sick. My wife and my oldest are sick. My youngest is fine, but just the way it happens. Almost every time. How y'all doing, though? We may be watching this one later. I don't know. I don't know that Candace is going live today because she dropped this 3 hours ago. If I had to guess, she's not. That means she gets a day off today. Wouldn't surprise me. But we're definitely watching this. Steven Crowder. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Wow. How far does this go? Let's see. Okay. There's his bit. Funny, probably car crash, lawyer, commercial thing. When do we get to him? Oh, wow. This is going to take a while. Okay. There we go. Crowder with louder. Chowder. There it is. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So it's not a full 2 hours and 40 minutes. It's more like 2 hours and 20 minutes. But we'll probably get to this maybe. I bet Candace doesn't go live today. I'm willing to bet that she does not go live today at all. Let's see what she said. We're going to find out. We're going to get to the bottom of this. How y'all doing today, by the way, guys? We got Texas Motherbird here. We got Mommy of Three Miracles. We have Sunshine or Sinshine. Stargazer, Pedro Pony, Bella Italia. That's it. Italia. Need to capitalize that I think. Angie, Nikki, Tanya, Jen Talks. Hi, Artie. I'm Jennifer from Bundaberg, QLD, Australia. Is that the town or Queensland? Good to see ya. Or is that like a company type thing? Oh, yeah, it's a city in Australia. Oh, nice. Heck yeah. Would you believe that I'm in a band that exists on the Gold Coast? We haven't done anything yet, though, so kind of in a band yet. I'm sure Bering will get me some more music to, have the song finished, and he'll want me to add my guitar solo to it. Yo, you're not late, Mackenzie. We just started this thing. Don't worry. Country Town. What does that mean? Country Town. What is that? Hold on. We say things differently here. Country Town. Oh, okay. So like a suburb. Ah, gotcha. Okay. A little bit more rural, actually. Oh, okay. Let me take a look at it. What's your place look like? Take a look here. Can I just drag and drop? Ah, here we go. I'll drag myself right over to Barloin Street. Okay. Shoot, actually quite a well-developed city, I would say. There's a town? Looks like a city here in the United States. Oh, here we go. It's getting a little more rural now. Beautiful place, though. Very pretty. I just noticed, are those palm trees? Hold on. How y'all got so many palm trees? I thought y'all just had different weather. Y'all got palm trees here. Apparently it doesn't get that cold down here. Maybe Queensland's different. Maybe Queensland's a lot different. Let's see here. Love the shirt. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much there, Bugsy. Thank you so much. Let's see. Busted for a blank email. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy, right? I think it's very, very funny the way she's going. So I got me some B-dubs today. You know, not that I'm advertising them or anything like that. Got me some spicy chicken because everyone's sick. And I'm going to have to get off my diet now. Which kind of sucks, but, you know, I'll use today as my cheat day. You know, just is what it is. You know, for someone who actually, like, blocked me, she does go and watch my channel. I think that's funny. I didn't realize that I was attracting Candace Owens here. That's very, very, very funny to me. My video did #1 today, by the way, out of all my other videos, so let's see. And then I got a second Candace Owens video that's going to drop here probably in, I think it drops in 2 minutes, but I'm not doing a premiere on it because, hey, we're here live. You know what I mean? So when people are watching it, they should just be able to see that I'm live. Let's see. Schedule, yeah, in 2 minutes. Which goes over her recently leaked police report now. They managed to get that. This video, I'm just checking on it. Yeah, it's already at 6,000 views. And it hasn't even been 2 hours yet. That's insane. Wow. Okay. I'll take it. Oh, whatever. If people like that video, I'm glad. You just never know which one's going to do that well. So I got my air conditioner fixed today. Cat KRS. Thank you so much for checking in with that. I did get it fixed today. Turns out it was a capacitor. Cost only $700. Thank God. Like, it's still expensive. Don't get me wrong. It sucks. That hurt. But it so easily could have been a $5,000 replacement, you know? And I need to replace the air conditioning in here badly. The ductwork is kind of falling apart. You know, it's super dusty. It kicks out dust. It's not great. So, you know, it's just old. It's just old air conditioning. You know, it happens. And it's just one of the things I need to replace in this house. I need to do a lot to this house. But one of these days, I should be able to. Oh, I bet I do live rent-free in her head. Ashnu, thank you so much for that. That's funny. It's better than $6K. That's 100%. It's going to be a $20,000 replacement because I got to replace the upstairs one and the downstairs one. I really cannot wait to when we go and one day we're going to buy land, you know, tons of land, like not just a little bit of land. I want a ton of land. And I want like a 1,500 to 2,000 square foot home, 1 story. I will never live in a 2-story house again. So much of a pain in the butt. Do you all have any idea? Do you guys have any idea? You probably do, actually. But I'm going to pretend like you don't. Y'all have any idea what it's like to have 2 freaking kids and or 4 kids over at your house at once, sometimes 6, depending on if everyone comes over. Little kids, all the same age, and literally having to block off the stairs every single time, and then the kids move the thing that you blocked off the stairs with, so they can keep going up the stairs, and it's like, run over there, grab the little toddler off the stairs, grab the other kids that shouldn't be on the stairs, and they're just like, guys, stop. Like, you don't understand. If you don't stop this, it's gonna hurt, and I don't want it to. I don't want y'all to find out by falling down the stairs, but man, do they ever try to run around you and sneak out? It's funny, though. Oh, so my best friend's youngest, he's a 1-year-old. He's a little stinker. He's so funny. Oh, man, this kid, he stands, I'm not even kidding. He literally walks around and he stands like, and he'll just look at you and he goes, what's that? And he just stands there like a little gentleman, and nobody has taught him that. He just does that. It's so funny. He'll stand there and he'll be all innocent. As soon as you turn your back, he's like, he just takes off running straight for the stairs. It is, oh man, it's adorable though, but it is, it's a lot of work. But it is one of the funniest things though. It does make me laugh every time he does it. And I'm like, dang it, I shouldn't be laughing because the laughing is very, very, very clearly encouraging. And I find it to be just funny though. You can't be mad. He's 1 year old. He doesn't know. He didn't know. But I know that me laughing about it probably isn't helping the situation at all when it happens. So there is that. Oh, man. Wait, Nate, I thought it was 7,000. That's 6. Okay, Shay, wait. Where? Do we have another thing? Thank God. Do you get paid by Israel for that 6,000? Yeah, right. Yeah, Israel should just send me an air conditioner. We'll call it good. Guys, if Israel, if you're watching, send me air conditioning and duct work. Just drop it off at my doorstep. That'll beat the $7,000 any day. That'd be great. They grow up quick. Kids are the hardest job and the best job in life. Oh, yeah, it's fun. And no matter how many kids are at the house, we just have a good time. Especially them. They all have a good time, too. But Candace Owens is, normally this is the time where she's posting that she's going to go live. I guess she's not. I don't know. We'll find out. We're going to watch this, though, guys, and we'll watch Candace Owens stream later. We're going to be on here for at least 4 hours, guys. So prepare. This is extra long stream today. One of these days, though, extra long stream will be the norm. Once this takes off, I plan on streaming for 6 hours a day, at least 4 to 5 days a week, and maybe I just end up streaming all 7 days a week anyway. I don't know. I mean, it's not that much work doing stuff like this. I don't see any reason why I can't go 7 days a week, but it just depends on the wife and kids too. I do want to leave my schedule open because my kids, they're in sports. They love sports. So they're going that direction. I got a 4-year-old and a soon-to-be 6-year-old. So they really, really, really want to, do all that. And I need to leave my schedule open probably enough for them to do that. But, if they're not having any crazy things go on, then, maybe I'll stream that day. Hopefully we can make that happen, but yeah. Maybe she is having internet issue. Didn't her stream go down yesterday? I actually didn't see it go down. We watched the whole stream yesterday. I don't know what happened, Oh, the ACs are going out just because it's super humid out. It kills ACs more than anything because it's moisture and heat at the same time. So that's why they're going down. They always go down in spring. Usually, like a lot of people are like, oh no, our AC went out in the middle of summer. That's actually not super common. Like, it's more common than fall or winter, obviously, because you're not using the AC during that time. Your AC is only going to go out when you need to use it. That's just the way it works, because otherwise, how would you know it's going out if you don't need to use it? But yeah, usually it's because it's so humid. In summertime, it dries up quite a bit. It gets pretty hot, and it still gets humid. But nothing's like the springtime humidity. When you get 100-degree day in spring, it's so bad. Hey, Scar. Hey, Samurai. Hey, Cloudy. Hey, Gina. Hey, S. Rose. Hello, Valerie West Chamberlain. You should watch the interview with Candace Owens with Elizabeth Lane. You mean like this? Oh, I love that SpongeBob voice. It's so funny. You mean like this? That whole thing. Yeah, we're going to watch that today. Because I don't think she's going live today. Yeah, I think she's taking today off because she did an interview with this lady, who actually has a comparable amount of subscribers as me. 32,900. She's almost at 33,000. I should reach in this stream, I think. I think we can do it. 28,000. I think we can get to 28,000 today. What do you guys think? Can we get to 28,000 in the next 4 hours on this live stream? Oh, man, if we can, guys, that would be amazing. You guys are amazing anyway. Doesn't matter if I do or don't. I know I'm going to get there. It is what it is, but thank you all for being here for this. We hit 27,000 like a few weeks ago. Now we're at 28,000 coming up. Just unreal. It's unreal. If I hit 30,000 before this month is over, I am going to lose it. I'm just going to be blown away. I don't know what I'll do. I will have to do something for you guys. I think the real goal is 50,000. That's when things should really change. Obviously, the ultimate goal is 100,000. And whatever comes after 100,000 is just icing on the cake, because at 100,000, that's you made it as a YouTuber. You are an official YouTuber at 100,000 subscribers. We'll see if I can get there. But we're a ways off, guys. It's going to be a while before that happens. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe I'll get lucky and get to put out a video that nobody else has put out or something. Maybe my timing gets right. I don't know. Hey, Mex Chica. Happy Thursday. Hope you get some AC relief. We did. We got the AC fixed. It was just a capacitor. Wasn't crazy. It didn't break the bank. It was $700. It's not great, but I expected like a $2,000 to $5,000 repair. So, I'm happy with the $700. So there's that. Oh, man. Think I was at 16K when you found my channel? Yeah, and thank you for being here. It's crazy. Yeah, it's Man, I remember the day I hit 123 subscribers. I remember exactly where I was. I was in an old garbage house in literally one of the most ghetto places right east of Tulsa, actually. Not North Tulsa, luckily, but East Tulsa. And I didn't know it was that bad of a neighborhood of what we moved into. My wife was in nursing school. She got her shoes stolen off the porch by homeless people, often actually, because they had to be solid white shoes. But she didn't want to wear them in the house because she was new to hospitals and hospital floors are dirty and all that. Now we don't care as much. Maybe we should care. I don't know. No, not a flux capacitor, just a regular old capacitor. How could we phrase that? A Freon capacitor. Yeah, how about that? Yeah, 700's still yucky, especially when I don't want to spend $700. Like, I could have bought a brand new guitar with that. You know what I mean? Like, that could have been a brand new guitar. Instead, it's an air conditioner part. It's just like, it is what it is. But hey, you know what? Better than nothing. But hey, guys, you ready to get into this debate? And then after that, we're watching some Candace Owens, her newest thing that dropped 3 hours ago. Because, again, normally she posts when she's going live. Of course, she hasn't said anything. I think she's wanting people to accuse her of not notifying her audience. So that way she can kind of be like, oh, see, sometimes I just accidentally forget. I think that's kind of the angle she's going to play at. And I bet some people bite on that hook, too. So don't fall for that. Don't be like, oh, she forgot to upload, tell her audience. Nah, she did an interview. She uploaded that, so that's probably why she's not going to be there. So anyway, let's jump into this, and I'm going to eat me some spicy chicken. You know what I mean? Don't worry, I'll mute the microphone. Bugsy, for $20. You are doing a good job, Artie. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I hope I'm doing a good job for you guys. I really do. Like, I try my best to do a good job. Sometimes life gets a little chaotic and I rush things and I really, oh man, I need to do better. There's, no matter what, every single day, I always need to do better on the channel. I need to be fact-checking more. I need to be deep diving more. I need to be doing way, way more because you guys deserve more, by far. So I need to be improving every single day. And while sometimes I don't know how to do that, I will sit here and I will try to figure it out, you know? I brainstorm with some of my friends about this. I talk about it. I sit there and by myself and think, what else can I do? I don't know. I need to find a good amount of time and sit down and learn a lot more. Maybe getting rid of the green screen, getting a proper studio set up to look better, figure out how to, better camera equipment and stuff, and better video switching capabilities. Instead of me just being on the screen with Steven Crowder here, it'd be nice to be like, okay, we play the video, switch back to me. Play the video, switch back to me kind of thing. You know what I mean? I think it would just be, I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but, we'll do that. Don't worry, you're here for the trolling. We'll be doing the trolling probably this weekend. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, let's get this started. Whoops. Oh, wow, my microphone's picking up every single noise. What is up with it as of late? Like, filters, gate. That's so weird. It shouldn't be picking any of that up. Yep, of course. All right, cool. Well, none of my stuff is going to work today. That's super cool. I love when my plugins just don't work. I need to get I need to get rack-mounted gear. I need to get a gate compressor and a de-esser. And I need to get a good compressor as well. And then I'd like to get myself a nice microphone preamp. Then I won't have to use this one as much. I don't want to have to use a condenser mic. I do want to use a dynamic mic, and I probably will just go old school because, hey, you know what? I'm a guitarist. Use the classic SM57. That's going to be my microphone of choice when I get good compressors and whenever I get good, any of that stuff. I'm going straight for it. You can hear the clicking. That's crazy. Yeah, my gate's just it's just decided it's not going to work. Don't know why. And in order for me to get it to work, I will literally have to completely close out Stream, close out of OBS, open it back up, and then it'll work. But yeah, this is, it's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating when none of my stuff works. So now yeah, I got some, actually, I don't think I've ever shown you guys my rack mount gear, really. I'll see if I can show it. Okay, here we go. Let's see, I think I got enough room. Here we go. There's my Axe effects. Oh, the screen's green because it's on. That's funny. Look at this. If I turn it off. See? Turn it on. Wow, it's solid. It really does register it as solid green. That's hilarious. Let's see if I can change this real quick. I'm going to pull up in my camera. Filter. Chroma key. There we go. That's what you're seeing. 5153 metal DV77 speakers that I have in there. A chroma key back on, then it shows the screen off. Oh, look at that. You see Steven Crowder's little window. See if I can get his face there. Can I get his face? Nah. I won't be able to do that. But yeah, I got my cables down there too. And then my guitar. Guitar's on that mount. Green screen over here. Alrighty. That's not all my rack mount gear, of course. I mean, I got some underneath the computer as well. I got my computer here. The green turns into, obviously you can't see the green as much. Then I got my rack mounts there. Rack mounted gear is great. It's very convenient. I got to get a better interface too. And then I got the interface is the last thing I'm going to change though, obviously. Just a little bit of stuff there. And yeah, I got my switches. So the switches you saw earlier turn on, off and on my lights, my computer, and everything else. So I can be like, boop, boop. Pretty neat, huh? Cool stuff. It's amazing what you can do with rack mounts. It's great. All right, guys, let's get into this. Oh.
What was that? I had that song in my head. I don't know. Well, Josh is here. I can talk with Josh a little
It's
bit.
Nicki Minaj.
No, it's not.
Oh, she sampled it.
Oh, well, that doesn't count. Yeah, and
She
Under
did, though.
Pressure
No.
was Under Pressure was Vanilla Ice. Come on.
Well, he didn't officially sample it. He
That's
stole
true.
it.
He didn't. They went dung 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 da da dung dung.
He stole it like he stole black culture.
Okay, I'm going to have to use headphones because the gate literally will pick up the speakers. That's awesome, right? Good stuff.
He went dung 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 dung.
Too many dongs for me.
Come on.
I mean,
Come on now.
I calls him as I dong
We have a
him.
nice guest, Nick Fuentes. Sure, he's late and big time in me, but no, I'm kidding. Nick did reach out ahead of time and let us know that he was running late. So that's why we ran some of the best of intros here for you. And actually, there was a new one, the Matrix commercial. You can go to foundationdaily.com. It's a multivitamin with clinical doses of turmeric and curcumin at their clinically effective doses. Clinical ingredients, clinically effective doses. You can go and check out the science right at foundationdaily.com. Save 40%. It's the
Hey, Jujubee. How's it going? Hi, Artie and Artie Trolls. You trolling me?
world's best multivitamin, and that's because a lot of crappy supplement companies have been trying to sponsor the show, and we've said no! Now, Nick Fuentes is going to be on the show here in the next few minutes, as I understand it. So you guys let me know when we have him on. And the best place, Toolman, so people know where Nick Fuentes' show and channel is. Might as well plug that now.
Yeah, it's America First. Here, I'll throw the full screen up again. There you go. His X is at Nick J. Fuentes, and his Rumble is the same. Host of America First.
And look, what do I expect from today? We'll be taking your chats later. I'll tell you, I expect it to be probably similar in tone to last time, but this time there's that was very broad. It was a general conversation because a lot of people haven't had him on their show. People are saying, I can't believe that you would platform someone. I mean, look, I think now we know it's not about platforming anyone. There are people with far more abhorrent views than Nick Fuentes who we've also invited on the show. You don't have that luxury. There are many people out there with platforms who have influence, and it's important to engage in a form of ideas. And right now, it's very clear.
Now, when you mean getting big like Steven Crowder, you mean like, because I'm trying. No, I don't. I'm not going to sell stuff like, I don't know. I guess when Steven Crowder sells stuff like that, it makes sense because it's within his niche. He's a bodybuilder. You know what I mean? going to sell supplements, stuff like that. It makes sense for him. I don't think that's in my wheelhouse. I don't want to take supplements or anything like that. I just want to eat meat and work out more. You know what I mean? Get bigger that way. Eat better, get leaner, build muscle. That's what I like to do. So I don't really want to do it with supplements. Maybe if it was like a creatine, I would sponsor a creatine. You know, and maybe a protein shake type, depending on the type of protein shake. Because it just depends. If it is anything, it needs to be very much natural. No chemicals, no dyes, none of that stuff. And I don't even know that something like that exists. I'm sure somebody's created one, right? I'm sure somebody's created one. I don't know. I'd have to heavily vet it and make sure that it's harmless. I would never sponsor a pre-workout. Don't ever take a pre-workout. Just not good. Not good at all. You never need a pre-workout. I don't care what anybody tells you. It's dangerous. It is just a crap ton of caffeine, and it can literally make your heart go into VST, VTS, not VST. That's a plugin. Heart VT, not a VTAC. No. SVT. That's what I'm thinking, right? That would be supraventricular tachycardia. That's what it is. Supraventricular tachycardia. That will make your heart jump up really, really high heart rates, and it takes a lot to make it come down. So just don't use a pre-workout. It does nothing for you. Literally, drinking caffeine, do normal people like drink caffeine to build muscle? Not really. It was a scam, to be honest. Total scam. They're just like, oh, well, more caffeine means more muscle growth. No, it's not going to do that at all. It's not even going to be like that. It's nothing like that. So it's not worth using. You're not going to get any more out of your workout with a little extra caffeine. It's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? Oh, you have SVT? Yeah, my wife has it pretty... Well, she doesn't have it bad. She has it if she goes into a POTS flare-up. Billy Monroe. Hey, Artie. I played bass for a homegrown band in the early 90s. My lead guitarist and singer was Dallas Tollerwade. Look him up. Oh, he was in Nile? I didn't even know Nile was from Dallas. Anytime I see like any type of cool death metal band, I just automatically assume that oh yeah. I think I've seen him. Did I see Nile? No, I didn't see Nile. I saw Behemoth. Never mind. I saw Behemoth and Deicide. That was a crazy show back in the day. I'm not into that music nearly as much anymore. You know, every now and then a good slammy death metal song just, can work. It's just, I like the melodies. I like melodic stuff. You know what I mean? It's just where I've always been. But that is super cool because Nile is an incredibly skilled band. Very, very skilled. That's crazy that you were in a band with that guy, man. Congrats on that. That's really cool. Really, really cool.
That Nick Fuentes and I disagree on a strategy moving forward, particularly as it relates to midterms, the future of the country, general elections. So it's more of a political discussion, but I think we'll probably get into cultural, the social ramifications. And, a lot of people want me to hate Nick Fuentes. First off, I don't really hate anybody, to be clear. It's hard to hate a kid who shows up, and he's funny. He's funny. There's no way to get around the fact that Nick Fuentes is funny. And for me, if someone's funny, it's very disarming. I will sooner lie and say that I love somebody than falsely claim somebody is funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, you never saw any funny communists.
Well, they probably existed and
If
they were killed
there were,
immediately.
I would like them a little more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
were
how
probably all
many
killed.
how
That's
many
funny.
Bolsheviks does it take to You don't get to finish.
No, they don't get to.
You don't get to finish with communists. So,
It's so
as I
funny.
understand it, we do have Nicholas Fuentes on the show. Has he settled in? Because hopefully he's not rushing in. I don't want him to be stressed.
I need to remember.
No, he looks
looks
ready.
settled.
He looks ready. Well, he was born ready. This is what he does. This is what he loves. Sometimes I'm an unwilling participant, but all right, everybody, it's time. Red corner, blue corner. I don't. It's not a debate. It's going to be a conversation. Let's welcome on Nick Fuentes.
Close the plug. Okay.
All right, Senior Fuentes. Thank you for being. Can you see me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Can you hear me?
There we go.
I can. I can hear you well. What is? First off, you big timey. You show up late, and it's the one time you're not wearing a suit. You do the hoodie. What is this?
It's early for me, Steven. I do a nightly show, so this is like, it's early in the morning over here, 10:30 for a show.
All right.
That's crazy.
No, I'm joking. I appreciate you letting me know and being accommodating last week where we had a doctor's appointment that I couldn't avoid. Hey, first off, where's the best place for people to find you? And I apologize if I'm looking down because I kind of have to look to see you on the monitor as opposed to you know how that is. Best place for people to find you when you stream.
I am at rumble.com/NickJFuentes every Monday through Friday.
All right, very good. And X, you're there now, right?
Yes, I'm still on X. Nick J. Fuentes there as well.
Okay. Well, I figure we start this off. I think last time, right? It was fair. It was a fun conversation. We had some disagreements. I'm hoping we can continue on that path. If you're good with it. Yeah.
Wow. They're still not
And you
working.
fully have permission,
That's
by the way,
awesome.
to respectfully be disrespectful. I think there's enough rapport. You can call me names, whatever that is. Treat me like a buddy. Like a buddy who's ass you kick in the locker room. Now, speaking of which, I did want to show you. I don't know if you saw our coverage of you rightfully shoving that lady who showed up to your house, but I have that clip on a loop on my computer like a morphine drip. Just because of how much I enjoy it. For people who haven't seen it, you were well within.
right,
and
that's
were you
worse.
surprised at the level of defense you got, even from detractors who didn't like you?
I was,
Got
and
it.
from Reddit. It
It's
was
working
on the
now.
front page of Reddit, and all the Redditors were defending me too. So yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit more maybe negative or.
I don't know. Honestly, I think the way Nick handled it was kind of like a girl, in my opinion. I would have probably grabbed the lady and pushed her off of my property too. I don't know. The thing about it is it was kind of done in the wrong order. He should have said, "Get off of my property now. You are trespassing." And the moment that she decided, "No, I'm not going to," that's when he should have laid hands. But he never said that. He just opened his door, went out, and shoved her. I just disagree with that because you got to let people know, like, hey, they're not what they're doing is wrong. They can't be doing it. It's not okay. They need to leave. You know what I mean? You always have to give a warning, in my opinion. Now, maybe other people will disagree. That's fine. Oh, what is POTS? It is a POT. Let's see. So it is Posturo-orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So long story short, for some reason the heart starts beating faster, but it doesn't do a full beat. It goes like that. So therefore, the heart's not pumping as much blood up to your upper extremities. Therefore, it starts pooling down in your legs, and you have to lift your legs up in order to, keep from passing out. So it can be really, really rough. A lot of stress can happen to cause this. There are many, many different things that can cause POTS. POTS is not an actual syndrome, though, even though they call it that. POTS is always caused by something else. So think of it as a side effect, essentially. Not really a syndrome itself. POTS itself cannot be cured because you have to cure what's causing POTS. So it could be like mast cell, something like that, which if you have mast cell, and if you have any type of autoimmune disease, it's probably not a bad idea to just go ahead, even if you've been diagnosed. You may want to assume you have mast cell because it goes undiagnosed. The best way to treat it, try it. If anybody in here has any type of autoimmune disease, just try this. It will not hurt you to try. Eat nothing but meats with only salt and pepper seasonings, maybe some garlic. Garlic is very low histamine. And either sweet potato, regular potato, or rice. Do that for 2 months and see if your symptoms improve. If they don't, Well, worst case scenario is you just ate the cleanest meal of your life, and you will lose either a good amount of weight, or if you're being active, you'll probably build a little bit of muscle. That's the side effects there of eating a diet like that. Unless, of course, you're allergic. Don't eat things you're allergic to. But give that a try. No matter what autoimmune disease you have, give it a try. You might actually just have mast cell, as most people end up doing. As it turns out, too, with like stuff like lupus and stuff like that, people think it's lupus, and maybe it gives all the symptoms of lupus. Actually might not be whatsoever. Just trust me, give it a try, see if it works. I know it's going to suck. The meal plan's going to suck, but trust me, all 3 meals a day, every day, eat nothing but meat, not beets. Beets are going to, it depends on the beets, actually. You could probably eat beets, I don't know, if not. You have MS? Well, MS is actually pretty specific. I don't know, but still give it a try. Give it a try. Oh, man, so good to see so many people from Oklahoma in here. That's awesome. But give it a try anyway. It can't hurt. And here's the thing, too. Other autoimmune disease also respond similarly. Usually people have a problem with histamines and histamine release. Sometimes you'll find, oh, this food is histamine-free. But it doesn't mean it doesn't release your own natural histamines in your body, like green tea, histamine-free. But green tea does release your own histamine production in your body and will set you off. You know what I mean? So you just got to be very careful with that stuff. If you need a sauce, there is a very delicious, way better than soy sauce type sauce, that it's the only sauce you can have. Every other sauce is made with vinegar, which will mess with you. It is called Cocoa Amino. It is made from coconut nectar. Tastes nothing like coconuts. Nothing like coconut at all. It tastes like an incredibly sweet soy sauce. It is delicious. I eat it with most of my foods now because I cut out all the crap for the most part, except for what I'm eating now. But yeah. Oh, Manuka honey also. We got some of that. The Manuka honey is really, really good. Honey is also totally fine. Histamine-free. Doesn't release histamines. The Manuka honey is very expensive. But it has the medicinal product, and it does taste very medicinal, but when you mix it in with your teas or stuff, or when you mix it with stuff, well, actually, only in heat, it won't taste so medicinal. Just be prepared for the strong cough syrupy taste. You know what I mean? It's like a Halls taste, like a Halls cough drop taste with that Manuka honey. But regular honey, get local honey. Local to you. There is a reason why. Bees in your local area make stuff from the plants that are around you that you are around every single day. That's why you need to get local honey. Local honey, it's not even so much about actually supporting your local guy or anything like that, which is always good. Don't get me wrong. I always want you to support the local farmer. But if you buy honey that's not local to you, you will not build up your immunity against allergens because the plants are different. The bees use plants that you're not even around. So that's why you need to eat honey that's literally local to you. Manuka honey's different, though. Manuka honey only comes from New Zealand, up on this volcano. And it has this medicinal property that you can definitely eat, and it will help you a lot. It really encourages metabolism growth, which is awesome. But again, it's not going to protect you from any allergens because, well, those bees use flowers from a specific plant that aren't local to you. So just make sure that you also buy local honey. It'll help you more than anything. But yeah. What, astaxanthin? Is that like a gum? Is a life changer? Let's see. But you are regular. You lose gut fat and pair with turmeric and ginger. Now, turmeric and ginger. If you have an autoimmune disease, be warned. Turmeric and ginger will release histamines. So, fair warning. That could be good for you. Depends on if your body can handle it or not. But if you have any type of autoimmune disease, I'm telling you, just cut everything out. Rice, sweet potato, regular potato, meat, salt and pepper. That's it, and water. Honey is fine, usually. Honey does not release histamines. What else does it? Oh, and cocoa amino sauce. Cocoa amino sauce is the only sauce that will not release histamines or have any histamines in it. So, just letting you know. Ginger is amazing. My wife is upset that she can't have ginger. Trust me. Very upset by that. So, ivermectin, well, yeah, I mean, ivermectin's, I don't know if that would boost for autoimmune, but it will get rid of parasites. And it does a great job with a lot of other things. Never sleep on ivermectin. Okay, anyway, that's enough of the health stuff. Let's get back into this here.
Maybe even split, but it was almost like 90% of people said I was in the right. So it's surprising.
I was a little surprised too, but I think that does indicate that people are tired of this shit. Because once upon a time, people went, "Whoa, he deserves it," you know, that kind of stuff. So there's been a noticeable shift, I think, post Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well, and I think people recognize you cross a boundary like that, and everybody understands people all have a home, and they don't want to be bothered at their home. Everybody recognizes we disagree. Everything's very politically charged right now, but we want to feel safe where we live. So I think there's something to that. We're definitely making some progress, I think.
Oh, okay, Angel. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, very, very sorry. I know somebody that lives north of Tulsa that went through all that same stuff. You wouldn't happen to be living north of Tulsa, would you? Because that'd be funny if it'd be hilarious if you're who I think you are.
All right, well, I want to show the clip for people who missed it, and then I don't know if you saw when we covered it, we did a Photoshop with it. But first, for those who missed it, the clip, awesome. The internet agrees he was well within his rights, and prepare to laugh. I love her reaction. Wait, what?
Oh my God! What's he doing?
She's surprised. Hold on a second. Pause. Nick, you know what I love about that? You walk back like both a cartoon character / Bigfoot who's annoyed. Like your arms are down here like this. Like you could just, you don't even seem that aggravated. Like this was just a day at the office.
Yeah, I don't know. So she's being non-aggressive and she's sitting there going, hi. They need to know that you want them off the property. People are allowed to come up to the property and ring your doorbell. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a doorbell. You know what I mean? I don't think Nick Fuentes would have done this with a man. So, I have to disagree with Steven Crowder and Nick Fuentes here. Had he said, hey, you can't be here, get off my property. Is she refused? I would have been I would have been supporting him if he did more than that to the woman. I would have been like, no, he should have dragged her off by her hair. But he didn't do that. Yeah, he did spray her with pepper spray. So, I can't get behind it. Now, if there is a chance that he said, get off my property before the video started rolling and she didn't, okay. And maybe I missed that. But in this video, and this is the video I saw, look at her reaction.
He was well within his rights and prepared.
Oh my God! What's
I love her reaction. Wait, what?
Oh my God!
Hi. Literally, like, I don't like that. I don't like that. I really don't. I don't like that he didn't tell her to leave. You know what I mean? I really don't. It bothers me. I'm going to give a warning first and foremost. If I see somebody has a weapon, of course, then they won't get a warning. They definitely won't get a warning. But I didn't see her have a weapon. And then he uses pepper spray on her. Could you not have just shoved her without the pepper spray? Like, it's such a woman thing to do. Oh, hi, I'm Nick Fuentes. I'm a man. Pepper spray. Really? I don't know. I can't get behind it myself. Not without a warning, at least. It just seems very, very... Now, if you replace Nick Fuentes with a woman, okay, I would probably... I'd be fine. I'd be a lot more fine with that. Because I don't expect a woman to give a warning. Especially if she's home alone. And I expect a woman to use pepper spray, probably. Most likely. You know what I mean? I didn't know that this was in November 10th, 2024. I guess it resurfaced? I don't know. Yeah, it probably made Fuentes feel real tough. He wouldn't have done this to a man. He would have just called the police. Or he would have, like, said, if you don't get off my property, I got this pew-pew here. But I doubt he would have came outside. And it's possible it's fake, too. I don't know. I don't think it's fake, though. I feel like Nick Fuentes would put hands on an elderly woman.
She's surprised.
Oh, he
Hold on
took
a
her
second.
phone.
Pause.
He took her phone, too. Yeah.
Nick, you know what I love about that? You walk back like both a cartoon character / Bigfoot, who's like this was just turns to her friend. The elements here that I just love. All right.
And don't get me wrong, I am not defending the woman. I'm not defending the woman by any means. She shouldn't have been doing that. But I just feel like Nick didn't do his part. The part he should have done as a man and been like, get out of here before I do something about this. Now, maybe he did this because she was taking pictures of his address. And he was like, I bet if I come out, boom, I get her phone. Unfortunately, people are allowed to walk up to your front door and ring the doorbell. They're allowed to do that. You know what I mean? You have to tell them to get off your property. And that they're trespassing. Yeah, I think she did ring the doorbell. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure, though. You know what I mean? I'm not sure. It doesn't show it on video because the doorbell is on the other side of this column. So I can't see. She was definitely taking pictures. I wouldn't be okay with someone taking pictures. I don't know. I understand why people would take Nick Fuentes' side on this, too. It's not black and white. There's a lot of gray area here. Okay? So that's why I'm not being the most harsh on Nick Fuentes here. I'm not going to sit here and say he did the absolute most wrong. I just feel like he should have handled it in a little bit better of a way. A little bit better of a way of like, hey, you need to get off my property now. You know what I mean? And he just didn't do that.
Gonna take your phone?
Yeah.
And then she turns to her friend.
Did you catch that?
What? She didn't even roll down her window. She's
sitting in her car. That's actually amazing. She's probably like, what are you doing on the ground there? She missed the whole interaction. Oh my God. This lady has a real solid friend with her right here. That's crazy. Wow, and you're parking in front of a fire hydrant. What's wrong with you? Wow. What an absolute dirtbag friend. You know what I mean? What an absolute dirtbag friend. That's crazy. Man, this lady just can't catch a break here. That is actually funny. I got to give it to him on this. This actually really became a lot more hilarious than I thought it was. I haven't watched past that point. I just seen the part where she hits the ground and he takes her phone. But this part is unbelievably funny.
Opens it. By the way, parked in front of a fire hydrant.
There you go. Who does that? How do you not know to not park in front of a fire hydrant? It's so common sense.
And
wow.
Then I said, like, my favorite part is it gave us what should have been Time's photo of the year. This right here. Like, that to me.
Oh, yeah, that lady was definitely there for not good intentions. She's like, you get that? You know, like, she was supposed to be filming and stuff like that. You know, it's... Look, I'm not going to defend the lady. She was doing wrong. 1,000,000%. I just wish Nick would have done a better job of being a man about it instead of being a wimpy little boy about it. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's that. It's like I said, it's a gray area. You know, I'm not going to disagree that hard, but I do want him to, I would act more like a man. First of all, I'd have my firearm and I'd be like, you are trespassing. I am armed. You need to get out of here before you get yourself hurt. And then if the reaction is no, and I can see on my Ring camera, her hands are up with her phone in her hands like that. It's like, okay, well, she ain't going to grab anything before I can get her. I'd open up the door and push her back too, and I'd be like, get off now, and then I'd have my hand on my side. You know what I mean? And she'd be able to very clearly see a holstered weapon. And I'll be like, if I see your hands reach for anything, you're going to get two immediately. So you better turn around and just leave. And I guarantee you, most people like that are going to be like, yep, no, I don't want any of that. and it would have had a very similar reaction, but I would have absolutely had covered all my bases. I would have been like, you're not being here. I warned you to get out. I don't want to give you 2, but I'll give you 2. You know what I mean? 1, because I don't know if I hit you, and 2, because I know you're going to stay down. Very simple. You know what I mean? But I guess Fuentes probably lives in a very left-wing area. Oh, who would have guessed that? Maybe don't live in left-wing areas if you're going to be a right-winger. I don't know. That's kind of my opinion.
Picture, it looks like a 70s horror film, and so we turned it into a poster for you, where it was, there you go. Yeah, the Stepgroiper. The next thing streaming could be you. So it's just, you really, it reminded me of the Stepfather. But that was a lot of fun. I'm glad to see that, you know, you got some support. And even though if we disagree on some things, it is dangerous out there. I think, would we agree?
So Fuentes did get charged for it. Yeah, I could see why. You didn't give a warning. You didn't let her know she was trespassing. He didn't even know if she had the wrong house or not, per se. I mean, maybe she made it clear in the audio. Maybe there was more audio to it and video to it. But that's the dangerous thing, is what happens when you don't warn somebody to get off your property. You have no idea if that person has the wrong address. And then you just attack somebody because they came up and rang your doorbell. You know what I mean? You don't know. Somebody could have been like, hey, here's my address. It typed it in wrong. She came up there. She's taking pictures of something. And then she sees her, she goes, oh, hey, is my friend, bam, gets knocked down to the ground. We don't know, actually. She could have been like, I thought my friend lived here. That's why it's dangerous. People are allowed to come up to your door, and people are allowed to ring the doorbell. Okay? It's that simple. You don't know if somebody's going to have the wrong address. There are situations where kids have gone up to the wrong house to see if their friend could come outside to play. And then as it turned out, it was the wrong house, and a guy just unloaded through the door, started firing and into the kid. That was a recent case, actually. Let me pull it up.
On this, that definitely the left as a whole is violent, and those who have achieved power in our institutions, namely academia, media, big tech, the entertainment industry, we could use, I know that you probably would point out.
Okay, Ralph Yarrow case, 2023. This is what I was talking about. A 17-year-old Ralph Yarrow was blasted in the head and arm by an 84-year-old Andrew Lester after ringing the wrong doorbell in Kansas City, Missouri. Lester claimed fear for his safety and that he thought the teen was breaking in. Lester later pleaded guilty. Because the thing about it is he never warned the guy that he was even in the wrong spot in the first place. And that's dangerous. You can't just start firing on people. You don't know why they're there. You know what I mean? It's very dangerous. Craftsman Ethos for 5 says, the fact the woman felt entitled to confront a man shows her privilege and thinking nothing was going to happen to her. Mama said, knock you out. Yeah, pretty much for the most part. I believe that to be true. But I'm just saying, in situations like that where you don't warn people that, hey, you can't be here, I don't know who you are, get out. And it turns out that person may just actually think somebody else lives there. And then you come out and start, like, swinging on them. There could be just a miscommunication there. You just never know. You know what I mean? And the person didn't know they were doing anything wrong. Now, did that lady know she was doing something wrong? Most certainly. Yeah, I'm not going to defend her again. But I'm just saying, that's why you always give a warning. Because you don't truly know if somebody's there for bad intentions or not. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things. It's a very much gray area, you know?
As well. I say the Marxist left. We'll get into that. But enemies of America that I think we both want, that kind of America, have seized significant power in the institutions in our country. And they are a threat. We find common ground on that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and it's no question there is a scourge of left-wing violence. I talked about this on my show, even when Luigi Mangione killed that healthcare CEO. It was Thomas Crooks, Luigi Mangione, and then that seemed to ignite this cycle of violence then against Charlie Kirk, against Donald Trump. Even now they say the wildfires in the Palisades was started by some crazed radical leftist. So there's no question that that is going on. And like you say, it's organized and exacerbated by the organized institutional left. So I think we're 100% agreement on that.
Okay, good. Now let's get to the part here where we disagree. And I think it's a political.
It is interesting he says that. Because at the end of the day, Candace Owens doesn't even believe that now. She doesn't even believe that it's the violent left anymore. Fuentes kind of gets off subject all the time. He's wanting to vote for leftists who are literally becoming the violent left. That's kind of crazy, right? Oh, vote Democrat. Oh, by the way, I do believe that the left are violent. What? That's a little wild. By the way, guys, hit that like and subscribe button, please. You know how I said, you know how we were at 27,944 subscribers? Well, look at that, guys. Looky there. You guys are 30 subscribers away from getting me to 28,000. Thank you all so freaking much. Oh man. You all are so nice. Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh, also I just wanted to say Craftsman Ethos, thank you so much for that again. I wanted to make sure I properly thank everybody that donates, cuz nobody has to donate ever. And the fact you do is just unbelievably kind. Thank you guys. You said I'm going to have to Inville. I'm sorry. Yeah, Nick Fuentes is an idiot. Yeah, I agree. Every time I see anybody say Nick, I have to take a pause for a second. My name is Nick, by the way, for those who don't know. Oh, let me get the full screen on here. There we go. That way I can do that. I'll just move myself in the middle. There we go. 2 Nicks and a Stevie. Is this so wait. If there's 1 Stevie and 2 Nicks, does that make it a Stevie Nicks?
Strategy prescription. So to be clear, we did play the clip where you said, I'm a moderate Democrat now. I said, look, I think that's hyperbole. I think he's making the point here. So I don't want to do the whole, he's a leftist or he's a Nazi. Let's start this way. How about I steel man your argument as I understand it, and you can let me know if I have a decent grasp or correct me.
Okay, sure.
So my view is you're issuing a political strategy, right? You are not a leftist. You are not a Democrat. But okay, Republicans have taken your vote for granted. They have not been held accountable. They haven't delivered on any of the promises that they've made. Americans are feeling...
Okay, here we go. Stephen Crowder's going to make a good point. I don't want to interrupt him here. Diana Cooper, $2. Love your show the best. Love you, Diana. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. All right, good Lord, on that pause game, he's got the... Man, he's really questioning... He's questioning Nick right here pretty good. Gotta love that. See, Stephen Crowder actually looks cool when you do the pause game. Candace should take some notes.
This right now, particularly young Americans in this economy, they feel as though they're not represented and they're being sold out to big corporate interests, including, by the way, a foreign nation.
Oh, I'll tell you all real quick the story. My username here used to be Arthemesia, which was my gamer name. I used to stream video games on here. And Arthemesia was too hard to pronounce, so everybody would call me Artie. Bearing, the quartering, few other people for sure. They would all just call me Artie for short. And so I just changed it to Artie Trolls. That's really it, to be honest. It has nothing to do with my name.
Like Israel, placing that above the interests of American citizens. And so we need to speak the only language they understand, which is defeat, make it sting in the midterms, vote Democrat in 2026, so that it will pave the way or allow for a candidate who more effectively represents America first or a true version of their constituency.
Yeah, that's a pretty good summary, yes.
Okay. Is there anything that you think I've gotten wrong or would correct?
I would add another layer to it because to me it is a two-parter. It's for 2026, but it also is there's a very significant part of it that's looking ahead to 2028 as well. But that's a big part of it. That's, let's say, half of it.
Okay, good. Now do mine.
Well, I think that, you voted for Trump in 2024. I think you'll be voting Republican in 26 and 28. And I think you would probably say that the left is always going to be worse. The Democrats are always going to be worse. And so voting for something worse is always going to be bad. If we want Republicans to be better, we should maybe focus on primaries and what's more, Republicans are holding back something far worse, which is always going to come from the Democrats. Things like open borders, not only no mass deportations, but also no borders, not only war with Iran, but maybe war with Russia, continuing the war in Ukraine. Basically, it only exacerbates our problems, doesn't actually solve them, would be something like, I think your position is.
I don't know. I think he's oversimplifying that and also trying to get into the wars. Since my gate's now working, take those headphones off. Turn my speakers back on. Also, Scar here. Alrighty. Or Scar's car. Maybe you're talking about your fancy car there. Anyway, we should type Fuentes for Nick Fuentes. I agree. That'll probably make it a little bit easier. Maybe. It's up to people. I'll know what they're talking about. I did see Milk Bar TV's video, but I will happily show it here before the Candace stuff. Heck yeah, guys. Alrighty.
I think that's actually relatively fair. I would probably add some layers too. It's multi-pronged. Like, I'm certainly not, I've had plenty of instances where I've not voted Republican, but I have said I am precluded from voting Democrat. So that's a non-starter for me. But I have left it blank when I've had Republicans on the ticket in elections, and I can't, because as a crisis of conscience, I can't violate it and vote for this person. I've even voted third party in local elections because, it's different from national. I think we also both operate. That's one thing I appreciate about you. You're not just, the system, man, third party, let's vote Gary Johnson. Like, that under universal suffrage, it's a
Okay, in all fairness, I was literally like, it was just 2016. I voted Gary Johnson. I thought Trump was in with Hillary Clinton because he went to all of Hillary Clinton's parties. I was like, oh no, Hillary Clinton, voting for Trump's the same thing as voting for Hillary Clinton, Let's go Gary Johnson. And Gary Johnson did one of the funniest things I've ever seen on television. And someone said, within the first 5 minutes of smoking, the sticky there, I guess you could call it, the MJ, your chances of a heart attack go up by like 1,000% or something. And Gary Johnson immediately went and laid down on the floor like he was having a heart attack. It was very, very, very funny. And then everyone's like, wait, did that guy just low-key say that he smoked within 5 minutes of doing this show? But it was a very, very, very funny act. I liked it. Nowadays, I would never vote third party because they are literally extremist left-wing. Don't know how they bought all that out, so third party's completely and totally not even a viable option anymore. And that started under the Green Party. What was her name? It was right after Gary Johnson. I can't remember. I can't remember her name, but she was so extreme left-wing. And then Trump actually proved me wrong and did an amazing job. And I was like, this is the man. This is the man right here. Sold me on it. I voted for him, of course, in 2020 and in 2024. You know what I mean? Oh, it's okay. Everyone could call me Artie. I have fully accepted that name. I wear it as a proud badge of honor. Mainly because Bering is the one who started calling me Artie. And Bering's just great. I take everything he says with a whole heaping bowl of respect. Because that dude's amazing. So, I'm proud to have that name. Bering came up with it. I'm super glad with it,
two-party system, and you have to work within that to affect change, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I appreciate you being more genuine about that because a lot of people online just throw their hat and they'll keep you warring with each other. So I don't want to do that silly crap today.
Good name.
Okay, so flesh out the plan. I disagree. Vote Democrat in
Jill Stein,
2026.
Correct.
Why? And then walk me through
Thank
the
you,
plan.
Smiles.
So, in 2024, I didn't vote Republican. I recused myself. I just told people not to vote. Everybody thinks I voted for Kamala, but I didn't. I just told people to withhold their vote. But in 2026, what really did it for me was the war in Iran. I think that, for me, that was the red line. We were promised no new wars. We got a war in Iran. And I really believe that if you vote for Republicans after that, it's almost like you'll tolerate anything because that's such an explicit betrayal and on a very serious matter. And then what's more, to maybe get into the positive.
But it's okay to just get completely screwed over by the left. Okay, sure. Don't vote Republican. Yeah, we'll tolerate anything because they went back on one possible thing, even though they didn't. Trump was very, 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 very clear about Iran signing a new nuclear deal. And they didn't want to. And he said, you're going to sign this deal. It wasn't about invading Iran. It wasn't about trying to take over. It wasn't about trying to get any type of regime change or anything like that. Trump gave them 6 months to sign a nuclear deal. They kept saying no. Then Trump bombed them. Charlie Kirk goes, that's my president. And he goes, now, come to the table and talk. And they did. And for 7 months, they negotiated. And then they stopped and said, nope, we're not doing it. So Trump bombed him again. Nick Fuentes, oh, there he is. Nick Fuentes will leave that out. He will not mention that, Oh, Stargazer, you have lupus and you'll try it? Tell me how it works for you. Yeah, definitely. 2 months. You got to do it for 2 months straight. See what it does for you. Don't skip any meals, though. Because skipping meals and going hungry, I know you're going to get tired of it. Don't miss your meals. Eat fully. You don't want to, you don't want to, lose a bunch of unnecessary weight. You don't want to, how would I put it? Malnourish yourself.
Reason for voting Democrat as opposed to withholding your vote or not voting Republican is I think that when you look at the House of Representatives in particular, and I'd say this on my show, they exercise oversight powers under the
Yes, cook all your meat fresh. Cook all of your meat fresh. I should have said that. Smoked meats can also do it. After about 2 months, you probably will be able to introduce some of these foods and it won't set you off nearly as much. So, yeah.
Constitution. And so they can depose, they can compel the release of documents, they can subpoena, form subcommittees.
I mainly
and I really believe that
Rumble.
they, set against the Republicans, will actually work to slow down the administration. And it's not just that the administration is not doing things, they're doing things that are bad. They did try to bury the Epstein files. And if it wasn't for the Democrats and a handful of Republicans, they would have never seen the light of day.
Maybe. But guess what? The Democrats are the ones who covered it up. Joe Biden would not release the Epstein files at all. And that's mainly the time where we were calling for their release. Not to mention, we had a few people calling for them under Obama. Bush didn't release them. None of the other presidents released them. But guess who did end up releasing them? It was Trump. And Trump will get the credit for releasing the Epstein files, whether you like it or not. So, live with that one, Nick.
And then you have the War Powers Resolution in the Senate, which got shut down basically along party lines, with one exception, which was John Fetterman. And so, and then you have a group of Democrats, this is just last week, they put out a letter to the White House asking to disclose Israel's nuclear program. So I would like to see actually Democrats.
Can you repeat that last part just for people who maybe missed it? There was a lot of rapid fire, disclosing the nuclear program.
Yeah, there was a group of 20 House Democrats. They signed a letter to the White House basically asking the White House to acknowledge that Israel has a nuclear arsenal because they believe, and I think it's correct, that the lack of disclosure about that creates a risk of miscalculation or escalation. We don't know where Israel's red line is when they would use a nuke. So these are just like a few.
I would imagine we don't know where it is. He's correct. But clearly the red line's pretty far away because they haven't done it. And they've had many chances and opportunities to actually use a nuke. So, I don't know. I feel like they would have done it if they felt like they needed to do it. I feel like they probably would use a nuke if their country was brutally being attacked. Not just by a couple Hamas people, obviously. It would take more than that for them to use a nuke because we saw how far Hamas went and how they still didn't use one. So, I think we kind of know. We have a general idea, I would say.
Examples where I think that it's actually a good thing for Democrats to have a divided government with Republicans and slow down and challenge some of the things that are going on because I think they're not good. And then if you will, do you want to stop there and then get on to the other part, or do you want me to finish the whole thing?
I think so. So let's take all of that, let's take it in totality. First off, I still don't think it's anywhere comparable to the actual progress, the wins that have been made under the Trump administration. Like, I wouldn't say and also, I don't think that these are things that you couldn't force Republicans to do. For example, it's a pretty popular position, at least in my experience with Republicans on this show, to remove this ambiguity, this unofficial ambiguity as far as Israeli nukes. I also agree with that. I don't think that it outweighs the mammoth wins, but let's assume that, okay, it's a wash for the sake of this. What I really want to know is, okay, so you vote Democrat. I think you and I would both acknowledge, because you've said that voting Democrat is a way to punish Republicans. You're not going to get the change in this system with the Democrat Party. Do I have that right? This is about fundamentally changing the Republican Party through accountability.
Absolutely. Yes, totally.
Okay, good. Just because I don't want people to misconstrue what you just said. Like, so see, Democrats are actually good. Like, they have some bullshit that they throw in every now and then. What do you do after that? So in other words, you're saying this will lead us to a consistent or more representative victory, 2028. What's the roster? Where are the funds? What's the ground game, right? Because it's a big risk handing the country over to the left. We know what they want to do.
Oh, yeah, we want to know what they want to do. Probably mandate every child be forced to, they're not going to be themselves.
Well, and see, this is where it gets interesting, and this is where we might disagree on some things. So the way that I see it, 2028 is really what it's all about. I really believe that this administration is just cooked. Like, I don't think there's going to be a course correction. I have no faith in this administration. I think Trump is old. The people around him are very bad. And so I think the real question is, and this is a huge question, who will be Trump?
Oh, by the way, just letting y'all know, we're going to check out the interview. Don't worry. Did Candace, is she coming live today here? Oh, she is going live. Ooh. Okay. Well, the interview here, we may have to put off until tomorrow because Candace will not be live tomorrow. So I think we'll have plenty of time tomorrow to stream this thing. This will be great. This will give a good Friday stream. And then we can do the normal trolling on Saturdays like we do. This wraps everything. Oh, man, this wraps up this week in a nice, perfect little bow, doesn't it? So we'll do the interview tomorrow. We'll catch Candace Owens stream here soon, too.
Trump's successor, because that person is going to define the direction of the party.
Cloudy's in
and I
here
really
too.
believe there should be a very competitive primary for the presidential race in 28. And what they're trying to do is consolidate support around either Vance or Rubio. As I'm sure you know, behind the scenes, there's a very big fight going on between donors and between party personnel. Are they going to get behind Rubio, which he seems to have the backing of the neocons and Mark Levin and AIPAC and Miriam Adelson? Or are they going to...
See, now that's been my issue with Marco Rubio because, see, back in the day when I was covering a lot of stuff, 2017 to, 2022, I would say, there was a lot of controversies with Marco Rubio. He really stood against Trump. A lot. He stood against Alex Jones. There are things that were very, very fresh that Rubio did, which is why I'm cautious. I know the party's divided right now between Rubio and J.D. Vance, but J.D. Vance, while at one point in the past was kind of vocal about, being against Trump to a degree, he wasn't really into politics heavily. You know what I mean? And he's still pretty young guy. Rubio's a bit older. You know what I mean? That's why I give J.D. Vance more of the benefit of the doubt. But I also understand that Rubio's also J.D. Vance is also with Palantir and stuff like that. And that gives me pause too. But, man, can J.D. Vance ever debate and speak, though. And he's so good. It just, I don't know. It's interesting, right? I guess we're just going to have to see when we get there. I mean, what's the point in debating it now? We're not even going to come close to knowing until end of 2027, beginning of 2028. We don't even know if J.D. Vance will run. He may specifically be like, I made a great vice president for 8 years, and I want to do vice president again for another 8 years under Rubio. And if that's the case, well, then we know who we're voting for, huh? It'll be a Rubio-Vance ticket, which Fuentes thinks can't survive. And I actually think that would be the ticket to do,
get behind Vance, who has the support of
Palantir.
Little Tech, Palantir, Tucker, and he's going to clearly run in the more America First lane. At least nominally, he's going to claim that. And I think that we should not have consolidation where it's 80% behind one candidate. I think it should be wide open. I also don't like either Rubio or Vance because I think you get a neocon or a Palantir guy. And so to me, the only way to have an open field is if everyone associated with the administration is sufficiently weakened. So I'm actually rooting for Democrats to degrade and sabotage this administration and the people in it so that they're less politically viable. And maybe that clears the way for a dark horse or an outsider, someone from outside the MAGA, Mar-a-Lago, Trump administration to maybe clinch the nomination in 28. And to me, that's really the big picture.
Okay. So here's my primary problem, what you just said. And it's that keyword maybe. So my first question is the roster. You say, yeah, competitive primary. I agree. I hear who you don't want. The roster, the funds, the ground game.
J.D. Vance never used to date Erica Kirk. They've never been in the same area, really. There's nothing there.
Maybe, right? Because you've tried this before. It's failed. The losses are real with the Democrats that we faced. Though I would argue, I think it'd be tough to argue against, worst 3 years in modern American history. The wins, the potential wins that you're describing are imaginary with no concrete. And I know that you talked about this with Dan Bilzerian, so I'm not trying to sandbag you here, but if I'm going, okay, there's a risk. It's a political play. Well, I won't be able to take part, along with many conservatives, Republicans, because I cannot vote Democrat. Doesn't mean I'll vote for Republicans all across the board. can't vote Democrat. But the roster, the funds, the ground game, the things that you need to win elections in 2028 through the major risk of handing the country over to Democrats when we know that that means open borders, packing the courts, turning them into citizens, right? DEI back in the administration, H-1B skyrocketing again, all of that. Huge risk, concretes, so we see.
Exactly, because you have a problem here of if Democrats get into power, things get worse. When Republicans get into power, things level off. They don't necessarily get better. So anytime, oh, what is AF? America first, but he's not America first. But here's the thing. Anytime we get Republicans in power, look at what we're doing right now. The SAVE Act has been in Congress for how long now? And they still won't pass it. That's the do-nothing Republicans. Anytime we have the opportunity to better our country, the Republicans don't. Now, the Republicans don't make it worse. They just don't make it better. If you get Democrats in there, every single time, our country gets a little worse every single time. That's why it's an absolute diehard no voting Democrat. We cannot, because the do-nothing Republicans will not fix the issues. That's why we need to keep, for now anyway, voting Republican until we can get people in there slowly to start improving the country. Because I can tell you this, independents aren't going to do it, and the Democrats are always going to make it worse. What is our only option? Obviously, to vote for the do-nothing Republicans until somebody does something. That's the only move we can make. Sometimes you have to go into a stalemate in order to win. You can't just keep losing. If we keep losing, you lose. A stalemate at least is not a lose. And if we can at least keep the government at bay and have the do-nothings in there for a long period of time to not make the country worse, we can at least have the time to figure something out as a people together. It is better than nothing, or at least delays the inevitable, because I don't want the inevitable to be here today. At least I would like to try. And the only way to try... Oh, third party's just completely bought out by leftists now. If you ask a libertarian what they want open borders. They want a bunch of illegals in here. That's what sucks about it. We could try to start a third party. It just never works because people don't pay attention to what is going on in the world, So it's just, it's a tough position. Mina Jelena for 10 says, Nick lives 20 minutes from me and my nieces went to school with him. The area is liberal. Oh, yeah. Thank you for that info. I believe that. That's hilarious. Nick Fuentes is a leftist, though. He's just a leftist. I mean, nobody goes and says vote Democrat and is a Republican. That just doesn't happen.
The payoff.
See, and this is where you might disagree, because I think that's maybe the best argument against it. And you're 100% right. It is an extremely risky play, and I don't underestimate that risk at all, and I don't want to understate it. But here's my reframe. Here's kind of like my game theory
Candace Owens,
reframe of it, is I really believe that this country has serious problems with the debt, with the border. They want a $1.5 trillion budget for the military alone. The Republicans do. We got this war in the Middle East.
You know what is funny that Candace blocked me, though, and I'm like the only person who will even try to give her the benefit of the doubt whatsoever? I'm the only person. I'm like, Candace, if you just show proof, like, let me go over the proof with you. I don't know. That may change things, but she just won't. So it really goes to show me that Candace Owens is just lying. Like, she literally could just show me the proof. She could even show me the proof behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, at least. She won't even do that. So it's like, okay, you got to be lying then.
I really believe that without a radical intervention, like a radically different approach, whether we get a Democrat or lesser of two evils Republican, like a continuity with what we have under Trump, I think that's a no-win proposition. Like, if it's Gavin Newsom, J.D. Vance, or Marco Rubio, if those are our options, and let's say everybody else in the Democratic field, I don't see any of those.
Bro, you got some lizard thumbs. What the heck is that? Like, look at this, guys. Like, good Lord, how does he... Bro.
Candidates solving it, fixing it. To me, it's really just a question of how fast or how slow it's all going to come crumbling down. And so that's the only reason why I say, if we degrade the two people in this administration, it's sort of like we know what we're going to get with them and we know it's not going to be radical enough. At least if we tear them down, it's a huge maybe, but then there's an opening that something radical may appear. And I've got some people in mind. I wouldn't say them, of course, because you know that game about
I just can't not see his thumbs. That holy cow, they're bothering me.
who's going to run and who's going to throw their hat in the ring, and then my endorsement might hurt that person if they're characterized as the Groiper or Caesar or something.
I don't think so. I mean, we have examples of that right here. I mean, Ken Paxton, you may or may not like.
Obscure podcasters, it's great.
But Brandon Herrera, who was on the show, he won his primary. We had him on the show. I knew him through the GunTube community, and he directly went up against AIPAC. They put out a hit on him, figuratively, to be clear to people watching. He fought them, and he's going to win. He's going to win his seat. He then won the primary. So, no, you could have an effect. I actually think it's a requirement, frankly, considering the risk, if we both acknowledge it. The risk is you say something radical could happen. With the answer you're giving me now, something radical will happen. It's the radical that we experienced from 2020 through 2024. So,
there, Jeff, those thumbs aren't going in his mouth. Try again. Okay.
The radical upside, you do got to give a name. You do have to give some finances and a ground game for us to take that risk. Because I don't think, and I'll make the case here, I don't think there's an equivalency. If you look at the actual record, Nick, when Democrats controlled the Senate, it gave us open borders, record inflation, right, at 9.1%, trillions in new spending. They, of course, stopped deportations. They stopped building the wall. They put DEI. I mean, they had the Department of Misinformation. Trump 2.0 has put us for the first time in net negative immigration, record deportations, over $1 trillion in cuts. Not to mention doing away with DEI in the administration, some huge Supreme Court wins that actually paved the way going forward. I mean, H-1Bs are a really big thing, I know, because you ran billboards on them. They are not the same. These are actually, I would say, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to argue against, whether they're enough, they're the single biggest rightward shifts domestically that we have seen in modern American history, and that includes Reagan, Nixon, anyone else. So the risk is what we lived through. That's guaranteed to happen unless we have concrete.
Right?
Yeah, what I would push back on is I really think that you think you're overstating some of the wins. To me, I would just say it's too little too late. I mean, as far as like open borders, that's my favorite one because Trump ran in 2016 saying, we're going to build a border wall. And why a border wall? Because it cannot be torn down. You build a physical structure, Democrats can't undo that. If it's an executive order, like Remain in Mexico or some of those other architecture, they can, and they did. And so it was really Trump's failure to build a border wall. And he enforced it through executive orders, which is why Democrats were able to come in and say, oh, we're just going to undo all of that. And you might say, well, okay, Trump has another crack at it, and the border is secure now. It's like record low crossings. There's no apprehensions at the border. However, it seems that once again, he's given up on the wall. You've got
That's incorrect,
coming
Nick.
up.
That's incorrect. Nick, he has built more of the wall in his first 6 months than all 4 years of Biden. And it's on track to be done in 2027. Let's call it 28. It's just
How much
not
wall has he
correct.
built this year?
This last year, it's been, as I understand it, hundreds of feet, and they're going to be putting up digital security, right, because there's certain areas and terrain that are a little bit more complicated, but more than Biden in 4 years. And you're saying vote for those people for 4 years. So there is a difference building anything than nothing. And I agree with you, by the way, like a good example, H-1Bs. Remember, you ran those billboards, right?
Yeah.
And you and I were on the same page. I don't know if you saw this. I was going hard at Elon Musk on X, on H-1Bs, and President Trump. And by the way, got into an argument with Vivek in person. I suggested a 3-point plan. One of them was a 6-figure fee. So you put up bill. Have you told your audience about the unfathomable wins on H-1Bs?
Well, I believe they hit the cap for H-1Bs last year, did they not, in 2025?
So 26% reduction in issuances, and new overseas H-1Bs, meaning people who are not in this country, down 87%. They were up anywhere from 20 to 90% under Biden. The denial rate was like 1%, 2% on a really good day. 87% reduction on new overseas H-1Bs with a $100,000 fee. If you put up billboards and people are upset about that, and you and I are in the same camp, have you told your audience about that?
You know what's really cool, though? The fact that Steven Crowder uses a Lewitt mic. That's awesome. I'm surprised he knows who Lewitt is at all. but he uses a Lewitt pure condenser, a 440, which is, I just got to point it out there. Nick Fuentes going with the generic Electro Voice. I didn't know this was Electro Voice for the longest time, but I know most podcasters use this mic. But it crazy. I just had to geek out a little bit because it's like, man, Crowder here with the Lewitt. That's wild.
That's the biggest shift we've ever seen in H-1Bs. It's not even close.
Again, yeah, I just don't think that's really, when you say, well, they're building hundreds of feet of border wall, that's more than Biden. Well, there's a 26% reduction in H-1Bs. They hit the cap, I believe,
87%. And here's
last
why,
year.
87%. Here's why, you know why. And Nick, let's both pretend that we're smart enough.
Okay.
The president has broad powers over people coming into this country, right? New H-1Bs. And I see this a lot where he gets no credit for executive orders. But then when things get blocked and cut, they also blame Donald Trump and go, well, why didn't he get these cuts? Well, that's because of 100% of Democrats. And yes, some feckless Republicans. We should know them by name, the Thunes, the Murkowskis, the Collins of the world who should be voted out. But
1,000,000% get Thune out.
He has broad powers on who's coming in the country. He can slap 100,000 on that, and he did. 87% reduction. To deal with the bulk of H-1Bs, people
Billy, have you seen my amps? I'll have to show you some of them after this.
who are extending them, that would require an act of Congress. So the most potent tool that he has as president, he enacted an 87% reduction in new people coming over. People should know that if they're going to say both sides are the same.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm just not sure, but I believe he hit the cap for H-1Bs last year. It was 127,000 came in.
You're always going to hit the cap when you're talking about people extending H-1Bs. What we're talking about is new people, new Pajeets coming.
In other words, what he's saying is, what Steven Crowder's telling Nick, is the people who are already here and they get renewed adds to that number. So 125,000 people, well, if literally 120,000 people renew, that counts. They were already here in America. They renewed anyway. Bam, hits the count. 5,000 new people were brought in. So it wasn't a crazy number, but Nick Fuentes is looking at it like 125,000 brand new people came into the country. No, a vast majority of those, 87% of those people were already in the country and just got renewed. That's what Nick Fuentes is not understanding.
Right?
Yeah.
$100,000. And this is important. It also, by the way, this is your job, my job as commentators. It shifts that Overton window where it's like, hey, we were told that they were bringing in, the Haji Elon Musk or the next brown Nikolai Tesla. Well, $100,000 fee would mean nothing. Instead, people now know these were people coming in to undercut Americans as cheap labor. So that number matters a lot. If Congress would act, you're not going to have it, especially not with more Democrats.
I would go further, though, and I would say, so you're still hitting the cap. And I would go further and say, what about all this talk about seasonal farm visas? What about this mass deportations? We're going to exempt agricultural workers. We're going to exempt farm workers, hospitality, luncheonettes. We're not going to deport anybody other than the criminal illegals. This is what I mean. It's like, because, I think maybe where we're getting stuck is...
Heck yeah, Nana. I can tell you're Irish.
It's not as if things are not improving. Like, you're 100% right. At Department of Labor and at DHS, they are making some policy changes. The $100,000 fee, I think that's great, and that's a great start. And cutting down the new overseas visas, that's great too. But once again, we were promised mass deportations. What's more, you had 10 million illegals come in under Biden. And so...
Okay, but here's the thing, Nick. The problem is the Democrats shut down funding for DHS for a long time. Trump can't mass deport if the people that he's trying to use to deport people are not getting paid. They can't do that. The people have to literally go and find work to support their families. They're not just able to go out of their way and keep doing their jobs without any pay. No, they got to find something to feed their wife and kids, dude. So how can that happen?
This is why I say it's just like too little, too late.
I'd say
it's
more
like,
than 10, 12 to 20, depending on how you count it, but a lot.
Sure. Well, and
too many. We agree. Too many.
But we don't even know how many deportations there are because ICE doesn't publish the data anymore. We don't have new official data on removals from the government since December 2024 from the Biden administration. So it's like, what we're being promised, and this, by the way, gets back to how radical it needs to be. It's like, because you could always say, and you wouldn't be wrong, at all that Republicans are going to be better. Are they going to build more border wall? Are we going to have less H-1Bs? Are we going to have more deportations? Absolutely. But when you actually look at the numbers, it's like, okay, well, they brought in 10 to 20 million in 4 years.
Right.
Even if the numbers are true and they say we arrested 600,000, maybe we only removed 300,000, you're not even making a dent in that. And you could say, well, anything counts. I would say it doesn't make a difference. Like, not really. 600,000 against 20 million? Not really. And that's where I would say I favor taking the risk of getting something more radical than what we know, which is getting something that won't be anything.
Well, and I can understand that position if I believe the numbers that you throw.
I mean, I understand the position if you're like literally like, okay, like we just can't survive this at all. If this is like our last, like, you know, we've been going through this for 15, 20 years now, and it's like, okay, literally Republicans still aren't doing anything, but man, at least give him more than a year. Give Trump more than a year. He's coming off of the back of literally the lockdowns, of everything Biden did. Good Lord, do you know how much damage was done in that 4 years? It's easier to damage something than it is to repair or build. It's way easier to damage and tear down, and Biden tore everything down. It's going to take some time. Miss Manners for the 20. Holy crap, thank you. I am late, but I made it. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you resolved your AC situation. I did. It was a capacitor issue on the actual outdoor unit itself. It wasn't a crazy hard fix or anything like that, but it was $700. So I did expect it to be like $2,000 to $5,000 though. So I'm totally happy. Don't get me wrong. But I am going to have to gut the entire air conditioning system in this old house and redo it all, which that'll come later. We'll see what happens. Am I part Native American? I am indeed half. I live here in Oklahoma. I am half Cherokee, half Irish. So, heck yeah. Thank you for noticing, Urban. I mean, not that it matters. I really don't care that much, to be honest. But, yeah. Heck yeah.
Here's the one thing that I do notice, and I don't think that you're a Democrat.
No.
I really don't.
Yeah, Trump has done more
But you do
than any other
consistently
president.
use Democrat talking points against the right. And you have, this is not a primary issue, right? You've advocated that your followers either sit out or vote Democrat in 2020, 22, 24.
Yeah, exactly. And Trump also got the 600,000 self-deportations. You're right, Quantum. And that's crazy, too. Like, no other president has ever done anything like that. Got self-deportations, and that's 600,000 people who now will potentially be allowed to come back to America if they come back the right way. And I'm so glad about that. These are good enough people who came in. All the good people who came in self-deported. They took a paycheck. They got out of our country. They're not even banned from the country. You know what I mean? They have another chance to come back. Those are the good, hardworking people that the left talks about so much. The ones who stayed and didn't self-deport, those are the criminals that the right is talking about. That people like us are talking about. That need to be removed.
And as a result, the big one, you know, and this is a big problem that I've had with your approach, not you as a human being.
Hey,
Georgia,
thank you,
right?
Jen.
That flipped the Senate with Kamala Harris as a tiebreaker, and precisely
I
because
use something called Monday. It's whatever my wife buys at Walmart. It's called Monday. I use Head and Shoulders for, you know, the good stuff, because that's the nice smelling stuff that I like. But as for conditioner, I just get whatever my wife gets. She got something from Trader Joe's once, and it was nice, too. I can't remember what it was called, but yeah, that's what I use. It's not about using conditioner though. It's about how you use it. Just leave it in your hair for like 5 minutes and then chill. Also, one thing that probably helps that most women don't do. I take a cold shower. Not necessarily ice cold, but tap water cold, probably like 70 to 80 degrees. You know what I mean? Most women take a shower at like 108 to 110. They go way above hot tub levels. That's going to mess not only your hair up, but it's just not good for you. You got to wake up in the morning, take a cold shower. It's good stuff. It's good stuff for you, I promise. You may not like it at first, but you'll get used to it. I love me a cold shower. They feel so good to me, though. I love it.
if people had followed, I'm not saying that you're responsible, but if people had followed your prescription in Georgia, that would be the exact reason for 10 to 20 million illegal aliens coming over an open border wall. That would be the exact reason for stopping them. That would be the exact reason for a doubling in some instances of H-1Bs. And I don't think that those changes are mild. When you say 600,000, we both know that is a point that the left will use. It's not accurate. You do have to include self-deportations because there's an incentive for self-deportations and more people are self-deporting. Next thing, I bet you'll say that Obama or Clinton deported more people. We did an entire segment on this because people on the right are saying that, and it's factually not true.
Well, I never encourage people to vote Democrat in 2022, 24. Only this is the first year I've told people to vote Democrat.
Dude, just like Richard Spencer, right? Because Richard Spencer was the one going around in 2020 and 2022 and 2024 telling people to vote Democrat. See, he was your predecessor. You've replaced Richard Spencer now officially. He's like gone. And now you're taking his lead now that he is officially gone for the past like 2 years. So that's why you switched to vote Democrat. It's kind of weird how Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and all them are kind of following suit. Kind of weird how that works, right? And I have no doubt that Candace Owens will say vote Democrat. I have no doubt that Tucker Carlson will as well. I'm willing to bet. We'll see how it happens, but I'm willing to bet that that's what's going to happen, by the way. Oh, and also, I don't know if I properly thanked you, by the way, Miss Manners. Thank you so much for that super chat. That's very kind of you. But yeah, I just don't think that this is a surprise at all. I knew Nick Fuentes was going to do this because that's how his predecessor did it. And that's how they always do it. So, and the other times he said sit out on voting, sit out on voting. Like, imagine if he didn't tell his audience to sit out on voting. How much better of Republicans we would have in right now? We might not have Thune. This whole thing may have been averted if just Nick Fuentes would stop screwing around and telling people not to vote or vote Democrat. We probably wouldn't have had Peter Thune in there. Peter Thune, right? Whatever his first name is. And that's the thing. We would have already had the SAVE Act passed, which means we would have had mail-in voting banned. We would have had paper ballots only. Our elections would already be saved. But it's because of people like Nick Fuentes, who literally... Oh, keep going the wrong way. Nick Fuentes is over here on my screen, but to you guys, he's over there. Anyway, so we would have already had the SAVE Act passed if it wasn't for people like Nick Fuentes telling people to sit out and not vote.
Now, all those other elections, I told people to sit out selectively or altogether. But the Georgia Senate runoff, which is, I think, what you're talking about, January 5, 2021, with Loeffler and Perdue, you know, this is, again, it's like Trump, I think we both agree, got cheated out of that election. Like, they stole the election. At the same time, Republicans controlled the state legislature in all the swing states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Everywhere where that was being adjudicated, Republicans were in control.
Pennsylvania,
and
65.
they just refused to do anything. They refused to change the slate of electors. And at the same time that they were telling us we're not going to remedy the election, they were also begging us to vote to hold the line in the Senate. And here I am saying, wait a second, why don't we hold the line in the White House? You're worried about the Senate. And then I would add on top of that, and maybe this is going to be controversial, I actually don't think Republicans are really all that against illegal immigration. I think that Democrats and Republicans maybe wanted the illegals here because there was a significant labor shortage after the pandemic ended. People were slow to return to work. They were being paid too much. And, you know, so you could say, like, if only Republicans had won, then there wouldn't be 10 to 20 million illegals.
But what numbers do you have to back that up? First off, Nick, come on, you did. You told people to sit out or vote. In 2022, you told them to sit out or vote Democrat. And I'll give you 2020, you said you did. But
he did. He absolutely did. I have gone over this in my own videos. I have absolutely been calling out Fuentes for a while. Yes, he did. This is what's hilarious about it, too. Like, just... Oh, man. Who's Nick Fuentes working for? The SPLC. That's the funny thing about that. Crazy.
In 2020,
no, in 2020, I was pro-Trump.
No, in 2020, yeah, but in 2022, you told people to sit out or vote Democrat. I remember that.
I didn't tell them to vote Democrat in 22. I just said sit out.
You said sit out or vote Democrat. In 2020, you did not say vote Democrat. You said we're going to destroy the GOP and to sit out the runoff in Georgia, which is exactly what flipped the Senate, which is exactly what opened the borders and stopped the border wall and led to the woke fucking nightmare that we...
1,000,000%. Thank you, Steven Crowder, for actually holding him accountable. Because other people who don't interview Fuentes at all do not hold him accountable. This is why I like Steven Crowder. Every single time every single time Steven Crowder gets someone on his show, he holds them accountable. It is just masterfully done. This is why I like him. This is why I sided with him over the Daily Wire. This is why I sided with him over Candace Owens. This is why I sided with him over Tucker Carlson. He actually pushes back. Whether he's disingenuous about it or not, I'm not going to be able to read his mind and tell you. But I can absolutely just be happy that he's actually doing it, unlike most other people. You know what I mean? So, you're going to continue to Freedom Live? Oh, absolutely. I don't blame you guys. If anybody needs to jump over to Gary's stream, I'm not going to be offended by it at all. The guy has a way better stream than I do. So, I will not take offense. I totally understand. Thank you all so much for being here, and tell Gary I said hello. Because dude's just awesome.
We dealt with, right? Because if people had gone out... Okay, go ahead.
Got to correct the record. I got to correct the record. In 2020, in the 2020 election, I told people vote Trump. It was only in the runoff in Georgia in January 5, 21, that I said, sit this one out. In 22, I don't remember, it was 4 years ago. I believe I just said, don't vote Republican. Like 26, it was a big deal for me to say, vote Democrat, because I'm not a Democrat, as you know, and I appreciate you clarifying that. But no, I've only told people to sit out. This is the first year I'm saying punish them. And I guess the larger point is maybe we just disagree on the level of complicity of the Republicans. I think they're utterly complicit, because even going back to, and this is formative for me, Trump won in 16 saying border wall, and you remember Republicans wouldn't give him more than $1.8 billion for that little fence in the Rio Grande Valley. And they said, no, we're going to focus on Obamacare and the tax cut. We'll do the border wall after the midterms, which they lost, and then they shrugged and said,
so Nick, but now be accurate with your audience. Why wasn't the border wall built? Was it for the same reason that it was completely paused after the 2020 midterms? In other words, you say Republicans, do you mean Democrats? And so they said the perfect is the enemy of the good, and they got done what they could get done at that time. It would be like people in the future saying, he didn't do anything about H-1B visa extensions. Well, sure, because he can't. It'll be blocked 100% by Democrats, maybe 10 to 15, 20% Republicans, but he used the most potent tool at his disposal, right? So,
not only is Nick paid opposition, he is paid by the SPLC. That I mean, it's just obvious because of what came out from Charlottesville. Yeah, he's certainly paid.
You put all this in the same basket.
Yep, I will be doing Candace's show after this.
No, they weren't able to. And in many cases, they weren't able to, especially because you told people to sit out. When you look at what they've been able to do, I don't think these are minute differences. We've both agreed these are the most rightward shifts that we've seen in American policy in modern American history, which brings us back to the risk. I think we both agree, the risk of the left, right? You've not had any ill-conceived delusions that this is not a risky play. And I appreciate that you're straightforward about that, right? You're not like, this is going to be great. You know it could backfire.
Loosely.
So what are the concretes? It brings us back to that. If I'm going to take this risk, because I think that a 99% reduction in border crossings is significant, 87% H-1Bs. I think the Supreme Court cases are significant. I think, dozens, hundreds of feet of the wall being built is significant, whatever it is. I think it's significant, but I'm willing to take the risk this plan will be effective because I need you to walk me through the end of the plan, as opposed to hopefully these magic candidates will show up and then you're going to deal with the donor class again and the ground game again. What does it look like? Give me the plan.
Yeah. Well, once again, I'll just say first, and then I'll get just to respond to the preamble there. It's like, I just grow tired of these games where it's like every cycle there's this excuse. It's like, well, we did this, we couldn't do that. It's politics, and this is just a brief example I'll give. They allocated in the big, beautiful bill, what was it, $200 billion, $190 billion for DHS. Significant portion of that goes to ICE. And then they gave up on deportations in January because they said, well, this is not popular for the midterms. Then they launched the most unpopular war in modern history in Iran. It's like, if you can eat a S-word sand, I don't know if you'd swear on this show.
You can say whatever you want. Yeah, okay. It's Rebel, for God's sake. I mean, we're on YouTube, but
Alex Jones, he's on radio, so, But, they
want to see this language.
Yeah,
take your methylene blue.
Yeah, turmeric.
Yeah.
They want us to eat a shit sandwich on Iran, but then on deportations, they go, oh, well, what about the midterms? So to me, these come across as like excuses, but I do want to get into what the plan is. You're right. It's hope. We're hoping for a space to be opened up for a candidate to go in, and there isn't anything specific. I have a candidate in mind. and there's a ground game being built and things like that. I can't share that information. There's maybe a couple candidates that I'm looking at. But again, you know how it goes. Unless somebody's ready to announce, you can't really say, oh, so-and-so is going to run for office. And then especially because it's me, I can't be the harbinger of whoever the candidate will be.
Well, why?
But
Let's explore that, though, because we both agree, two-party system, you need voting blocks. You need coalition. So if there are that many people out there who share your view, shouldn't be a problem for you to endorse anyone. As a matter of fact, that's a net positive. So give us the name.
I can't do that. Once again, it's not somebody that's announced they're running. It's not somebody that maybe even is in contention.
It's Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, I have no idea.
But I mean, you know how this goes. When you have people that are running for president, they don't say they're not going to make an announcement until they're ready to make an announcement.
Well, sure, but usually these people who are developing Republican strategies aren't telling people to vote Democrat in a midterm, right? That's a long game, and you need that answer for people to take it on faith.
Yeah, I would like to know who it is that's behind actually saying vote Democrat. Because, well, no matter what, if Nick Fuentes endorses them, I'm going to know it's them. But what's the point? Tell us now.
Otherwise, it's just snake handling.
Well, I think that, once again, either way, you can take my word for it or not, but what isn't going to work is Vance and Rubio. Like, that's a 0-win proposition. You could sit there and say, well, but that's better than a Democrat. At least that's concrete. I would say it's concrete that we're going to lose. It's concrete that if we get a continuation of this, we're going to get more of this, and this is not working. So,
you may be right. It probably either is Tucker or Joe Kent. Those are probably the two people that I would expect the most out of it. More than likely. Probably more likely on Joe Kent, since he's been in office. Tucker has really not, and I just don't think he probably wouldn't do as good of a job as a politician. Joe Kent, I think, would be the guy. If Joe Kent runs and Nick Fuentes endorses him, it's just instantly like, that can't happen. No way. I would never back him.
Rather than trying something that isn't working, I want to give a chance that something might work. And if people want to take a leap of faith, then I think that's where they need to go. But, the way it is right now.
Not working. I guess you would have to define working, right? So, again, this is, right. Okay, first net negative migration country, right, for over 30 years.
See, I dispute that. I don't think that's true.
Okay. Go ahead, dispute it.
I think to say that it's net negative migration, you have to count self-deportations. I've seen a lot of different, and I think those are being overcounted because they took this number from the community survey from the census, which was taken last year, and there were 65,000 households polled, and they basically said, well, there was a lack of response from like non-residents, non-citizens of the United States, and then they used that to extrapolate, what was the number? 1.5 million people left the country. And then later, by the way, that data got corrected. It was in CIS, Confederation for Immigration, something or other, Center for Immigration Studies. They actually corrected the number with the new 2026 data and said, no, actually, we vastly overestimated how many illegals we thought left the country. So, in other words, the government keeps track of how many people self-deport. That's not the number they're using. They're using this basically a guess based on a survey with a very small sample size to say, we think all these people left, and that's just not reliable. So I don't, that's not.
Did you think maybe once that reporting those, they might have to answer to a judge now? That maybe they're just like, we're just getting these illegals out? Maybe there's a strategy behind it. Maybe it's the only way to get around the extreme left right now that is trying to stop these deportations. I don't know. Just food for thought.
A good number. I don't believe that.
Yeah, well, that's not the only number. And you would have a point if that was the only number that people were using. It's not. It is the number that the left wants people to use. And this is why I say I can, and I get it. You don't like this administration, right? I understand that. So it would make sense that you would use the numbers of people who are sympathetic to attacking the administration. But we also have the CBP One. Okay, so am I. And let's assume that we both are. CBP One app does have abilities to track. The Brookings Institute, by the way, left-leaning, has also estimated net negative migration. There are plenty of third-party analyses. It's not just one number. It's actually one that's not even being argued because the left is using it as an argument as part of their campaign.
Oh, look at Candace Owens' title. Let's see it. Suspicious, more bizarre details from, was it staged? Okay. I guess we'll see what happens here. We'll see.
Hey, isn't this horrible for immigrants? But okay, let's dispute that one number. And just let's even say that it's just one source. I would present them and I'll make this stuff publicly available. I disagree with you. But then also looking at, for example, what we talked about, H-1Bs is a big deal. Looking at the border being closed 96 to 99%, depending if you also want to use border crossings, asylum claims, refugees. You look at spending cuts. I hear people say nothing. Well, no, it's hundreds of billions of dollars in DOGE cuts. And if you want to use the left's point, say actually it's only a few $billion. It's not possible if you look at what's happened with NGOs. Medicaid alone, just requiring, I think we could agree on this, young, able-bodied American males and females who are single with no kids, working or going to school 80 hours a month. SNAP, right? Just no Coca-Cola, no Fanta. You're looking at 900 billion plus another 100-something billion. These are not small things. Work requirements. You look at, obviously energy independence. I know we're going through the war right now, but if you actually look at what we're able to produce in comparison to the Green New Deal, in comparison to pausing leases, this is going to have a serious effect for Americans. H-1Bs, 87% reduction in new ones, DEI in the federal government. If Democrats get the risk too, we won't be able to have this conversation. We both have to agree on that. If the Democrats seize power, first off, they're going to pack the courts. This is the plan. People need to know it. They will pack the courts. Right. They want to go to 13. They want to make Puerto Rico a state. They want to grant all illegal aliens and any temporary citizens the right to vote and undo everything, right? And that would include deplatforming. That's the risk. That's the plan. So we can't just, and I'm not saying you're lying, but we can't just take your word for it to take that risk. You can understand that.
Well, here's what I would say to that. I think that every election, the Republican side basically overstates what the Republicans are doing for us. And then I think they exacerbate or overstate the risk of Democrats. This whole they're going to pack the courts and make Puerto Rico a state. It's well, they didn't do that under Biden. I don't think they're going to do that this time. And if you believe that they did, why aren't we using the nuclear option? If you really thought Democrats were going to break precedent, pack the courts, make Puerto Rico a state, do this and that, okay, then it's life or death. We have to do everything possible.
It is. Then
use the nuclear option, okay, and pass the SAVE Act so that, we could get.
Isn't that what we're trying to do? We're trying to get the SAVE Act packed. Not packed. Not the courts packed. We're trying to get the SAVE Act passed. That's what's going to save us. Literally why it's called the SAVE Act. And now we have dumb people like Thune who is not wanting to pass it. That's one of our problems. But you're saying, oh, let's go ahead and get Democrats in there now? So what? They can completely destroy the SAVE Act? Can't we at least get the SAVE Act done first? Save our elections first? So that way we can control our elections better? I don't know. It seems to me that Nick Fuentes does not want us to have the ability to safeguard our elections. That's exactly what he's doing.
All these Democrats off the voter rolls, and so that we could break the logjam on DHS and get them their money and do the deportations. But it's Republicans will act like it's life or death, most important election. But then when it comes to nuclear option, they go, oh, we can't do that. Oh, well, we can't do the deportations. Oh, well, this is the best we could do. And it's okay, so somebody's not telling the truth here. And I don't think it's you, but I think it's
I agree with you. There are Republicans who aren't telling the truth. I agree with you. And by the way, they need to be, for example, Thune, Cornyn, screw that guy with a wire brush, right? People like that. Yeah. But we know them by name. To throw them all into the same basket and it's a constant dismissal. I don't really think that there are deportations that are enough. I don't really think we're a net negative migration country. I don't really think that 87% of H-1Bs. I don't really think just executive order 2 genders. I don't really care downsizing the federal government by hundreds of thousands. I don't really care that housing prices and rent prices are at multi-year lows. Those things don't matter because it's not enough when we know that the Democrats will obviously, and this is their plan. They didn't say they were going to make Puerto Rico a state and pack the court to 13 last time. They're saying that now. What they did say is that they were going to go a different direction on immigration, and we got, by our agreement, 10 to 20 million in 3.5 years.
Now, Steven Crowder's just being polite, but he does call out Nick Fuentes more than anybody else, and does a really good job of it. I don't know. But he is going to be polite still, because that's the Republican way. And I agree with being polite,
That is unsurvivable, and you're recommending that people take that risk based on then what else? Where do we go? So we vote Democrat, we take the risk, but we cut it off at the pass. And
but again, it's you can say, well, that's not survivable. Well, we got We got 10 to 20 million illegals. Why? Because Republicans didn't build a wall. And now they're not going out because Republicans won't deport them. So it's like, if Democrats get in, they're going to end the world. That's why we...
If you think finishing the wall was going to keep the Democrats from letting in a bunch of illegals, you are insane. That is a dumb thing to say. Just because we have a wall doesn't mean there's not a door that they can open to let them flood right on in. You know this, Nick. You absolutely know this. This is absolutely ridiculous. When we do open borders, which is what we did for 4 years, we've never done open borders like this before. Joe Biden allowed open borders. And this is what Nick Fuentes is saying, hey, let's go back to that. No, I don't want to go back to that. Ever.
Need
But what you do
Republicans
is
to
you
like
take
not do anything?
No, you're taking what Democrats did and blaming all Republicans. Most Republicans wanted the wall. We voted, but we can't because you
They
also have
get
something
it.
known as gridlock. And then you're saying vote for the Democrats who blocked the wall and opened the border.
But in 17, we had the House, the Senate, the White House, the Supreme Court. Why didn't they use the nuclear option to just build the wall?
Because we didn't know how bad it was, Fuentes. 2016, we thought Trump was going to be able to get there and literally clear out the swamp. We didn't realize that the swamp was an ocean. We didn't realize that Trump was going to get impeached every single freaking day. We didn't realize that they were going to come out with 10,000 different lawsuits against Trump. We didn't know that they were going to sit there and steal the election by using a disease that came from China. We didn't know any of that, Fuentes. We had no clue that that was going to go on. And then it got as bad as it possibly could get. And we were like, oh, wow. And then now that we're like, okay, now we have an understanding, let's get Trump back. We get Trump back. And then you give him no more than a year and you already say Trump has failed. And he's got 3 years left to fix something that we discovered back in 2016 that we didn't know he needed to fix until pretty much today. About a year ago, actually. 2 years ago. I guess technically speaking, when Biden got elected into office, we then knew everything that needed to be fixed. But we had to wait 4 years and then get in Trump. And we only give him literally 6 months? Because really it's been 6 months, not even a year. The first 6 months of Trump's presidency, you were so happy about it. It's the last 6 months of Trump's presidency you're not very happy about. And now that you're not happy about the last 6 months of Trump, oh, he's a failure. That is that's so low IQ. That's so low IQ, you know what I mean? Wait, Anne's birthday's today? Wait, where? Anne. I'm not paying attention. It's my birthday and I'm trying to get my teenage kids to play games with me. It's not going to. Hey, you tell them to treat you better. Tell your kids to play some games. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you so much for being here. That's awesome.
Because the Republicans don't really want to build a wall. They want the illegals to come here. And then when the Democrats get in, they can say, oh, shucks, the Democrats brought in all these illegals. And so we're going to deport them. Get us elected. Never mind. We only want to deport the violent criminals. Net negative migration is good enough. And it's like, that's the risk. The risk is that we play this game forever. I want to step outside of it, break the matrix. We got to run.
Well, you've only given it 6 months, Nick. So I suggest you give it a little longer.
The Trump playbook from 16, get somebody fresh in. To me, that's the risk.
I don't have a problem with getting someone fresh in. I don't have a problem with getting someone fresh in. As a matter of fact, here's the problem. I actually agree with you in principle on the premise of wanting to get someone fresh in. I don't probably have the disdain for Rubio and Vance. Between the two, I probably would choose Rubio because of
Really?
Well, just because I agree with you that the threat of big tech and AI, and I think that's something that's a very uncozy relationship that worries me. But I don't know. I'm not. They're not ideal. But I still would pick them over a Kamala Harris or a Gavin Newsom. I don't think Gavin Newsom is a Chad. I think Gavin Newsom would be a disaster. I think Gretchen Whitmer would be the worst. But I think they've learned their lesson. They're not going to run abroad. Hopefully, she would be the worst thing that could happen to this country, Gretchen Whitmer. But I would like someone else. The problem is your plan guarantees the opposite, historically, without exception. I'm sure you're aware of this. In other words, you're asking people to take a risk. Well, you're aware of the moderate Republican paradox. This goes all the way back to Goldwater.
Which is?
So it's any time Republicans lose big, right? Democrats chief power, especially when Republicans go further right and they lose big, Democrats attain power, the donor class, who you need to reckon with the donor class, right, as part of your prescription, they immediately go to the most moderate candidate who they think is winnable. So, for example, just using some like after Goldwater, they decided to go with a more moderate Nixon.
Wait a minute, guys. I just realized something. We just hit 28,000. We just hit 28,000. Thank you all so much. Seriously, thank you guys. I'm just blown away. 28,000 now. Guys, we are so close to 30,000, it's scary. Thank you all so much. I just had to stop this and genuinely thank you guys.
What happened with Ford over Reagan, if you look at what happened after George Bush, McCain, and then you even look at examples like the Tea Party swinging further right, and then I'm going, oh my gosh, you know what, we need someone moderate to win the general, Mitt Romney. So what you're doing historically, with pretty much no exception, is guaranteeing the next John McCain or Mitt Romney.
I think you're missing one. I think you're missing a notable exception to that. Yeah.
But Donald Trump was an outsider, was a Democrat his whole life, right? We have to agree it's an outlier. You're talking about operating within the binary. When Republicans lose big, Democrats are so bad, they go, okay, we can't live under this rule. Historically, they go, let's pick the most winnable candidate. So you're going to deal with those donors, hundreds of billions, potentially trillions of dollars, in 2028, with who? With what kind of funding and what kind of ground game? Because I also don't want Mitt Romney. For crying out loud, Mitt Romney.
Rubio.
Yeah, I would never want Romney. No, not a chance. I would never. I would go for just about any other Republican than Romney, to be honest.
Here's the thing is like, if you're saying you're going for Rubio,
I didn't say I'm going for Rubio. I said if I had to pick between the two, because I really don't like the Palantir connection. I agree with you, is what I was saying.
But, okay, and fair enough. I don't want to mischaracterize your position. However, you must acknowledge the way it's looking, they're going to consolidate behind one or the other. And right now, it looks like Rubio is the donor choice. The Wall Street donors, the pro-Israel donors, they're taking informal survey. They want Rubio. And to me, it's like, okay, 10 years after Trump defeated Rubio, New American Century, Miriam Adelson's puppet, I think Trump literally said at AIPAC, or the Republican Jewish Coalition, he said, you want Rubio because he's your puppet and he'll do whatever you want because he takes your money. He's a Florida creature.
He also said Ted Cruz's dad killed JFK. Come on, we know what goes on with primaries with Trump. And one thing I do have to address, he's not an outlier. Republicans won in 2014 before Trump paved the way for him. That's what I'm saying. If they win, you can veer them further right. They also won in 2022. If they win, you can veer them right. That's what paved.
Okay, Rubio gets a little bit more respect from me. Tea Party was actually decently okay. From what I remember, Tea Party was actually like, hey, you know, just like the whole throwing the tea over the harbor. That's what we're about. So, I don't know. He gets a little bit of bonus points for me. Was there any problems that you guys had with the Tea Party? This is 2010. This is way before I got into politics, so
the way for Trump. So it actually proves the point. If Republicans lose, you guaranteed historically pave the way for a moderate Republican. It doesn't go the other way. So I'm asking you, and that's what I don't want. That's a big fear of mine, by the way. I don't like, I'm not all in on Rubio or Vance, but I would like to not see someone worse, to not see someone more moderate, to not see a Romney or McCain. That's what we'd be looking at if there's a big Democrat win. You just made my point with Trump, right? He was able to because of 2014 Republican. He probably wouldn't have been able to if you were looking at a Republican loss. It would have been like Goldwater. It would have been like McCain.
But you had a Democrat incumbent or a Democrat leaving office, which was Obama. Here's the dynamic, the way that I see it, is that Democrats win in 2026, and they're going to sabotage this administration because they're going to impeach Trump. They're going to investigate everybody, and they're going to find embezzlement, corruption. Like they're going
to fabricate embezzlement and corruption. You know this, Nick. What was the Steele dossier? What was that? What was the whole lawsuits that they made over Trump with E. Jean Carroll? What was the lawsuits that they made whenever they said that he took out too many loans or too big of loans on Mar-a-Lago? It was all fake. What about the whole documents that the FBI came in and kicked open his door on Mar-a-Lago and raided him and took all these all these documents that were secured? All that was real? You think the Democrats are going to waste time with finding real stuff? No, because there's no real stuff to actually find on Trump. If they would have been able to find it, they would have done it over the past 16 years that Trump was around. And they have not done that. The reason why they haven't done that is because they have nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like, it's just silly. Oh, but now all of a sudden the Democrats are going to find fraud and stuff. Yeah, right, dude. Actually, yeah, right.
Some problems in this administration, or at least there's a lot of smoke, let's say, around Howard Lutnick and some of the crypto stuff. And there's a lot that I would even like to see investigated. And so everybody in the administration is going to be hurt by this, Rubio and Vance included. That weakens them ahead of the primary. If they are toxically associated to the administration, which is failing more under Democrats, then to me, that provides an opening for somebody fresh from the outside that says, I'm sort of repudiating Trump's legacy, or maybe even I have some allegiance to Trump's original message in 2016. You know, maybe I'm going to save Trumpism from itself or where it went astray. That's kind of, I don't think we need to get into like Barry Goldwater. That's how I see it. If Republicans are, if Trump is strong going into 28, then his people are strong. They have a better chance of winning the primary, and there's big consolidation. If they're weak, then people are going, oh, I don't know. Rubio and Vance are toxic. They're tied.
I also only have one phone, but I would dabble with just getting me a second phone. But if I did, it would certainly be a flip phone. And this phone would end up becoming my work phone, and I just have a little flip phone just for, people who are important in my life.
To Trump, they're unpopular. Maybe we need something else.
Oh,
So
the Easter
I
Bunny's
think
like,
that's the
ew.
dynamic. I mean, do you disagree, and why?
We'll jump over to
Well,
her
if he's
soon.
strong, wouldn't that suggest that the country's in a good place?
Yeah, I do. In a better place,
In a
certainly.
better place with Democrats.
Right. No. If Trump is strong,
We're saying if strong going
would-
into 28 after people vote Democrat.
no. If Trump is strong, if Democrats don't win big and they're not able to sabotage him,
Okay.
he'll be stronger than he would have been otherwise.
So wait, are you saying he would be strong because people vote Democrat?
No, I'm saying he's stronger if Democrats don't win.
Right, the midterms.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So how does that play into your plan? And forgive me, there could have been a timeline there where I was confused. I was assuming that we were going along with your plan, and Democrats get voted in 2026.
Yeah, Democrats get voted in 26, and they weaken Trump. Trump is weaker, and by association, everybody else is weaker. Rubio, Vance, because again, they're going to dredge up all this stuff, and you're not going to be able to run from that because they're going to haul people before the House. They're going to impeach people.
Nick actually thinking that Democrats are going to be honest and they're actually going to find corruption is so unbelievably stupid. It's so unbelievably stupid. It couldn't work in a billion years. Are you kidding me? How many times have Democrats won the midterms? Almost every time. And then what happens? Things suck. Why would we want to do it again?
It's going to get ugly.
Sure.
And I want them to because this administration's a failure. It's an utter betrayal.
No, it's not. It's been in existence for a year. You're insane.
And I don't think I don't want to say you won't acknowledge. I think you disagree. But they promised mass deportations, and that's not happening. They promised no new wars, and we got a war with Iran. They stabbed us in the back.
So
No, we are getting deportations, Nick. We are getting mass deportations. They are doing their best. Okay? As for no new wars, we literally bombed Iran because they didn't do what we told them to do, and that's our place to do so. They would not sign our deal because they had one from Obama. From Biden. They got rid of Trump's deal with Iran, and then Trump went to go make his deal with Iran again, and this time they refused, and this time they had consequences for it. You are leaving that part out on purpose.
couple of things there, and I think this is important. We did get it. If you want to predicate it on Democrat numbers that we don't have deportations or enough, but at least we have some versus mass importations. And I certainly would say if you look to the matter of record that even from left-leaning think tanks, institutes, that we are seeing record deportations. We have a net negative migration country. I never thought would happen in our lifetime. Nobody actually disputes that except for you. Okay, I don't think that's a betrayal.
That's not nobody.
I do think
not
a betrayal
nobody.
is saying that you don't care about immigration, which you said. And that's where I need to know, do these things matter? Do these things matter to you? Does immigration matter? Yeah, does immigration actually matter? Because people who care about immigration certainly see this administration as the biggest wins of our lifetime ever, in contrast to Biden.
You're wrong about that. You're wrong about that, and I'll tell you
On
why.
immigration.
Because there are people in DHS. People in DHS, I talk to people in the administration. I'm sure you do as well. The morale is low.
I actually really don't. You're probably more welcome than I am.
Really?
Surprising as it is.
Well,
You're more congenial.
Well, there's that. Anyway, Amanda Clark says for $2 says, "Hey Artie, Here's some anti-grifter money. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much, Amanda Clark. You guys are amazing. Thank you all.
I'm a pretty congenial guy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm more of a prick.
friendly.
Great.
No, you're a good guy, Steven. Because we get
appreciate
along. But in DHS, the morale is super low. They're literally going and telling people,
It's low because of sanctuary cities and people fucking kicking
Come
out their
on.
taillights and them being
Come on.
hamstrung. Like you're sidestepping people creating sanctuary cities. The left will not deport violent felons.
Oh, hey, kiddos. Did you get my text? Oh, you bring up a good old piggy boy. Yeah, thank you.
In our prison system,
See,
Nick,
this
and you're
is what
telling
I'm-
people to vote for them. You
this is
can't
what I'm
just
saying.
sidestep
It's
it.
like, it's always these excuses like Republicans
Wife came in to get the thermometer there next to the bed. Poor, my oldest one is 6, so yeah.
are going to give us
Unfortunate.
deportations. Well, no, we can't because sanctuary cities and
I
Congress.
didn't say that.
and-
They still are in spite of it. Donald Trump gave us an
They're not.
87% reduction, which you haven't. You ran billboards. Give me this
Are
one.
we talking about H-1Bs or illegals right now?
Both. Because you said
we
last
gotta
time you were
focus
on the
on
show.
illegals.
Well, because last time on the show you said, "Well, who cares about illegal immigration?" You accepted the premise because if they're replacing you legally, and you run billboards on that, and it's the single biggest strides that have ever been made in our lifetime, and you're like, I don't know. That sounds to me
Steven,
like an excuse, Nick.
They said mass deportations, not net negative migration. They said mass deportations, largest deportation in history. And by the way, there's people in DHS, they're reaching out to this mass deportations project, this mass deportation coalition, because Trump is holding it back. Trump has been convinced by Brooke Rollins that we can't deport people from farms. And he's being convinced by Wall Street that we can't deport a lot.
And who else is saying that? Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's your person, Nick. That's a person you support. Saying that we can't deport people from farms or construction companies like her own. But you're fine with that. You really do like to sabotage America.
Lot of people in general from the labor force because it's going to put upward pressure on prices. It's going to hurt the economy. So it's like, well, let's be honest. Trump is the problem. Trump is slowing down deportations.
Agreed,
He doesn't
Waffles.
want them. Like they're
Gary's
betraying
amazing.
us. They could do more. They're choosing not to. They walked it back like 100 times in the past few months. They went
Marjorie
to
Taylor Greene.
the Trump Doral for their congressional retreat, and the deputy chief of staff said, don't say mass deportations, that's done. Susie Wiles and the rest of them said it's a course correction. We're shifting gears. We're changing the strategy. We're focusing on violent offenders, violent criminals. There's all this
trying to open
consternation
his
in the
box.
White House saying, oh,
can't.
Trump is being convinced to approve all these seasonal farm workers. He's being
got it.
convinced not to do the deportations, only focus on criminals, which, by the way, that's kind of like what Biden was doing, picking people up.
He loves to go in there and eat his pig's ears. So he loves his bed. I don't know why. He loves that thing. That actually, I don't know. I've never seen a dog like going into a box. He loves his box. He hangs out there all the time.
Up at prisons that murdered
Weird dog.
people.
Can I-
That's been going on. That's an Obama policy, but go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Because we both, by the way, have a tendency to kind of, I think your brain works the same way I do. We're like, and
Certainly.
this bullshit, and this
We're
bullshit.
ranting, yeah.
And I don't know about you, but it's in my personal life, too. I'll come home to my lady. I'll be like, this bullshit. She'll be like, okay. It's kind of like the old man. Put him down, like, go, Ted, go grab a drink and calm down and play some games. So I wanted to deal with those kind of separately. I understand what you're saying. But you are making the same mistake that the left makes quite often. And what I mean by that is pointing to rhetoric as opposed to policy. So you say, okay, let's assume, although I just don't agree, there are no record deportations. There are in comparison to Obama, to Clinton, certainly to Biden. We certainly would have to agree on that because they counted border turnaways. But net negative migration. Okay, that doesn't matter. You're pointing to the rhetoric. Okay, H-1Bs, that doesn't matter because you're pointing to the rhetoric. You also have to look at other numbers, like, for example, the job growth under Biden entirely to foreign-born workers. These numbers also don't lie. Net negative for native-born Americans, and it has flipped precisely under Donald Trump. That is important for particularly young Americans who you have as an audience, right? We have a youth unemployment that I think we would both agree is directly affected by H-1Bs, cheap labor, illegal immigration. It's bad here. It's worse anywhere the left has power. You're talking about 20% across Europe. You're talking about 15% in Canada. Those numbers also don't lie. Okay, Joe Biden, no Americans hired post-COVID. Only foreign-born workers. First year of Donald Trump, switch. Foreign-born workers, their jobs go down, job losses, growth for native-born Americans. That in combination does become undeniable in saying these aren't mild differences. This is a major difference. And rhetoric, in having to deal with the media, well, we're going after violent criminals first. Tom Homan was on the show. I guess that would be one of the administration. He's someone we've had on the show a couple of times. He said, well, of course, we're going after violent criminals, but what are we going to do if we run into someone who's not violent? We're going to deport them. They can't be here. That's our job. We're going to deport them too. In other words, it gives them some leeway, and the numbers bear that out. It's not even close, Nick.
No, but here's the thing. I mean, you can say it's better than Obama, but have we been fighting for 10 years for all of this? For we're deporting more people than Obama after they let in 20 million people? No, we voted for.
You realize in order for us to be able to deport people as fast as you want, we'd have to have 20 million people working and deporting people. Do you understand the amount of people we would have to do? We don't have that many people, Nick. We just don't have that many people. We're trying to get as many hired on as possible. We're also trying to get people to self-deport. We have to have the numbers, dude. It's like literally Candace Owens' argument whenever she's like, oh, well, the defense didn't get as much time as the prosecution when it came to the evidence. And I'm like, they do actually have enough time. And the reason why it took all that time for them to get that evidence over is because they had to comb through all that evidence too. You know what I mean? Things don't just happen at a drop of a hat. You can't just order mass deportations and them get done. Somebody has to go and do them. You have to have enough hands. That's the problem, okay? It can't happen overnight.
Mass deportations. We're not even getting 1 million a year. ICE won't release the numbers because they're embarrassingly low. That's why we have to rely on census data to extrapolate it and get, 1 million people self-deported. That's what they promise. And by the way,
you should probably prove that though. You should probably prove that and also get that tongue back in your mouth, man. Come on. Seriously, it's embarrassing.
You're saying it's all rhetoric. Let's look at the policy. After they withdrew from Minneapolis, they said, we're done doing raids. They were doing these big operations in Chicago, New York, Minneapolis, where they surged thousands of CBP and ICE into the city. And what they would do is patrols. They would have ICE out on the street, basically looking for illegals, going door to door. What they've done since then is they put body cams on them. They stopped doing these big surges. They stopped doing the patrols and the big raids. And what they've effectively shifted over to, like in New York, for example, is they're only going to go to the prisons. If someone gets arrested for murder, they go to prison, they're not legal, then ICE picks them up. And that's really all that is happening right now. If you wanted mass deportations, what would that look like? Home Depots, farms, meat processing plants, the Hyundai facilities. But what happens when those places get raided? Trump gets a call. He gets a call from Wall Street. He gets a call from Hyundai. He gets a call from Brooke Rollins. And they say, stop deporting our farmers. Stop deporting our Hyundai employees. Stop deporting. And so Trump is effectively protecting our illegal.
No, not quite. So in order for that to work, you can't just go to Home Depots. You can't just go to meat farms and stuff like that. It's called the Fourth Amendment. I don't know if you know what the Fourth Amendment is, but it makes it to where you can't, it's unlawful search and seizure, okay? You can't just violate the Fourth Amendment there, Nick. They have to get warrants. They have to get leads. It takes time. That's also part of the reason why they're not able to do this that fast. They have to know there are illegals there before they can break onto somebody's property. Don't know if you know that, but you have to know somebody's breaking the law. I could be harboring 10 illegals in my house right now. The law would have to first have any evidence that I have them here first before they could come and search it because it's my private property. How do you not know this? You can't just violate the Fourth Amendment. That's why it takes time. That's why deportations take a little bit longer than just simply going, okay, order them now. Oh, they're gone the next day. Cool. No, doesn't work that way, buddy. You're a little too old to not know that. You're a little too young in some people's eyes to where they'll give you the benefit of the doubt, but you've been doing this for a long time. You know better than this.
Immigrant workforce, they could deport them. They're choosing not to. The numbers could be higher. They could be doing raids. They stopped doing them. And they stopped doing them, they said, because of politics. We'll lose the midterms, all this stuff. And I'm just saying, it could be better.
Yeah, you're right,
It
Zachary.
really could be. They're choosing not
It
to.
could be
That's
better, of
betrayal.
course. It could always be better.
I need
It
those.
could
always
be
be
much better.
Okay, let's say it could be much better. It's funny that you use a meat processing
I
plant.
actually just have 10 illegals for my Marjorie Taylor Greene fan club.
Because we saw that exact example in I believe it was Omaha, Nebraska, where then there were Americans lined up when a bunch of people had been raided and people had
Then
been
they shut it down.
And this happens across
thing too.
So are you saying that there's an equivalency? In other words, it's not that big of a difference as far as immigration?
Yeah, I think it's not meaningful at all. No,
Okay.
That's getting back to.
And what about, let's go through, what about H-1Bs? 87%. It's not 100, it's 87% in new ones. The place he has, is that significant?
No, I don't think so. It needs to go entirely. There needs to be no H-1Bs.
Okay, so 87% reduction is nothing, so we'll go with the party that increases them to 200%.
They'll never forget his whipped cream topping. They'll just substitute it with something he's more familiar with.
The cap. They hit the cap every year. And by the way, we're going to get more. I mean, Elon Musk and Little Tech are lobbying this administration. So
87%. 99% border crossing reduction, not significant?
No, there's no wall. We did that in 2020, and then we got 10 million illegals.
We're building
There's
the
no
wall now. Well, the wall was stopped again after the midterms that you encouraged people to sit out, and the Senate flipped. Well,
How much you want to bet? How much you want to
what
bet
is about
that
50?
the wall will be finished?
It's like over 50 miles. Is that what the wall is? Over 50 miles, and there's another 17 miles of secondary wall? This is just in the very
border's
first.
2,000 miles.
Yeah, we built how many hundreds of miles in the first term, and how many times was it being gridlocked by the Democrats who you say people should vote for?
60 miles of new wall. There's 400 miles of replacement, 60 miles of new wall out of 2,000.
How many was in the first term is what we're talking, right? Then now we have another 50 plus, call it 75?
For the first term was 60 new, and this second term, I'll take your word for it. I haven't looked at it, but if it's 70, I mean, then you got a grand total of 130 miles of new wall.
Okay.
It's 5%.
And how many were built under Democrats? And how much of that was done when we had control versus Democrats?
That's crazy.
We need more. We need more.
Steven, that's crazy. Translation. Wow, you just really stuck it to me and got a zinger on me quickly. That's crazy. Mad respect, but now I need to dig my way out of this hole. That's the translation that Nick Fuentes is, really wanting. That's what's coming out of his mouth for real. That's amazing.
But the point is, there will be no wall. Wait, we know this. So,
but there isn't a wall.
So let's vote for the party. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, you go ahead.
No. And I understand this, right? I guess we're dealing with, it's very clear to me that none of these are significant to you, right? Immigration.
Amazing.
Because most people.
It is.
Most people.
It is.
If you could, hold on a second. Most people, if you could tell them, look, this is what's going to happen. Okay. You're not going to get everything that you want, but you're going to get $1.3 trillion in cuts and proposed cuts. And you're going to have these for the first time entitlement reform. And you're going to have a net negative migration country for the first time since the 1970s. And you're going to have DEI out. You're actually going to have Supreme Court cases where affirmative action, you can't admit people in college based on race anymore. And by the way, Medicaid's not going to be paying to trans kids because we're going to have that Chevron case overturned. Okay, if you just told people net negative migration before the election, people would have taken that deal. And instead, you're saying hand it over to the people who opened it up. So let's go back to that.
Correct. Steven Crowder's absolutely just fantastic. Fantastic at debating. He's good.
I'm fine with it, with that risk. In other words, if you're telling me we can get much better. So the Nick Fuentes plan is we can get 100% deportations, right? Not 87% H-1Bs. We can get 100% H-1 done completely. Guarantee it. We can get Medicaid, not just a $900 billion. All of this, you can get it done because you're going to vote Democrat in 2026. And then I still need concrete.
Well, let's just reframe the deal a little bit, okay? Because here's the real deal is Republicans say we're going to build a wall, and a wall, Trump said 30-foot concrete structure, 2,000 miles of wall. That was the proposal in January 2018. That's what we had in mind.
Sure.
Well, what you're really going to get is 130 miles of 18-foot steel bollard fencing with a 5-foot climbing plate after 10 years. Then they say mass deportations. We're going to deport 1 million people per year. They don't even release the numbers. According to the New York Times, they deported 230,000 last year. Maybe they arrested 300,000 more. Okay, that's not a mass deportation. You're not even making a dent. Hang on, in just those 10 years. Then you want to say, well, they cut $800 billion in Medicaid to pay for a permanent cut in the corporate tax rate, and they want a $1.5 trillion military for this year alone. And we have a war in Iran that's costing us $50, maybe $100 billion when all is said and done, not to mention the gas prices. So it's like, we're promised all these things. We never get them. And so you're right, it's a huge risk, but I'm saying I'm not going Democrat. I'm not going center right. I'm voting no on both of those. And yeah, I'm hoping that we can open up a space where someone far right can fill it. And you're right, it's a huge risk. You're right, it's totally uncertain. But I think the real risk, again, is, these half measures. I think unless we have radical reform, it's either we're getting our head cut off or we're getting cut in half. I'm voting for maybe there'll be some option where we don't get totally destroyed. And that's all I'm interested in. That's all I care about. You want to cut around the edges on immigration. It's not going to meaningfully change the demographics of the country. How many illegals are here? 40, 50 million? You want to say, well, we deported 1 million. It's like, okay, cool. We're still in this immigrant nation. So.
Yeah, no, well, first off, I'm familiar with that New York Times article. They cited 500,000, and that's not including self-deportations, which is the vast majority of them. I get that you say, I don't count it. I don't count self-deportations. I don't believe in
arrests and removals. So
yeah,
500,000 is arrests and removals.
I don't believe in self-deportations. Okay. That's still very different from 10 to 20 million in the span of 3 years, which you guaranteed will get. Let's assume you don't believe the Democrats' clearly laid out plan of packing the courts, of undoing all the decisions, of making Puerto Rico a state, of redistricting. Let's assume you don't believe any of that. Will we both agree, for sure, if Democrats attain power, another 10 to 20 million illegals in that term?
I'm not sure. I really have no idea. I think if
you're a
anything,
betting man, Nick.
Honestly, no. No, because you know what?
So they did it under Biden, but learned their lesson?
No, and I'll tell
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, this is great. Hey guys, what do you say we finish up the rest of this part of the stream tomorrow? We'll watch the rest of this plus Candace Owens' interview, and then we jump into the Candace Owens stuff now. Is that what you guys would rather do? 1, if you want to watch Candace Owens now. 2, if you want to finish Steven Crowder. What do you guys think? Because I can be here till about 8, and then I have to go to work. And then, let's see. I should be back and be able to crank out a few videos before. And then I got to go take care of a couple errands during the day, and then we'll be back and we'll do an extra long stream tomorrow, too. See, we got 3. Oh, wow, we got a lot more ones. Okay, so far, 1111. 2, Crowder. Okay. All right, everyone wants to see the Candace stuff for now. Yeah, so we will put a pin in this for now. And we'll do Crowder tomorrow. First thing tomorrow. And I'm going to try and be back here a little earlier. I hope I got a couple errands I've got to run after I get I'll probably get, let's see, I should be able to get to sleep by about 6 a.m. 6. I think I could be back here by 3 o'clock tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I could be back here by 3 o'clock tomorrow. And then get it started, and we could stream till 8 o'clock again. We could probably do a full 5-hour stream, I think. That would be really, really great. I'm going to try my best. Yeah, we'll save the rest of this for tomorrow. This is absolutely great. I love watching this. This is so good. But Candace Owens being live now, and then we'll watch this after we do the Steven Crowder thing. Urban Infidel for $5. Thank you so, so much, man. I appreciate it. I think I'll set a new goal just for this, just because why not? You know what I mean? Now, before I get started onto this, actually, I'll scrub. Oh, wow. That would have been a long time scrubbing. Oh, she's playing with the doll. Oh. You know, when your own Bridget McCrone is happier than you. You know what I mean? What a miserable person here. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy, guys? Oh, man. Bring chocolate and flowers? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. All right, guys, we'll start on this. I'll leave we'll get more of the Nick Fuentes stuff after. I think that was a good pausing point. We still got a full hour and a half of Nick Fuentes and Steven Crowder to get through. So, heck yeah. Let's jump on into this, guys. Let me start. I'll just start a little new goal. Nobody has to donate or anything. I just put it up because it's a tool. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And I appreciate you all being here so much. You guys have been awesome. I can't believe you guys got me over 28,000 subscribers today. Over to 28,000 subscribers today. You know what I mean? Uh-oh, I think my computer froze. What the heck? What happened? Why'd it freeze? Oh, there we go. Now it stopped. That's odd. Dude. Oh, weird. I have to like. Oh wait, do I have to do something? Do I have to refresh? Oof. Wow, everything's laggy. What is going on? What is happening? Oh, jeez. You okay, boy? I need to run him outside. Huh. There we go. Everything's working now. I guess I just had to refresh everything. Everything froze. Man, it is unbelievable. Like, I need to get out of Chrome for this stuff. I have Brave, but I was using it for my other channels. I probably need to just like, I don't know, switch all my accounts over. I've been lazy about that. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna go fill myself up a new drink here real quick. I will be right back. I'm also gonna take this boy outside because he's definitely got to bleed the lizard, as they say. Diana Cooper for Diana Cooper for 9703. That's really what I was just gonna say. Wow. Diana Cooper for $2. I'm praying for Rubio as next president. I mean, look, he may win it. He may be the runner. I don't know. I wonder who's gonna be the front runner. You know? I really do. It's gonna be an interesting time, that's for sure. That's for sure. But hey, you know, at least we got like 3 years till we find out. So there is that. Oh man. Anyway, you're one of the very few people I can stand to watch live. Most streams are cringe and have dead air. Oh, thank you so much, Alina. Alien and Alianiel Williams? Am I saying that right? Alianiel Williams? I think I said that right. Also, Diana Cooper, thank you so much for that, by the way. Thank you so much. You're incredibly kind. But yeah, I think so. Thank you all so much. Y'all are awesome. I'll be right back. I will not take long, I promise. 1 second. Oh, yes, I could do that. Maybe that'll entertain. Boy, do I ever have some conflict to tell you guys about. So boy there had to take a number 2. And then a rabbit shot out from under the shed. And I've never seen a dog just sit there freaking out while having to pinch one off. That was unbelievable. I wish I could have got it on video for you guys to see. It is amazing. All right. Speaking of pinch one off, I guess let's watch Candace Owens here now and see what this is going to be about, huh? I'll move myself over to right over to here now. Holy cow, that was it was crazy to watch. Candace could be in the Wiz or Wizard of Oz, yeah. Oh yeah, she definitely could. Alrighty. I'm watching from Australia. Love your work. We need more people calling out Candace BS. Thank you so much, Jackie Moon. Thank you guys. Alrighty, y'all ready? We're getting us some candy here.
All right, you guys. Happy Thursday, especially to Brigitte. I felt so bad that Brigitte fell on her face yesterday. I just wanted Brigitte to be here for the intro. Brigitte, my Brigitte doll. My Brigitte doll.
Why are you so freaking creepy? There is no reason for you. Do you think this is what people laugh at? This is actual cringe.
Anyway, as we were discussing yesterday, scandal at
Wow.
the White House. Okay, scandal at the White House. It is, in fact, a big scandal. We're not going to let this
It's such a big scandal. It has nothing to do with Charlie, does it?
go. We have more people who are talking, and it's not looking good. There seems to be an unholy alliance emerging between Turning Point USA.
Her calendar is Blake Neff apparently claiming that there's video that he won't release of Charlie. It's stupid.
The White House and the military. We need to begin the process of FOIA-ing the communications that went on
Just say FOIA.
during the evening of April 25th, the day of the alleged White House shooting. So let's get started. Welcome back to Candace.
This song sucks a lot. It's actually not that bad of a song, but I don't want to play it.
Where to begin?
Doop.
Where to begin? Let's discuss that series, Black Mirror. Did you guys watch Black Mirror? It was a highly successful television series. I watched it. It
The
ran
first
for
episode's hilarious.
7
It's very funny. I do need to watch that again.
seasons. Now, for those of you who have not seen it, it was essentially about the not so distant dystopian technological future. If I had to boil it down in layman terms, I would say that it sort of implied a moment where technology would overtake humanity. Every episode is different, but the implication is the same, that things are eventually going to become automated and they are going to be able to monitor and control humanity via systems.
Scales that on.
So this is one of the reasons that I just never, ever will be a supporter of VR glasses. I tried them one time and just went, nope. I think a lot of people maybe tried them the same way, but I put them on, and in my virtual reality, I was on a cliff and they told me to jump. And obviously I knew that I was standing in a room and not actually on a cliff, but I wouldn't jump. I was terrified. The virtual reality seemed more real to me than the perfectly safe actual reality that I knew that I was in. It was terrifying, right? Just like an episode of Black Mirror to me, where they, I think eventually are aiming to convince people to give up believing in actual reality to instead live in sort of a permanent simulated reality. Anyway, I really do believe that that is the express goal of the United States military right now. I actually should say the global military right now. We are living inside of an episode of Black Mirror.
Hey, absolutely, Anna. You have yourself a good birthday. Thank you for being here.
This is, to be clear, Operation Mockingbird on steroids, right? After JFK gets assassinated, the CIA gets into an alliance with the mainstream media, and they begin trying to control our minds. Just repeat the same talking points till eventually believe it. That's what's been going on, right? It's extended now. The mainstream media has collapsed, and now they say there are these independent voices on social media.
A grease flag she's
Are
wearing.
they actually independent? Or are they a part of a new system that has adapted and is still attempting to manufacture our reality? Well, turns out the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which turned into an emergency, is potentially stunning proof of just the scenario that I'm describing. Like I said, massive scandal. The email that we presented, that the White House Military Office sent out to immediately begin amplifying Erica Kirk, of all people, provides us with a rare opportunity to really reflect on what is going on right now in this country and beyond, and why. Okay, so let's back this up. We are supposed to believe that the White House correspondent.
Wait, Sam, you made a butthole joke? I must have missed it. I'm sorry, man. You didn't make me mad.
Correspondence dinner, the shooting was not staged, right? Gosh, you'd be crazy to think that it was staged. You would be, well, a conspiracy theorist, a term that the CIA came up with after they assassinated JFK. Instead, it is supposed to then make more rational sense to us that for the first time in the history of the world, a sitting president has survived not one, not two, but 3 separate shooting assassination attempts.
Cool. We've had other presidents survive 2 of them. Okay. And it's actually been a lot more than that. It's been about 5 different attempts, but some of the times Trump wasn't actually around.
All in the span of just under 2 years.
Cool.
So to be clear, what I mean is not just like foiled attempts, finding people online, organizing, discussing, harming the president on the internet, maybe radicalized groups threatening, plotting to bring harm to him. I'm sure that goes on all the time, all across the world. But I'm talking about a physical, literal, public shooting attempt where a would-be assassin carrying a loaded gun gets close enough to fire shots or warrant shots being fired to stop him. Trump has survived 3 of these attempts now. It is
technically only 2 because the others, again, they weren't able to get close enough to Trump.
Truly remarkable. If only his friend Charlie Kirk had that sort of luck, right? Now, just for comparison, there are world leaders who have been in power for much longer than Trump, have been presidents of countries for over 20 years, like Vladimir Putin, as just one example. He has been the president of Russia for 22 years, and he has not.
And not once has he ever been no one's ever attempted to assassinate him, right? Ever? Including your own CIA? Wow. Okay. Funny how that works, huh, Candace? But she's going to end up saying, well, but people like him.
Not endured. He's not endured that sort of a thing, that sort of a pattern. Despite the routine demonization of Russia, the nation, the people, by the entire Western media.
Let's see. I Googled, has Putin ever been shot at? Yes, Vladimir Putin has reportedly been the target of multiple failed assassination attempts throughout his time in power, some of which reportedly involved direct attacks. While the Kremlin often keeps details quiet, here's some of the reported instances. 2008 sniper attempt. Reuters reported that a sniper shot at Putin in 2008 while he was walking with then-President Dmitry Medvedev, or whatever his name is, Medvedev, at Kremlin complex. 2012, Chechen plot. A group of Chechens planned to detonate a roadside bomb targeting him in 2012, which failed. 2017, interview admission here. In 2017, interview with Oliver Stone, Putin admitted that there had been at least 5 attempts on his life. 2023, drone incident. The Kremlin claimed to have shot down 2 drones launched by Ukraine targeting Putin's residence in May 2023, calling it a foiled assassination attempt. 2025 drone incursion. Reports in May 2025 suggested Ukraine drones targeted a helicopter containing Putin over the Kursk region, according to Russian military sources. So I don't know, Candace. I'd say Putin's probably survived quite a bit more crazy assassination attempts than Trump, shockingly. You actually just don't know what you're talking about. You didn't even bother to use Google for 5 seconds to make sure you weren't incorrect. But good job. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe Trump should consider hiring his security apparatus. That's just a suggestion. You can park that in the suggestion box.
Well, are you saying that Trump's security isn't doing a good job now? Because he's still around.
Conspiracy theorists should think critically, because they typically do, about the true aims of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, right? We were at first completely gaslit and told that we were terrible people for suggesting that the Erica clip seemed to be sort of artificially promoted in our face.
Nope. Never once, ever, ever, ever got onto you for questioning that. That's a perfectly reasonable question. The reason why we're upset with you is because you came out and said it was fake with no proof. If you wanted to sit there and say, man, I don't know, this doesn't look real to me, this is weird, I'd be like, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Maybe it doesn't look too real to you. That's fine. I can't change your mind on that. And I can't make you see something in the reality that I view it through either. But if you're going to sit here and make a claim and say it is fake, then that's what I'm going to be like, oh, really? It's fake? Can you prove it to me? That's the problem I have, Candace. It's not you questioning. I will never get on to you for asking a question. I will only get on to you for making stupid statements. And you have made many, many, many stupid statements.
But now we have the proof, at the very least, that its amplification was designed by the military. That is a fact.
I sure hope you have proof. Let's see it.
Okay, that is now a fact, and is a fact that you're probably not going to see the media want to cover.
Okay, well then show us proof. Show us proof. It better not be this, though. I really hope it's not this, because this is nothing but what you typed up in Word. I could type this up in Word in about 10 minutes. Actually, probably less than that, because I could just copy it, really. So, yeah, I hope you have evidence here.
Lest we forget, by the way, Dr. Erica Kirk was herself promoted to the Air Force Academy Board of Visitors in her husband's stead for reasons that are not unclear to us. She's qualified.
Let's see that.
What we know now, which I can confirm to you, is that
she's
just
unqualified, too.
ahead of the White House Correspondents'
Crazy.
Dinner shooting, Erica Kirk visited the West Wing. Now, my assumption is that she went with Andrew Colvett and Mikey McCoy, but I cannot yet confirm that. Don't worry, I will. What Erica Kirk was doing in the West Wing is also unknown, since we were notified by her that
What I bet happened is chat was probably moving too fast. They went to block a troll, and Sierra, your name probably got clicked on instead. That's probably what happened. Accidents happen like that all the time. Where is the best moderator here? Where's that guy? Where are you at? Yeah, he probably went over to Gary's stream. I'll see if I can get them to unblock you.
the entire purpose of her trip to DC, despite telling us that she was terrified to travel,
Obscure
people were
moderator.
tracking her planes, and not even the Secret Service can make her feel safe. We were then told
Is he in
just
here?
a few days later, when she was here in a white dress,
No, he's not here.
that she did this and braved everything to confront Daily Mail reporters, right? Okay, Erica, are the Daily Mail reporters in the West Wing with us now? What are you doing there? To recap, the shooting happened at 8:39 p.m. 8:39 p.m.
Put a
Eastern.
star on that sweater.
Sydney
That's what I was going to
Seidner
say.
of CNN uploaded the video of Erica Kirk at 9:25 p.m. And approximately 25 minutes later, we revealed to you that the White House Military Office sent out follow-up instructions in an email that accidentally went out to the wrong internal teams. Now,
Can you show and prove that email, not just the blank piece of paper you had?
it is important to note, I'm going to show it to you here on the screen because I was able to manually, I just typed it, the email verbatim.
Candace? Did you really just say that out loud? Why? Why did you do that? You could have just blocked out any names that you didn't want to have a part of that. You could have just showed the military. Oh my God, Candace. You could have just showed the literal, military email. You could have shown that. But now you're like, oh, I'm not going to show you the real email. I'm going to show you the one I typed out? Are you insane?
Onto Microsoft Word to protect my source from that canary email tactic.
Block out this. Oh my God. Look at it. Look at these words right here, guys. Watch it. I'm going to show you how fast it takes. Watch this. You see this? I want to block out this word right here. This is so unbelievably easy. You go into Paint, you do this, okay? You take an eraser thing, or actually you could just I don't know, take this black here. You can bump up the side. Watch this. Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, let's say we don't want Candace to be here. Look at that. Why was that so hard? You went and typed it? Do you know how much more time that takes? You couldn't have just blocked out the email? Really? And then you could go and you could screenshot it again. And look at this. You do this. And then let's say you go into new. Don't save. And then watch this. Oh, it shows up again. And there's no chance of you accidentally releasing info. Come on. Don't play dumb with me. There's no way you're this dumb.
Tactic that's employed by the Department of Defense. Make no mistake, this email is coming from the Department of Defense.
You could have shown that then. You could have shown that, Candace. You could have blocked out the other stuff. You could have redacted. Oh my God. There is no chance I can believe you didn't make all of this up. Zero chance, Candace. How can I give you the benefit of the doubt when you're not even smart enough to be able to just drag a brush over it? Oh my God, you are so dumb. There is no way her audience is this dumb, right? No freaking way that this doesn't get her audience to turn on her. This is unacceptable.
But this is verbatim what the relevant portion of the email read. Here you have it up on the screen.
Verbatim.
Addendum, Erica Kirk.
Oh my God. Like, this is so crazy. I'm going to show this real quick. Instead of typing, like, I'm going to do this. I am going to show how easy it is to just be like, let's say you want to black out Erica Kirk. You could go, oh, look at that. Now, all of a sudden, oh no Erica Kirk? How hard was that? Seriously. Like, oh, wow, this is crazy. Candace Owens admits she typed the email. All she had to do was screenshot and black out the redacted info. Like this below. So we'll show this one, and then I'll go here. We'll zoom out a bit. Then I'll copy this, and it's like, how hard was this to do? She is lying. This is insane, Candace. Why do you keep doing this? Why? Do you enjoy when people call your BS out? Is that what it is? Do you just want to live on the edge and see how far you can get away with it with dumb people? I think that's what it is. I think she wants to see how stupid people truly are and how much money they will continue to give her. This is absolutely insane.
Kirk video clip of Erica Kirk leaving the ballroom area and stating, I just want to go home, is driving the highest engagement of all incident-related content across platforms. Our current digital assessment is strongest emotional response, asset, associated with incident, high cross-ideological circulation, elevated repost velocity among political commentary accounts, increasing use as symbolic framing device regarding media conduct and national stability narratives. Our recommendation, that's the recommendation here, all communications channels should amplify this clip, coordinate with our digital partners, who that is, and our approved surrogates, I'd like to know who those people are, to elevate reach and...
I'm fixing to pop one. I'm fixing to have a freaking aneurysm. This is driving me so nuts. You know what I mean? No, it's chill. It's chill. She's just really stupid. It's unbelievable. She's genuinely stupid.
Ensure dominant placement in the overnight information environment. So they wanted us to wake up on Sunday and it to be about Erica Kirk. That needs to be dominant in the information environment. It then goes on, and this is important too, to describe external commentary. Expect aligned outside commentators, so talking about their surrogates, to independently amplify the professionalism of protective response, the media conduct during the evacuation, political rhetoric and escalation concerns. We saw all of this happening. Broader executive stability themes. Okay, we're going to talk about that later. Now, the first astonishing thing about this email is who it came from. This is important, okay? The email was delivered from the military office domain from the White House Communications Agency. Okay, you need to understand what that means. The White House Communications Agency is like the military arm of White House Communications.
And yet there was no email that came from there. Ever. Ever. It never happened. You have zero proof it happened. It never happened.
So from some sources within the White House, I'm going to read this quote. The White House Correspondence Agency is a Department of Defense-controlled military communications entity that is embedded inside of the White House itself. Its primary function is maintaining secure presidential communications, continuity infrastructure, and command and control systems during crises. But the idea that this military-linked communications apparatus participated in domestic narrative coordination raises profound constitutional and democratic concerns.
But we can disregard all of it because it didn't happen, and you don't have any proof.
Okay, end quote. Now, you should know who the email...
It is a Word document. She actually admitted that. She flat out said, I typed this up in Word so I could redact my sources. And then I just showed how she could redact her sources in 10 seconds. It would have been less time for her to redact her sources and black them out than it would have been for her to do what she did. Like, look, bam, black this out. You want to see how fast it is? I just want to go home. Well, let's black out home. Oh, wow. Instead of typing it all out, the email's already there. You could just copy, paste email, and then you could sit there and, oh, let's black out recommendation. Oh, okay. And then if you want to send it onto X, you just do this. You do that. And then bam, you got that copy. And then you know what you do? You can go, let's pretend this is X right now. And then you just hit Control V. Oh, there it is. Wow. Candace, you wasted literal minutes typing it when all you had to do was just copy, paste, drag this across, copy, send it right to X, show it to your show. It would have taken you way less time. But instead, you took the email and you typed it out on Word to redact them? No, you didn't. No, you did not. It should be so obvious to every single Candace fan that she has made this up, and they will still defend her. It is sickening to me that these people fall for such BS so fast.
Email was sent to, because you see some morons online saying, you can just type this up. Oh yeah, that seems like a really good idea. I'm sure I'll just make up an email and expect not to be called out on it. The email was sent to Caroline Levitt's press office and team so she can confirm.
She could confirm, but she can also be like, no, it didn't. And if she does, you're going to call her a liar. So how about you get off your retarded rabbit butt and show us the actual email?
Its authenticity. The National Security Press Team, the National Security Operations Team, copied onto this email. We covered some of this yesterday with Stephen Chong, who is the White House Communications Director, Richard Smalley, who is the Communications Officer, and the
You know, that sucks that this guy's name is Dick Smalley. Just letting you know. I just had to get that one off my chest.
Information Assurance Engineer, sounds so dystopian, at the White House Communications Agency. So that's a military position. Gustav Anderle, also military position, Information Systems Manager at the White House Communications Agency. And Ryan Ripien. Ryan Ripien is the Commander of Naval Communications. We also have someone named Michaela Mott, who was on this email, also Navy.
What does Michaela Mott sound
The document reveals the emergence of a modern hybrid system where military communications infrastructure, intelligence-linked monitoring, behavioral analytics, they were monitoring that too, social media amplification strategies, and centralized federal messaging converge into this unified information-controlled architecture operating behind the scenes of public events. Okay, we weren't aware of this. You're supposed to believe this is happening natural, that you are not being impacted, that you are not being targeted by the government. And make no mistake, that is what we have uncovered. The Department of Defense instructing teams internally on how to immediately begin to engineer and to conduit our emotions. We, all of us, we were the actual targets of the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting.
No, you weren't. You weren't even brought up. Come on. I know you think you're important, Candace. I know you think that you're so, everything's got to be about you. You think the whole world revolves around you. Absolutely not. You weren't even a thought at that White House dinner. And that makes you so much more angry than anything else, doesn't it? You don't like whenever you're being ignored. So you've got to open up a whole can of drama. That's what you got to do to stay relevant. That's what you got to do. You don't realize that people don't actually care about you, Candace. The thing that I care about is how you are poisoning your audience and you are creating monsters. That's what I don't like.
Joke's on you. If you thought on us, I guess.
I actually wonder if this would go better.
You thought that it was actually the White
off.
House, the people that work around the White House and the Department of Justice.
Boop.
During a time period when they should have only been concerned about safety.
That may be better.
Right? Within an hour, this took place. They prioritized Erica Kirk and engineering our emotions about her. She is described in the email as an emotional response asset. That is stunning. An emotional response asset. And there's more. Now, we've also learned from White House sources that something else that was unusual that evening was the lack of a scramble, okay? The lack of scramble. Let me do my best to explain what that means. It's important that you remember that the dinner took place on a Saturday evening across town, okay?
That's not even close to important, but okay, let's go ahead and pretend that we forgot that.
The White House was therefore not open for business. This is a Saturday.
Cool.
Internal teams tell me that what is most remarkable is that for some reason, that evening, the White House campus security protocol and the perimeters were just out of the ordinary. Everybody was somehow available and on
Okay, prove it.
standby for some unknown reason.
Prove
Were
it.
it completely unplanned, you might imagine there would have been this scramble to get all of the appropriate personnel back to the White House in time for this unplanned press conference. Maybe they're up in Virginia where they live. Maybe they went on vacation. Maybe they went to go see their families. What are we going to do? We got to get back to the White House within 2 hours of a shooting. But that evening, everything was clean.
Prove it. Prove that it's out of the ordinary too. I'm not going to take your word for it. You already lied about the email just a few minutes ago. I think you need to actually back your claims right now. It's getting worse for you. I'm giving you so much less benefit of the doubt every single hour, every single day that goes by that you don't provide proof.
As though they were all anticipating a late night presser at the White House, which as we know, took place at 10:33 p.m. So less than 2 hours after the shooting. Everyone just had it together and were there. They said things ran too smoothly. They've been in situations where it is a situation and people scramble. That was not what occurred that night.
You have no proof that that is not what occurred that night, or that is what that occurred that night. You have no idea. You have no proof. You have absolutely nothing to offer us whatsoever. Also, just piece of advice, if you're going to get an earpiece at all, please don't try to make it look like it's a hearing aid. Like, it's not great. You look like you got into a fight with someone and got a little cauliflower ear.
So we know the military comms wanted Erica Kirk to be number one by Sunday morning. Check. That was accomplished. Mission: extract max attention via the video and max sympathy for Erica Kirk. And then our emotional asset
Prove your claim.
is going to break her silence on social media, writing this. Saturday was yet another traumatic example of the evil in our country and the continued rise in political violence. I'm taking time to spend with my family. I will be joining the Charlie Kirk Show Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern to briefly address what took place. Enough is enough. Just love that transition from I'm taking time to be with my family to and I will be on the Charlie Kirk Show on Wednesday.
So, Candace, do you not spend time with your family because you do an hour-long podcast 4 nights out of the week? Well, I don't understand. What are you trying to tell people here? You realize that you being on your show means that you spend 0 time with your kids, right? According to you, anyway. You're saying Erica Kirk cannot possibly be spending time with her kids. Cannot be possibly spending time with her kids if she appears on a show for an hour. That's a crazy thing to say, and you know everybody else in your audience isn't going to fall for that either. Jacqueline Brennan for $10. Even if audio of Charlie Kirk is AI, I don't care. An all-male board voted Erica Kirk in, and no one can convince me Charlie Kirk didn't have a will, which falls under HIPAA. He knew these nut jobs were always going after him. Exactly. Oh, by the way, HIPAA's with 1 P and 2 A's. I just want to let you know. Thank you so much for that. You are correct for the most part, absolutely. And the thing about it is nobody questioned Erica Kirk going in there and becoming CEO at all for the first 3 months of Erica Kirk being CEO. Candace Owens was on Erica Kirk's side. Everybody else was on Erica Kirk's side. Nobody thought that it was weird until into November, beginning of December, something like that, when Candace started spouting off about it. Some people were saying that Erica Kirk was in on it, but she wasn't listening to that noise at the time. But again, Jacqueline, thank you so much. Really, thank you. I genuinely appreciate that. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. You all are awesome.
Say, just incredible. Complete lack of self-awareness. Anyway, Erica's
complete lack of self-awareness, says the one who literally is not self-aware that everyone can see through her BS.
pending speech, in my view, was intended to begin phase 2 of the military psychological operation. Highlighted in the email itself, that part I told you to pay extra attention to, what they were asking for beyond that, the points that they wanted delivered, the professionalism of the protective response was to be highlighted. We saw that all across social media. Bizarre, instant headline. Cash Patel, a hero. It's just completely ridiculous. It's just, you should laugh at this.
I mean, they stopped the guy. Why is that a bad thing, Candace? Do you think he would have been more of a hero if he let the guy get through? Is that what you're saying? That the guy should have been successful in getting Trump? Wow, what a stance.
Cash Patel's stunning reaction as the shooter opened fire on White House Correspondents' Dinner. He's described as a hero, by the way, if you read the article, because he just says, get down. He instructs others at the table to get down. I don't know.
Yeah, he instructs the others to get down while he's still standing. That's a heroic thing to do. That's what a leader does. Why is that a problem? Zachary Clark for 5 says, coming from the woman who took the time to be public at Dollywood, at the same time she tried to convince us the French military was trying to end her. Exactly. Same time that she also went to a park and saw, what's his name? Colvett? But no, not Colvett. Oh my gosh, Erica Kirk's ex. I can't think of his name, but he's clearly in on all this too. And she just ran into him. When this guy is clearly trying to have Candace ended by the French government because he's in cahoots with TPUSA. What was his name? Erica Kirk ex. Dang it. Who was Erica Kirk's? I can't keep track of all these people. Cabot Phillips. There we go. Cabot Phillips. Oh, boy. So many. I am so sick of having to keep track of so many names. Candace is throwing so much at the wall, and I have to pay attention to all of it. She just ran into Cabot Phillips. In person. In person. No security, nothing. Are you kidding me? The guy literally is apparently in cahoots with Erica Kirk and trying to take you out. You just run into him in person? Did you forget that you were being hunted by French people? The Baguette Squad? Really? I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous to even suggest. This is apparently a dude who wants Candace dead, and she just runs into him in person and starts questioning him. Like, it's just impossible.
How they somehow got like 800 words out of he said get down, and then he got down.
Exactly, AK Giant.
And he's a hero. Okay. Guess he needed some good press after.
Wait, which video did she threaten Cabot Phillips in? It's been so many, guys. I can forget some details. Oh, man. That's crazy.
He was called an alcoholic. Plus, the number 2 on the email list is to highlight the political rhetoric, the escalation concerns. Remember, we started suddenly, Caroline Levitt, everybody's starting to talk about hate speech. Oh my God, what's happening? Everybody it's these words are violence. Your words are actually violence. Erica Kirker.
Oh, no, it's not made up. They have video. But Erica never denied being she never denied that he was her ex. Never, ever denied it. She's been very open about it. So it's really, really, really silly that Candace would even try to make that into a thing. I don't know.
Discuss that when Wednesday hit. Take a listen.
And while we may have big problems with illegal immigration in this country,
why are we bringing this back up again? This isn't news. This is what I would call olds. Okay, so we're just going back to this again. Candace has nothing new to offer on her show. But one thing she does offer that's always new, there's always a new face that she can make. This is crazy. Wow, let's get a good look at that. Hold on a second, guys. Let's... Woo! Boy. Well, this is what you guys came for, right? Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. All right. I've seen enough there. Woof.
I have to tell you, we have an even bigger problem when it comes to the systemic indoctrination and radicalization of our own citizens. This is what got my husband killed. This is what has led to 3 legitimate attempts on President Trump's life.
Okay. And then they list the broader executive.
Yeah, it's not hate speech, Candace. It's not hate speech to say, hey, let's end the president or let's end Charlie Kirk or something like that. That's called assault. It's not protected speech. I don't know why Candace here is all of a sudden going, we should be allowed to say that we want to end people's lives. No, No, we've never been able to do that, and it's never been protected by the First Amendment. So, good try.
Executive stability themes, which you could just say was Trump needs his ballroom, right? There's just got to be more done to stabilize things, and that's his ballroom. And I think we may have found the surrogates. I think they might be right here, guys.
Why? Because I'm also somewhat, well, I guess I didn't tweet it out like this, but I am in agreement. They need a ballroom. If he could have a ballroom to hold all of these events in, the White House is going to have all their staff right there. He doesn't have to bring people from the White House to a hotel, try to secure a hotel that may have back doors, a hotel that may have people staying there that night. Yeah, there's a lot of security issues with literally taking it outside of the ballroom. So why is that an issue for you? I don't understand. But apparently, libs at TikTok is just underneath Trump's thumb. You know, in wokeness, Wall Street Mav. I don't know. I don't see anybody I have a problem with on here at all.
Just call it a gut feeling.
Now, if like Ian Miles Chong was among this list and stuff like that, maybe. But luckily, he's not. He's an absolute grifter piece of garbage anyway.
Anyway, the ballroom is not something that should be ignored because this is not about a ballroom, obviously. This is about the next step, right?
Okay,
Phase
what's
2
that?
is the communication, the event, you have the communication, and then ultimately it is intended to be ushered in for humanity. And I think it's pretty obvious that it's data centers, right? That's what they want. Trump doesn't care about a ballroom.
Are you telling me that Trump is literally like doing this to get data centers underneath the White House? Oh, I guess I'll bite. How is your buddy Ian Carroll was telling me that Trump's building this ballroom, a basement underneath it, so that they could host child trafficking. And then you're like, it's even worse. Data centers. I mean, if you think that's worse, okay, good for you, I guess.
He can do events wherever he wants. The data center beneath the ballroom. That's what they're suddenly pushing, by the way, all across America. You've seen.
Okay, again, I actually fail to see how that would be a problem, Candace.
The headlines, a data center intended to be twice the size of Manhattan.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I've worked at Google, the largest Google site in the world, where there are miles and miles upon servers. You guys would be blown away. I guarantee you all have never seen servers like this before. Google was just a magical place. It was a magical place at the time. Then it got woke, as bad things do. You know, good companies end up going woke and it gets worse. But yeah, they're not going to be building data centers that large underneath the ground. They're not going to exceed Google's gigantic data center. Like, it's insane. Not to mention, y'all know how many, like, government data centers, or not government data centers, government servers I've had to guard while up there at Google? They have a cage around a lot of the government stuff that goes on out there. Big old cage that's locked. Why would they bother moving those to the White House? What purpose would that have, Candace?
In Utah, here's a headline in The Guardian, irresponsible. Someone claims
I guess this is
the
in
people
Utah.
are claiming
Okay,
backlash
whatever.
as Utah approves a
cares?
data center twice the size of Manhattan. A plan to create one of the world's largest data centers, a gargantuan project spanning an area more than twice the size of Manhattan, has provoked a furious public backlash in Utah amid concerns over its vast energy use and impact upon the state's stressed water supplies. The Stratos Artificial Intelligence Data Center footprint will cover more than 40,000 acres over 3 sites in Box Elder County in northwestern Utah. The facility will require about 9 gigawatts of power, which is more than the entire state of Utah currently consumes. And it's going to suck up a significant amount of water.
9 gigawatts is more than what the entire state of Utah uses? Does Utah not have that many people? What's she talking about? Jan says, Jan Crowder has a $2 super chat saying she has nothing new to talk about. She needs Jesus. I agree. I absolutely agree. She doesn't have anything new. How much power does Utah consume a year? Okay. So 34,700 gigawatts an hour. 34,700 gigawatt hours per year is how much they use. Okay, how about a month? Let's see. So they use about 1,200 kilowatts per month. Okay. That math ain't mathin'. A year. Wait, what? Yeah, 34,000 gigawatts a year. Okay, that's crazy. A month should be at least a couple gigawatts a year, though. Oh, I guess that would be 12 gigawatts, right? Let me see. How much kilowatts? No. How much is 1,200 kilowatts in gigawatts? That would be, that's not even close. Okay. So how does that add up? How do they use 36,000 gigawatts in a year if they only use 1,200 kilowatts a month? Is that mathing out to you guys? Because no, that's not even possible. That's not even close to possible. How do they do that? Month in gigawatts. 4 gigawatts a year, or 4 gigawatts a month. But the total annual consumption of Utah's electricity consumption reached a record high of 35,000 gigawatts in 2025. But that doesn't make any sense. That's 44 gigawatts a year. Man, okay, whatever. I don't know. They use probably close to 44 gigawatts a year. That's a lot more than 9.
Water in an area that has been hit by severe drought in recent years. Last week, the project was approved by the county's commissioners despite thousands of objections lodged by Utah residents. Joke's on you, Utah residents. They will pay off these politicians. They don't care about you. You are something to be managed. There are people that are corrupt. They will pay them off. We don't care how much you protest. You're getting these data centers. That's what happened to you.
Let's see. Jacqueline Brennan again for a 5 says, the only mistake Erica Kirk made was going to Tennessee. TPUSA should have carried on with their live show with or without her and blasted all her lies. Candace Owens should be in the Night House. Well, that's the problem. See, good people are going to put their best foot forward. And then bad people are going to take that foot forward and they're going to kick it out from underneath them. And that's what Candace Owens did to Erica Kirk. And Erica Kirk didn't know that Candace Owens was that kind of person until after she met with her in person, you know? So, I don't know. It's unfortunate, but I think Erica Kirk had to learn the lesson. I don't think it was a mistake because every mistake comes with a lesson. You know what I mean? So it wasn't really, I think she needed to do that. I really do think she needed to do that because now we know what kind of person Candace Owens is for the most part and how desperate she is to turn everybody against TPUSA. That's the whole deal, you know? So I am glad she did it, but I do understand your point too. I definitely understand the point of like, hey, don't give in to this, ignore her. But also, I think we kind of needed to see behind the mask. You know, I think everything's happening for a reason. And how would I put it? I don't regret even some of the crappiest things that happened to me in my life because I've learned from it. And I think this is just one of those lessons to apply, in my opinion. Thank you so much for that, though, Jacqueline. You are way too kind. Thank you.
It goes on to tell us that the proposed project is backed by Kevin O'Leary, the venture capitalist who appeared on the TV show Shark Tank. O'Leary has claimed that Stratos will deliver thousands of jobs. That's what you get. We're going to get data center, probably a few more droughts, but there will be jobs that you should expect. And you should want those jobs. We're going to compete with China. That's the pitch. You're going to compete with China. No, I think what's happening is our government is competing with China to create a surveillance state. What's happening, right? It tells us that, like I said, 4,000 people lodged objections to the project being approved. The pushback led to contentious public meetings between that Lee Perry, who was the Box Elder County Commissioner, said left him feeling physically sick. amidst alleged death threats and false accusations. I'm just going to go ahead and say the government is corrupt. O'Leary has claimed in social media posts that most of the protesters don't live locally and have been paid to object to the project. Oh, I'm sure. Why would someone want?
So it depends always where the data centers are built. Misty M says, I live in Utah and I'm pro data center. I'm pro location of where data centers are built. Data centers need to be built out in the middle of nowhere for the most part with very few people around. That's my opinion on it. So there's okay. I'll throw it one more time. Let me. Okay, fine. You go take it. Oh. What? Boy, okay, fine. If you don't want me to throw it, I'm not gonna throw it. There we go. Yeah, just give me the tire. Oh, you think you're stronger than me, boy? Oh, yeah, that's what I thought, turd. Yeah. Anyway, so location is everything. There are issues in, like, electricity is such an issue, too. You need to have an entire power plant built for these places, and they need to be separate from the grid of the people. Because otherwise, people's electricity prices go up like crazy. And then also, they need to tap into water that the people themselves are not using. There's proprietary systems to cool these data centers, and water is one of the biggest ones. They need to be in a contained loop so water doesn't evaporate as much. There is so many things that the data centers need to do that some of them are not doing. So that's the big thing. Hey, Edie. Thank you for being here. Oh, you think my pause game's good there, huh? Whoa, 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 whoa. There we go. Anyway, so that's the thing about that for the most part there. Who was I talking to here? Was it Misty? Let me see. I'm pretty sure I was talking to a Misty here. Uh-oh, where did it go? Where did it go? Misty, yep, there you are. So yeah, I mean, it just all depends. Everything needs to be separate from people, and that's the problem. A lot of these data centers want to just tap right on into the power grid that that the cities are using. Ups the bills quite a bit. They want to tap into water that's already there and not waste all the money to route their own water. That's another issue. Google did it best because they backed themselves up to a power plant. Now, it did already exist, but they built new stuff to get their power direct, which was good. The water loops they use, they collect most of their water from the rainwater, believe it or not. A lot of it comes in from the rain. They have special gutter systems all over their buildings that collect rainwater. And yeah, I mean, it's the better thing that they did. Hey, buddy. Oh, you're such a good boy. So, I mean, if they do it like that, it's good. If they tap into what the people already have built and they siphon off of it, that's when it's bad.
Most of the protesters don't live locally and have been paid to object to the project. Oh, I'm sure. Why would someone want to object? It must be unnatural. Humans objecting to a data center that's going to impact their lives.
Yeah, you stinker.
High-powered artificial intelligence centers all across the United States. That's what's happening. But the question is, to what end? Okay, what is the actual goal? It's obviously evil and dystopian. If you're not aware of that, you have to wake up to it, okay? The aim, to me, appears very clearly to be a surveillance state. Like I said, they want what China has. They want to monitor all of us. You're seeing that already at the airport, right? Like how many pictures can be taken. They're trying to learn your face. Every single person needs to have a digital ID and this ID, and we can know every second where you're going.
Yeah, I'll never have a digital ID, Candace. So what are you talking about?
That's going to require some data centers. There is an unholy alliance.
No. So, Candace, I don't think you realize. Our data storage, 99% of our data storage is cloud services. Literally, people like me, well, not really people like me. I don't upload to the cloud ever. I have everything on a physical hard drive. Like, I buy all these right here. This, everything that I want to store, I store on stuff like this. This is this just a single terabyte? I think this is 1 terabyte. Could be 2. But let's see. Where is? Oh, weird. Why didn't it say it? Interesting. Anyway, this is a single terabyte. I store all of my data. I have like 5 of these. I don't use cloud services, but most people use cloud services. You know where a vast majority of the cloud services come from? iPhone. Also a thing that I do not prescribe or subscribe to, whatever, prescribed, whatever you want to say. I like the foldable phones. They're awesome. Absolutely amazing. Android is awesome. That's what I use. I don't use their cloud services. I back everything up to my computer. Then I take all of that data from my computer, and then I put it on something like this, and then I delete it all off my computer. That's how I end up doing it. That way, if one day I want to go back on this stuff, I can physically do so, and nobody else is going to see anything that I ever put on here. This right here is 3.0. That's the speed there, as you can see with the blue. Or it's 3.1. Actually, I can't remember. I believe this is a 10 megabit system or something like that. Megabit per second or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it's that's what I use. So, you know, if you don't want these data centers to be built, people need to start using their own storage and not use cloud data. And then all of a sudden, wow, we don't need any more data centers really. But that's the main reason why data centers are being built. At least try to be knowledgeable on it, Candace. Ask yourself why we're building data centers. It's because people use way too much cloud storage. And they don't delete anything off cloud storage.
Between the military and our press, trying to convince us that this is fine, that it's normal, that we're being thrust into a state where we won't even be able to turn on our cars without government approval, right? They already can shut down a large portion of cars automatically, the newer ones. They can just literally, while you're driving, shut that down. But they want more. They want to know where you are every second of every day, what you're thinking, what you're writing, who you're speaking to. Listen to this conversation that Kevin O'Leary had with Tucker Carlson about his investment in that Utah data center.
I mean, it seems like AI will make it possible to know what every American is doing at all times. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I would say that's not AI that's going to do that. I would say now with the amount of high resolution video and surveillance that is built into every street corner, that's how they solve a lot of crimes. Now, if you don't like
do they
that,
solve a lot of crimes? Has the
they do.
really,
They do.
Has the closure rate for murders in our big cities?
Kevin, are you really actually now going to defend Orwell or like defend the? How would I put it? What Orwell said was terrible. Are you going to defend Big Brother? That's what I was looking for. Really?
Like, what percentage of murders are in New York City or Chicago or Detroit or solved?
I don't track the
pretty
murder
low,
rate.
actually. Yeah. It's lower in this country than
the point is surveillance is a great issue, but the enhancement of surveillance with AI tools is how you now walk through the Dubai airport. And
well, no, all you need is a 2 terabyte server for any camera system. Maybe even just a 1 terabyte system. Have that high quality video going and have it run for only 48 hours. Everything on the back end of that 48 hours gets deleted. You then have 48 hours. If a crime is committed on that camera, you have 48 hours to claim that footage. That's not an incredibly difficult thing to do. That's not an incredibly difficult thing to do at all. The only time that wouldn't be applicable is if somehow you end up on a cold case that starts off cold because you find a body and you find all the information months after the crime was committed. That's when it's a problem. So maybe if somebody wanted to make that argument of like, okay, well, we at least need public street cams to be running on this stuff. Okay, well, maybe that could be an argument, but that's still something that one city could take care of with a small data center that literally could run all these cameras for a couple months at a time, maybe. But I don't know. It's not the craziest thing, you know?
And you also walk through some airports here in the U.S. Facial recognition technology has finally got to the resolution using AI's tools.
Where it's going to run through your data center. There'll be pictures of all of us in your data center.
Every data center.
But, right. So
you don't.
So, but how does that make it freer?
You don't have to opt into that program. By the way, I do it for convenience. I'm not hiding anything.
Well, it's on street corners, as you said. So it's anytime you're in public, your face is being surveiled by the U.S. government.
It is, but I'm not doing nefarious things. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not stealing any money from anybody. So
The definition of nefarious changes, as you know. I mean, hundreds of thousands of American citizens were sent.
Yeah, I don't agree with Big Brother, though. I just genuinely don't. I don't want facial recognition at all. I would like for only somebody to literally show someone committing a crime, maybe. I just don't agree with it. This is why I got to move out into the country, guys. Be out there forever. I don't want to be in towns anymore. I don't want to be around anything that could potentially be Big Brother. You know, Kelly McKinnon, though, for the 20 says, thank you for your coverage. My husband and I love your show. Thank you so much. And thank your husband for me, too. Seriously. You guys are amazing. Thank you guys so much. Oh, man. That's so nice of you guys. That's amazing. Check out the plan for Stratos AI data center built in Utah. Curious about your thoughts on it. I'll look that up. Stratos AI data center.
To concentration camps by Franklin Roosevelt because they were Japanese.
Correct.
So in
And
1940, it was not a crime to be Japanese. In 1941, it was. So the definition does change, as you know.
It's true. So you could have those concerns, but I ask you again, Tucker.
I do.
No, and I know you do, but I ask you again, and you haven't answered my question. Do you want the insurance policy or not?
Okay.
Would you, with all of the nefarious concerns about AI, which outcome do you prefer as an American for your family? Would you prefer all of us that are developing these data centers put down our shovels and stop while the Chinese accelerate theirs? Would you like that?
You should have let Tucker actually answer that. I want to know what Tucker would actually say about that. And the obvious answer is no, but we need to do them in a better way. We don't need to do these data centers where we hook up literal facial recognition. I'm not really okay with that. Diana Cooper for the 2 says Candy's sources must be her multiple personalities. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a good one. I didn't think of that. Oh, thank you so much for that, Diana. I'm going to hold on to that one.
Yeah, because I don't live in China. So you can just move to China and compete with people in China.
Yeah, but the problem with that also, Candace, is the fact that militarily they may get ahead. If they get better at us with AI, that's not a good thing. I'm not against them building the AI data centers. I am against them using people without their consent to train AI. That's my big issue.
That is what makes the most sense to me. Instead of turning America into China. As I said, we are looking at an unholy alliance. It is between the military, it is between the press, and I would add here, Turning Point USA. Okay?
Prove it.
They are not a charity, in my view. I had very early on investigating the Charlie assassination, underscored how it seems that everyone is randomly connected to the military at that organization. Like, that was new.
Prove it.
That was like, it wasn't that way when I was there. That suddenly everyone's got this connection.
I'm willing to bet it actually was that way when you were there. What are you talking about? It hasn't changed since you were there. What are you talking about? I bet there was... Charlie has always hired on veterans. He has always hired on veterans. What are you talking about? Just because he hires on a veteran does not make it military. It's not active military. That's a ridiculous claim. You have to prove that they are actively involved with the military now.
Connection to the military. Now we have Erica Kirk herself artificially appointed to the Air Force Board of Visitors. Erica is not a grievance.
You mean the same position Charlie was in? Huh. Let's see here. Was Charlie Kirk appointed to Air Force Academy? In March 2025, Trump appointed Charlie Kirk to the U.S. Air Force Academy Board of Visitors. Kirk's last political rally took place in Kentucky, where he appeared alongside... Notice that it's not talking about Erica Kirk, it's talking about him, Charlie Kirk. Obviously, Kirk was the council member here. Why do they keep calling him Kirk, though? They should say Charlie. But obviously, we are talking about Charlie Kirk here. We go all the way up to Charlie Kirk. This is all Charlie Kirk, okay? So in March of 2025, obviously he was alive in March of 2025. He was on the same board. And then as an honor, he appointed Erica Kirk to the same board in Charlie Kirk's place in March of 2026. Literally an exact year later. On the anniversary of Charlie Kirk being on the Air Force Academy board. So why didn't you have a problem when Charlie Kirk was appointed? Just out of curiosity, why is it only a problem when Erica Kirk's appointed? Why is it a problem when Charlie Kirk does AmFest? It's not a problem when Charlie Kirk does AmFest, but it is a problem when Erica Kirk does AmFest. I find it to be weird, right? Jan for $2 says, Charlie knew this real scamdus. Erica is a saint. Compared to Candace Owens, oh yeah, $1 million, she's a saint. More than that. Outside of Candace Owens, yeah, I'd put her pretty much there. She hasn't done anything wrong that I've ever seen. Maybe we do legitimately find proof that Erica Kirk has done something bad. But, man, if I had to rely on Candace to provide the evidence for that, I would say we're never going to find proof. You know what I mean? We'll never find any type of proof. But, yeah, I see I've never seen Erica Kirk do anything wrong, do anything evil, do anything bad. So until that time, I can't say that she's not a saint. You know what I mean? Like, I just can't. Erica Kirk has done nothing but good in my eyes. And everyone else is here, I would imagine, for the most part. So, yeah, thank you so much for that, Jan. You're amazing. You are absolutely amazing. You guys are so unbelievably nice.
Widow, okay? She's a piece of, as far as I'm concerned, military technology that's intended to socially engineer on behalf of the military. Like that's what she's out there doing. She's like a piece of Israeli tech. Again, my opinion, I'm welcome to it. It's my show. She socially engineered Charlie with much success. She is now being used to socially engineer the public with the full weight of the United States military behind her. I would argue.
Can you provide any proof?
In that way, she was intended to be an asset, but she has proven herself to be a liability because of people.
Prove it.
People see right through her. And I would like to add also that everything about the Charlie Kirk assassination mirrors the White House Correspondents' Dinner strategy.
Okay, can you show any evidence of that?
Being executed in the shadows by the military, right? The intended social media virality of the clip. The conversation about Erica, make it about Erica, the focus about the widow, right? We need the image, the graphics, capturing her inside of his casket. Hit an emotional peak. The world will then wait. They'll feel crushed for her. And then they'll wait to hear her speak. And when she does speak, we hit phase 2. Then she instructs us at a podium 48 hours later. Same with this. The White House Correspondents' Center, 48 hours later, she tells us, sign up for Turning Point USA. That's what she did. Sign up for Turning Point USA. Here's what you can do if you want to honor Charlie. Sign up for Turning Point USA right now.
You mean like how Charlie Kirk asked? And how it was like, hey, I'm Charlie Kirk, and I want people to sign up for TPUSA. And then she's like, hey, if you want to honor Charlie Kirk, I don't know, contribute to what Charlie Kirk loved the most. I don't know, sign up for TPUSA. Oh, that's a weird thing to do. It's almost like if I went and took over a family member's business after they passed away, it's almost like I would try to run it exactly the same way that that business owner would have done. And you find that to be suspicious for some reason. Huh. Your nose is starting to get a little red here. Wonder if it's trying to grow.
Now. And then beyond that, we should join her a week later in forgiving Tyler Robinson.
Nobody ever suggested that. And also, why is it that you are so anti-Bible when it comes to forgiveness? I find that to be weird. Right? Do you not have forgiveness at all, Candace? You know forgiveness is like one of the number one lessons in the Bible. Don't know if she knows that or not.
This is a pattern. This is a pattern that is emerging, and this email is very serious. We should FOIA request all of the emails that went out.
FOIA, but yeah, you don't want to pronounce things right at all. I don't know what it is about you, Candace.
Out that night, all of the instructions that went out that night about messaging to the public.
It's not wrong.
AI video of Charlie's voice appointing her to take over for him. Alleged AI video.
Yeah, alleged AI video because you know very well you have no evidence whatsoever to suggest that it's fake.
By the donors who were present in the room and said he never said it. a picture is starting to emerge.
Starting? I mean, it's been starting to emerge for 8 months now, Candace. Is it ever going to emerge?
I believe that with the Charlie Kirk assassination, we were made to see and to hear exactly what they wanted us to. Again, we are the targets. Charlie was a target, and we are now the targets, and we need to fight this
Target by who? Who targeted Charlie, Candace? Do you even remember anymore? Do you even remember the theories you've put out there?
pending dystopian surveillance state nightmare with everything that we have, or we will end up enslaved by this. That's their goal, I have no doubt, and Turning Point appears to be playing its role. We'll be right back after a break.
After a
Maybe
break.
at Chilford, maybe after flash, with credit card payments, designed to say that you complete dozens of people to be about. I believe that /Candace. I just want to add here, call it a hunch, but I believe that the military
is a Notre Dame. Or back. Whatever.
Is controlling X. Like we've been speaking about these artificial trends that appear and disappear when they don't want people to be discussing something. That all of that now feels very fake. It didn't feel this way when Jack Dorsey was at the helm of Twitter. But there's
You're rooting for Jack Dorsey. Wow. You're rooting for Jack Dorsey. You're telling me that X was better under Jack Dorsey? Boy, you really do love defending left-wing people, huh? Is there a quota of left-wing people you have to praise in an episode? I'm really curious.
Like I said, a military alliance with all of these Silicon Bros, the race for AI technology, and there's definitely going to be something there that I think is going to be revealed. Anyway, let's talk about some other changes over at Turning Point. So Charlie Kirk believed in free markets. Obviously, that's why he established Turning Point USA. That's what he was doing, traveling the country, trying to start up college chapters, telling people to embrace free market capitalism. That was it.
Yep, sure was.
Long before TPUS Faith took over, that's what Charlie Kirk's main focus was. So let's check in on his organization's message now.
Who had TPUSA Faith take over again? Oh yeah, Charlie did. Charlie was literally alive when that happened, Candace. I don't know if you know that. I don't think you realize that TPUSA Faith, when it was a thing, like, when did TPUSA Faith start? It was in okay, go to AI. I guess it's not going to tell me there. 2021, TPUSA Faith was launched. So, yeah. 2021, Candace. Do you think Charlie just didn't know in 2021 that the thing he started was taking priority? I guess maybe possibly. Oh, oops.
Maybe we can find a clue as to why what was once a top 10 show, the Charlie Kirk Show, is now averaging 380 views per an episode. That is abysmal.
Is it 380 views per episode? Is it really? You're wrong about that, but I guess we could pull it up right now, Candace. Charlie Kirk. I don't think it's 380 views an episode. Let's see, 30,000. Okay. Oh, that's 3 weeks ago. Videos. 3,000, 5.9 thousand, 11,000, 11,000, 12,000, 35,000, 49,000, 5.8 thousand, 5.7, 4.6 thousand. I mean, this, Candace, this is not 300 views an episode. What are you talking about? Not one single episode, not one single clip has got under 1,000. Actually, it's not even under 11,000. Wait, right here. Wait. 9.6 thousand. So far, the lowest. 4.4. Okay, so nothing under 4,000 views at all. But if you were to average all of these numbers, okay, average them all, what would the average be? Let's see. How would I average again? I take all of, okay, so, let's see. Let's get a calculator out. I'll just do their last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll do these 12 episodes right here, okay? We'll get our handy-dandy little calculator, okay? So we're going to do, let's see, 3,100 views plus 5,900 views plus 11,000 views, plus 11,000 views again, plus 12,000 views, plus 35,000 views. Okay. So far we're at 78,000. 49,000 views. Okay. Plus 5,800. Plus 5,700. Plus 4,600. Plus 5,800. Plus 10,000. And then you divide it by 12. And you average out 13,242 views. This wasn't so hard, Candace. Really wasn't a very difficult thing at all. All you got to do is use a calculator and know how to do math. But also, you couldn't find me one single episode that literally has 380 views. So what are you talking about? Like, that doesn't make any sense, Candace. And those were just the most recent ones. The ones further back, they get more views over time. So, I don't understand why you're making this stuff up. Why would you even dare say that they are making only 380 views an episode when I can clearly see that it's much closer to 15,000?
Well, okay. So on the Charlie Kirk Show, they do this thing where despite these very low views, they pretend that they have live callers. And just so you know how this works in the industry, when you don't have anybody calling, they just get a producer to go into the kitchen.
Do you have any proof about this at all? They just get a producer to go into the kitchen. So you're just going to make another baseless claim and not provide any evidence for it at all.
And fake call and ask the question that you actually want to answer. So they pretend it's like, oh, I didn't even want to talk about this topic. But since you asked, producer in the kitchen, pretending to be Barbara from Manhattan, I'll say what I actually just want to say. But
why don't you find out who the producer is, match the voice to him, and actually prove what you're saying, Candace?
I don't have the courage to say. And would you know, I can't believe I missed this, that on the very weekend that I told you guys that all of these Ziobots, as I term them, we should call them Shabbats, right?
Okay, that's actually clever. I'll give her that one.
These Israeli clone accounts that are like super pro Erica, pro Turning Point USA, pro blowing up Palestinian kids.
Nobody's blowing up Palestinian kids, Candace. They don't give leaflets out and let them escape for any reason like that. Like, why would they do that? Why would they let them escape? That's so stupid.
It's like you could just draw a direct line on X, began trying to organize this boycott of my advertisers.
Well, it's because your advertisers are literally defending you, who has accused Erica Kirk of murder, who has made baseless claims like, oh, TPUSA doesn't use real callers. You make baseless claims, and then your advertisers are like, yeah, let's support that. Sorry, but that's not okay. I would never, ever, ever, ever give anybody a pass on that. You are blatantly lying, and your advertisers are literally like, this is cool. It's cool for you to ruin other people's lives with lies. No, that's not okay to do.
Well, guess what? Guess who did it first? In a gentle way. Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett. That's who signaled it first. I cannot believe I missed this clip from...
I never saw them signal it at all. Go ahead and give it a shot.
Their Friday, May 8th show.
I've been talking about your advertisers way before May 8th. What? What? May 8th? That's whenever I went and saw Mortal Kombat 2. That was just last week. I was talking about your advertisers months before this. What?
Take a listen.
Preborn is a sponsor of Candace Owens' show. And that is, I know, frustrating because they've been a sponsor of our show and for a long time. And we love the work that Preborn does. And, you know, it's interesting.
This is 6 days ago. 6 days ago. I can pull up right now that that's not the case. Let's see here. Advertisers. No, Who was the advertiser? Shoot. Let's see. Preborn? No. Who's the advertiser that I... Dang it. Let's go here. Maybe I can find it here. Oh, maybe I said sponsor. Maybe I said sponsor. Let's see. Sponsor. Okay, here we go. So this is May 8th, right? And this is supposedly when they first started attacking. They signaled it first. How do you explain this on May 2nd? You can't blame them for this. You cannot blame them for this at all. It's like, I absolutely do not want to go after sponsors. But if I saw companies sponsor E. Jean Carroll for her claims about Trump without evidence, I would hold them to the same standard of backing Candace Owens' false claims of Erica Kirk murdering her husband without proof. Okay? This is May 1st. List of companies that sponsor Candace Owens podcasts. May 1st. Candace, this is 7 days before they did this. Why are you blaming them? I share more blame for it than they do. I did it because I saw this guy post and I was like, oh yeah, this is a good point. He listed them all out. Like, why in the world would you blame Blake Neff and Andrew Colvat? Why blame them? They did this 7 days later. This is unbelievable. Blame me if anything. Blame Jay. And he wasn't the original person to upload that either. This started at the end of April.
If it was
That's
a
crazy.
different category, then maybe I would feel more, I guess, one way or the other about it. But because it's saving babies, God will use that which was meant for ill, and he will use it to bless people. And, that's a lesson that we get from Joseph in the Bible. And I believe it, right? And, God will use all things for his good and his glory. And so we trust in that. And it's saving babies. And if that's one of the good things that comes out of that partnership, then I'm all for it, actually. And I've thought hard about this, and I've thought, should I make a fuss? Should I send emails or make phone calls? And it's kind of like, and you, to your other part of your question where you said, is there something about sponsorships that you're unaware of? Yeah, sometimes you're locked in contracts, and you could get yourself into legal liability issues if you pull out of a contract without cause beforehand. Now, the question is there cause? I would venture to guess, yes, there is. But if you're locked into contractual terms, the easiest option is probably just to continue on. And when somebody has a large audience, which Candace does, there's no denying that she does, then you're probably going to get a lot of, referrals. And so anyways, we want to bless baby.
Not just that, you don't want Candace Owens' crazy audience coming after you. You know what I mean? Ed says she won't because unfortunately you aren't big enough. Yeah, unfortunately, that is true. That is true. Although, apparently I'm getting close. Not only did Candace definitely watch one of my streams because she brought up a point I am aware that I've made, but she also has this lady on, and this lady only has 32,900 subscribers. So apparently if I get over 30,000 subscribers, maybe she'll notice me. Maybe? I don't know. Let's get me over 30,000 subscribers, which, by the way, guys, you have already gotten me like over 35 subscribers just since we've been live. What the heck? Like, it's crazy. I mean, way more than that. It was like, I think it started off at 27,944. And then now we're almost at 28,044. So that's at least 100 since I've been streaming. That's crazy. Thank you all so much for that. You guys are amazing. And for every like, we bring in a new person in stream. Just letting you guys know. So thank you all. Thank you all so much.
Babies more than we want some sort of, feud to take priority over that. And yeah, we didn't start the fight. She did. But at the same time, it's babies, and I want more babies.
And what I would say, I would also add, even if we're not looking to pick a fight of that nature, if you feel strongly about it, I would encourage you to send them an email. You could say, I have concerns. I might cease support, or I might support you more if you were to make a different decision of this nature.
Yeah,
people
maybe
do
they
listen.
would be blessed if they made that decision.
And I know.
Just, you can't make it up. You cannot make up how perfectly the 180-degree turn is from everything Charlie. It's like they never listened to Charlie Kirk speak once on his own show. That's why they had to remove all the context. They're like, we're just going to go so 180 that it's better to pretend. It's better to just pretend that Charlie was never here. That's got to be the reason behind.
Or maybe, whenever you're mocking. I'm sure Charlie Kirk would have absolutely loved watching you shred his wife. I'm sure he would just absolutely stood by it. You're right. Charlie Kirk would have been on that show and he would have been like, dang. Yeah, you definitely got to give it to my wife there. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, tear her a new one. I'm sure Charlie Kirk would have been just so for that, Candace.
Pulling all this kind of. What are the free markets? That is not the free market. That is literally a leftist strategy, okay, where you get a bunch of people, a mob, to call and to complain, people that actually are not partaking in that market. They don't care about it. They don't care about this business at all, but they're going to call and they're going to stress them out and try to peer pressure them into pulling out. Secondly, I want to say this. We do not put handcuffs on our sponsors. Okay, we do not put handcuffs on our sponsors. In fact, we were very intentional when we restarted the show after everything I went through the Daily Wire to have personal conversations.
Tell your sponsors definitely don't pull out if I make false accusations. Right. I'm sure they were cool with that.
And to make it very clear that we don't want those kinds of advertisers that are going to balk when it comes to a fight.
But you're not just fighting. You're making false accusations without proof.
Free markets have already made it very clear to you, Turning Point USA, your Charlie Kirk show, that they don't like you. And what you are doing right there is exactly why. Charlie Kirk's audience never had to hear that kind of filth. Never had to hear something that was counter to the free markets. Never had to hear somebody say, I was going to call and I was going to kick up a fuss and I was going to try to artificially get her kicked out of the markets.
It's not artificial, Candace. It's about literally holding people accountable for making false accusations. I literally hold E. Jean Carroll to the same point. You know what I mean? E. Jean Carroll falsely accused Trump without any evidence of him assaulting her. And you're doing the same thing when it comes to Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk. You're saying that Erica Kirk ended Charlie. You are accusing her of murder. And yet I'd be like, who in the world would sponsor that? Who would sponsor somebody falsely accusing Erica Kirk of wrongdoing?
And not let people decide what they want to watch and views based on those things. I was going to call her evil and demonic, but they say babies. So that is the only reason I'm going to go with this, is because they say babies, because there's something bigger here, and I'm a good Christian, right?
Don't break an arm, Candace. Don't break an arm. Come on.
That's the whole reason but if it was anybody else, by the way, if you want to call and do that, you should do that. This, again, could not sit more opposite to what Charlie Kirk believed in.
You know what? I do want your sponsors to sit here and absolutely just prove that they are 100% pro false accusation. I want people to see them do that. And if they're not smart enough to detach themselves, then they're going to be known as the companies who backed Candace Owens' false accusations.
Believed that he could compete and be better than you, then his show would get more views than your show, and advertisers would want to come to him naturally. He didn't believe that he had to just be an evil human being behind the scenes, list people's advertisers, start speaking about their advertisers, and pretend that you're not putting pressure or glazing people that are listing all of their advertisers at the same time. Well, that entire scene, pretending to be a good person while you're doing everything that Charlie would hate. You are so ill representative of Charlie Kirk. Please give the name a new show. Just call it the Andrew and Blake saga, Andrew and Blake complain about everything. Andrew and Blake maybe kind of hate Charlie Kirk and everything he believed in, but they played a part for as long as they could. And now they're here to tell you what they think. And yeah, nothing lines up with the principles of what began Turning Point USA. So that would be my advice to them. And I think, by the way, then you could get more viewers, because then people would go, oh, okay, now we see what this is. You no longer are wearing this mask of pretending that you are carrying on the torch for Charlie. I mean, just how embarrassing. I should have known they were behind it. It was just like, what is going on over this weekend? And thank you, Turning Point USA, Andrew Colvett, Blake, for, like I said, leading to the biggest day of merch sales on our website ever. Because our fans, I will tell you right now, people who watch this show, our listeners, they will fight harder. Okay, you guys have power. You've got the military. You've got CBS, Barry Weiss, the president's office, the White House, the military office, all behind you. And we're still winning because we have a better product. It's true.
You have no proof you're winning anything. All you do is make up claims and you don't back it. People aren't going to fall for that for long, Candace. They really won't.
Truth. Good luck with your lies. And speaking of lies and people who tell them, sometimes accidentally because they're just stupid, Paramount Not So Tactical doesn't understand what an alibi is. Okay, so we showed you the clip, the now famed clip.
You've also never, ever, ever, ever shown that you know what an alibi is either, Candace.
Of Erica and Andrew Colvett orchestrating this Fort Huachuca non-alibi behind the scenes, and Paramount Tactical, who is, not a very quick reader, did not realize.
You mean kind of like the alibi where literally the leader of Charlie Kirk's security, Brian Harpole, his alibi doesn't count at all. I guess you don't know what an alibi is either because you ignored his alibi. He gave you physical receipts as to where he was, and you still ignored it.
That he was not supposed to read out the alibi or show the picture, and he accidentally did, okay? So now that he's accidentally rumbled the fact that the internet was correct, that these didn't look like Erica's children. First he said...
You say these. Only one of them is not Erica's kid. The other one is Erica's kid. Why are you sitting there saying the other one is not?
Like, it's not her son. Like I said, there have been people who say that it's also not her daughter, but who...
What's that last part?
Am I to make that claim?
Well, you just did make the claim. You said they're not her kids. Kids, plural. There's two. So therefore, your math ain't mathin', Candace. Learn how to do math. I already had to do math on a calculator for you a few seconds ago. I shouldn't have to do it again when literally the only thing we're talking about is the number 2. Come on.
But people with direct knowledge and who know the daughter say that it is not her. Anyway. Paramount Tactical now is raging about that. And he says actually...
He hasn't raged.
Doesn't even matter if neither of them are her children. It's not relevant at all. Like, what?
It wouldn't be relevant if her kids are in her arms and she takes pictures of her nieces and nephew. But at the end of the day, I don't care. You're going to have to prove she wasn't there. It's on you. Prove she wasn't there doing that, Candace, or keep your mouth shut. It's really that simple. Prove she was not there. Whose kids are they that she took a picture of, Candace? Can you tell us that?
Do you know what an alibi is? If you're saying her alibi is she was with her children, it would kind of be relevant, Gary Mel.
And does it only have to be her children? Is there nobody else on the planet with children that could come over and hang out with her and her kids? Just not possible? I literally yesterday just got done for 2 days in a row, watched my best friend's kids with my kids. Okay. And so does that mean all of a sudden that, I don't know, because they came over, I just don't have kids anymore? What are you trying to say? People who have kids hang out with other people who have kids. I don't know if you know this or not, Candace, but you should probably spend a little bit more time with your kids and find out.
If these are in fact her children. Okay, so this is what he tweeted. This is peak hilarity. He tweeted, "The fact is, we don't know. It hasn't been clarified by Erica, but it doesn't matter. The content of the picture was irrelevant. It was proof that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca on the 9th. No,
duh. It could have been literally a picture of her own clock that she sent and was like, look, I got a new clock to hang up in the living room. Has a timestamp on it. Do you not understand that? It could have been a picture of her getting new shoes. It could have been a picture of her coming back from the dog groomer. It could have been a picture of the floor and she went, wow, the floor, the people got done staining the floor today. It's dried and wow, look at how pretty it was. Timestamp of where she was. What are you talking about, Candace? Is this too hard to understand? It really is none of your business whose kid it was. The kid does not reflect the time. Okay? Her saying what she was doing and showing a picture of where she was at the time is proof of what she was doing. I bet she has a lot of pictures on her phone from that day that probably aren't her kids at all, that also show part of her house or something.
Barry, let's just take apart that sentence. I really hope you're not watching Baron Coleman's show because that's a high IQ outfit and he would really be upset with this and he would bring out the logic book and this would be a mess, okay? So if it is proof that she was not at Fort Huachuca on the 9th, and if the proof that you presented was that she was with her kids.
The kids part doesn't matter. She could have been literally with her cousin. And she could have taken a picture of a new piece of furniture she got. Would it matter?
Then indeed, Gary Melton, the content of the picture is relevant. Especially if it's not her kids. That's how.
Can you prove it's not her child in the picture? That's what I want to know. Can you prove it's not her child in the picture? You just said, who am I to say that that's not her daughter? So what are you even arguing this for? Why argue this? Because you're insinuating it's not her daughter.
Alibis work. He goes, why do you care whose kid it is? It's none of your business.
It's really not. She could have been babysitting. She literally could have been babysitting. So? I don't understand. I really don't understand what your point is. It's absolutely crazy. Am I coping? Oh, Ditto Head. Oh, this ought to be good. I'm coping. Let's see this. This is some garbage. Can you explain why I'm coping? Genuinely want to know. How am I coping? What am I coping on? Let's have this discussion, buddy. Let's see you wiggle your way out of that one.
Gary, you introduced this to the public as an alibi for Erica and proof that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca and was in fact with her kids. Now you're saying it doesn't even matter if it's...
She still could have been with her kids. She could have been with her kids. She could have also been babysitting somebody. She also could have just been actually hanging out with, I don't know, a sister, a family member, a cousin, best friend with her kids. I don't understand exactly what your problem with this is, Candace.
Her kids, and it's the content of the picture is not relevant, and somehow it's still proof. How could it be proof if Erica's not even in the picture? It was stupid off the bat because Erica's not in the picture. So
Erica doesn't have to be in the picture. Are you kidding me? How many times have you shown pictures on this stream without anybody in the picture that you claim that this came from, and without any proof that it came from the person, and you expected people to just believe you? So it would apply to you too. So if that's not good enough proof for you, all the pictures that you have ever shown of any Charlie Kirk text message isn't actually proof that it came from Charlie Kirk. Two can play at this game, Candace. You can't have it both ways. I really suggest you pick one and stay in that lane. Because that means everything you're telling me right now, every single text message you have ever shown on this stream, every single picture you have ever shown on the stream is now up for debate because you decided to question that picture. Why is it only you are allowed to have the benefit of the doubt? It's crazy how that works. Cope guy, I guess, left. He had nothing else to say. He immediately fled after that. That's funny.
all it would be proof of is her kids. Now you're saying it's not her kids, Gary. Now you're telling us it's not her kids.
No, he's not. He never said that. He never said that at all. He never said it wasn't her kids. What are you talking about? Why do you always take exactly what people say, word for word, and then pretend like those words aren't on the screen anymore and twist them into something else? That's not even close to what happened.
The content of the picture is not relevant, and somehow we should still accept it as proof that she wasn't at Fort Huachuca. I am very terrified. I'm terrified to understand that Paramount not so tactical.
Well, guess what, Candace? She doesn't even need to provide an alibi. You need to back your claim and prove she was there.
Served as a Green Beret. I'm terrified that China represents a threat, not because of their data centers that are expanding, but because they might have smarter people than Gary Melton. Like this is a military operative. Turning Point is turning to him for public relations, and he doesn't even understand the functionality of an alibi. He just.
What are you talking about? This literally has nothing to do with the alibi, Candace. This is inside of her house. Who somebody is inside of her house does not matter. It's the fact that Erica Kirk took a picture inside of her house. It doesn't matter what the contents of the photo are at all, actually, Candace, and I thought you would be smarter than that. I thought you would actually not make such a stupid argument. But Candace Owens is so stupid, she doesn't understand that the location is what matters and the time. Nothing else in the picture matters. Location and time. Because if she took a picture that's not at Fort Huachuca at the time she's supposed to be at Fort Huachuca, probably she's not at Fort Huachuca. So why don't you actually get off your rear and start proving your claims instead of trying to make other people prove your claims for you?
He doesn't understand why people are obviously concerned about the fact that his alibi has now been completely debunked. Now he just says it doesn't matter.
It has not been debunked. What kind of dope are you smoking, Candace? Where was it debunked? Where did he say this picture's fake? And Erica Kirk was actually at Fort Huachuca. Please lay off the drugs, Candace. It's not good for you.
Whose kid it is?
Do you all
Still
see
counts. Erica is
that?
good.
That was a weird glitch.
And then he rants about why he's never going to present an alibi ever again, right? Because this is why anyone who presents alibis or information is an idiot. It's also why no one should ever trust Candace Owens. It's never enough, never accepted, or she.
Right. It's never enough, never accepted. If somebody provides proof, she keeps questioning that proof all the way into the very end. But if you question Candace Owens' proof, you're just a Fed. You're Fed slop. It's all Fed slop. I'm going to type an email. I'm not going to show you the real email, but I'm going to type it up on Word, and then I'll show you that. You should believe that. That's more proof instead. Literally, the woman who sat here and typed up a fake email and admitted she typed up a fake email is mad that Gary said it doesn't really matter what's in the picture. Can you guys wrap your mind around that?
She twists what's provided into another conspiracy. No, I was not handed this alibi, actually. You were. You submitted it, and then it got debunked.
Where is it debunked? Show me that the picture's fake, Candace.
By you.
He never debunked the picture. He never debunked it. What are you talking about?
It's all very confusing, and now you're angry, but not at you. You're angry at me. This is, with him, it really is an IQ thing. He is just very fun to watch.
Wow.
You know?
Imagine watching a low IQ lose an argument to herself. That's amazing. Candace Owens is losing her own argument to herself right now. It's not a good look.
There's just no brain there. They just have to use more intellectual people. Maybe AI. Maybe you should just create an AI Paramount.
Okay, well, prove it.
Not so tactical. I think
Prove
the
it.
AI could do better than that.
Really? AI could do better than that. Go for it. Let's see it.
In Kevin Leary's defense, that might be why they're doing it. They're realizing that's problematic. Anyway, even Tracy Martin, Erica's dear, long 15-year friend, jumped into the foray at some point and clarified that the son is not Erica's, so it's all very confusing. Said,
if you're confused by that, you are so unbelievably low IQ, Candace. You cannot fathom that Erica Kirk has friends with kids. It's unbelievable to me. Absolutely unbelievable. Wow. Let me see here. I don't even think I got pictures from yesterday or the day before. That's all my wife. But let's see. Oh, yep. Discard that. Come on. Let's see here. I'll see if I can. Nope. I don't have any pictures of them with their friends. My wife does, though. I'll have her send me some pictures. Send me a. There we go. I'll have her send me over a picture real quick.
it's called a play date with friends. She's not saying that that's Gigi, but is also confirming that it's not the son.
They probably don't want to confirm a child at all on stream so people know what to look for. I know the face is blurred out, but hey, at least they have something else to go off of. I don't know.
So the internet was right. It was first a conspiracy, and now it's true.
No, it's not. She's literally... Nobody ever claimed that was her son.
Just takes a couple of months for that to happen usually.
That is her daughter, though. Everyone's claiming it's her daughter, and you're not even paying attention to that. You're not paying attention to it at all. You're denying it. It's sad.
I do want to briefly discuss, before we get off air today, Trump's golden Trump statue, right? The backlash to... I just can't believe
my
it's
wife's
real.
paying attention to her phone.
I just can't believe it's real. It is real? Are we sure it's real? That's not AI? Okay. That is Trump's statue. The ceremony, obviously, evangelical pastor comes out. This has been unveiled, a 22-foot golden statue of President Donald Trump.
Cool.
At one of Florida's golf courses. And
Okay.
the pastor, John Mark Burns, an evangelical minister, is defending it because people are feeling a type of way about it. Like, I feel like if you watch this show and you're not spiritual and you maybe don't go to church and you've never cracked open a Bible, I feel like even you, when you look at this statue, you think, should I build an ark?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I guess maybe we should start tearing down like all our World War II statues. We should tear down all our Civil War statues. We should probably tear down the Martin Luther King statues then. I guess, yeah. I guess if that's how you feel, another leftist stance from Candace Owens. Let's tear down all the statues, huh? Huh. Wild. You know, she never does fail to align with the left on every single issue, huh?
Should I go collect animals to bring into this ark?
What are you talking about, Candace? You do. So, Candace Owens picks the only story out of the Bible that will not be repeated due to the promise of the rainbow and how God won't flood the earth. But she feels like for some reason a second flood is coming. How do you pick the only story out of the Bible that's not going to be replicated? You know what I mean? Even Jesus is going to be replicated by Jesus when he comes back a second time. You know what I mean? Every single story in the Bible can pretty much be repeated at some point in time in history in the future. But one story that's definitely not going to is the flood. Oh my God. Genuinely, Candace Owens surprises me with their stupidity every single day. Jan, for the $2 says, I am super conservative woman. I don't care. Yeah, exactly. As long as people don't start worshiping the statue or making sacrifices to the statue, who cares? Now, if I see people starting to worship, you're right. I will freak out about it. And I'll be like, okay, that's not okay. But this isn't a statue of Baal. This is a statue of Trump on a golf course. I'm sure this thing's going to get hit by a few golf balls by accident, which you would never want to do that to some sort of deity statue, right? I would imagine.
You just start asking yourself spiritual questions like, maybe I should listen to the guy in the subway who's ranting about the end of times. Maybe I shouldn't have slammed the door on all of those Jehovah's Witnesses. You look at this statue and the gathering of people around it, and it just feels like we've gone too far.
Lady, there are statues of people risen up every day. Good Lord, if these people started praying to the statue, I would agree with you. But that's not happening.
Something's not right. Trump, who thinks he is a god, I am MAGA.
Yeah, MAGA's not like heaven. And MAGA's not a term of creation. It's a rebuilding. He doesn't think he's a god. And you would have to show proof that he does. Back your claim.
Now has a golden statue, of course, backed not by Christians financially, but by, I believe, the Hasidic Jewish community, major donors to the statue. And we're supposed to just think things are okay. Here's Haaretz, a beautiful piece of art, the Hasidic Jews behind Florida's giant golden Trump statue. I just think that maybe you should go to church, a Catholic church.
Candace, I think you need to attend church more often. Actually, I think I'm wrong. I think you need to crack open your Bible and read it. Get the whole church out of the middle between you and the Bible. Open up your Bible and learn it. Because the thing about it is, too, is I said, has Trump ever claimed to be a god? No, Donald Trump has never explicitly claimed to be a god. However, he has faced heavy criticism for using the Masonic rhetoric thing and sharing visuals parallel to Jesus Christ. Do I think Trump did that on purpose or not? I have no idea. He wasn't the one who made that image. But maybe he told somebody to do that. I don't know. But at the end of the day, Trump has never came out and claimed that he's a god. He has a statue that was unveiled at a golf course. It's not even on White House grounds. It's not in the public for people to come up and see it. It's on private property. This is so stupid.
Of course, if I'm allowed to be biased. Any way you guys.
Yeah, sure. No, being biased is an absolute it's garbage, Candace. You're just biased in general. Grow up.
Guys, we will be right back after a brief break. In your new captioning level for 20 all right, top comment from yesterday's episode from N. Horvath writes, it was the fakest of times. It was the gayest of times. Yes.
Wow. What a hard-hitting comment. I'm going to skip through that. Okay.
When people do comments like this. Yeah. Did you?
Okay. Stupid.
Did you? See whether or not you did. Comments from today's episode. First, from Zamet writes, if restaurants were serving...
You notice how she never shows the today's comments, though? You know why that is? Because she's reading off some $100 super chats. That's what she's doing.
The mainstream media is the health department would shut them down.
Wait, hold on.
With comments from today's episode. First, from Zamet writes, if...
Zamet. Let's see. Can I, Oh, she disables it too, so I can't go through and... She does not like people being able to see her super chatters.
Restaurants were serving what the mainstream media is...
Let me get rid of that now. Dang it. Oh, I can't close it after that happens. That sucks. Oh, well.
Is the health department would shut them down. JFK 2.0 coup. Absolutely true. Almost like down to a science, except, like I said, one strong difference would be the grieving widow seems to be with the state, is what I would say. Seven Sheets writes, boom, been waiting for you to mention.
So now she's saying that Erica Kirk's a Fed without proof. Okay, cool.
Data centers, enough is enough, to quote Erica. Tech nerds are trying to conduct a heist of the USA. You are amazing, and thanks to all the citizen journalists who have a conscience. Evil and dystopian, prayers for the fight. Could not agree more.
Candace, all Google has to do is keep expanding and start doing AI stuff too. And obviously they are, but they're not expanding quite as, everyone's private AI company. But yeah, I mean, all they have to do is that, and you wouldn't have any say in it. You wouldn't even know it's happening. So come on, cut it out.
Daygene writes, I didn't believe any of the Fed slop pertaining to what happened at the White House dinner. I quit watching the news. True journalism is dead and gone. Love you, Candace. Christ is king. That is 1,000% true, but it's funny that we all...
Well, it's only dead and gone because you refused to do it, Candace.
All said, we're going to turn off the TV. And we're going to listen to independent voices, and they're bought too. They are coordinating with surrogates. Who are those surrogates? We should know. Like I said, FOIA requests this stuff. There's going to be more there. We're going to probably find out.
Well, then do it. Candace, just do it. You got the money. Don't ask your audience to do it for you.
Out who exactly shot that clip of Erica walking out.
Are we? You should have already paid the $10K for it. What are you talking about? You're pretending like you didn't have an offer. Somebody offered to give you the video, and you were like, oh, I'm going to go ahead and not pay the $10K for it now? Should we go back to that? Like, seriously. Well, let's see here. What episode did Candace Owens claim she had an offer to buy a house? I misspelled that. Correspondence dinner video for $10K. There we go. We'll let that cook up a bit. I'll pull it over here so it doesn't go away. Let's see.
Was it PR agents? I don't think it was Andrew Colvett. Could it have been the other PR agent Andrew Colvett was with? Matthew Shoup. Matthew Shoup, who does PR for Harmeet Dillon.
Matthew Shoup, the Whoop.
Dillon Law Group. He's close with them. I know Harmeet was sitting with Andrew Colvett. I don't know. I'm just asking legitimate questions, and I think that we need to find the answer to this because this is deep and it's ugly. Vanessa writes, when discourse ends, violence begins. Charlie Kirk, literally the opposite words equal violence. Yeah, we're now being told words equal violence. Yeah, Charlie.
No, literally saying that you're going to assault somebody or to egging your audience on to end somebody is violence still, Candace. I don't know why you would defend that. Why are you defending people's rights like Hassan Piker to say Kill Rick Scott? Why are you saying that that's protected speech? That's crazy that you would dare say threatening to end somebody's life is protected speech. 335 stage. That's what it was. Okay, I'm going to pull it up real quick. Hold on a minute. 335. Is that the last one? All right. 338, 37, 36, 35. Here we go.
So a daily.
Oop, that's loud. That's very loud. Wow. Turn that down like this. We're going to go here. I'll just type in like offer. Maybe it was a, they offered to sign a sworn affidavit. Let's see. Dollars. I might be out a couple $1,000. Okay, here we go. This is a gamble. Okay, here we go.
We checked that. That's not AI. It is definitively an angle that other people have not seen. But they want me to pay a partial portion before they send the full 30-second video. So that's a gamble. I would say it's a gamble, but it might be one that I'm willing to take. I might be out a couple of $1,000, but the reward would be a video of everything to confirm things.
So why didn't you buy the video? Why didn't you do that? Why did you purposely not get evidence that you claimed you had? Why, Candace? Why is it you always come up short when you had the opportunity to pull the trigger and you didn't do it? Oh, Ditto's back and called me a grifter. Wait, where's he at? Ditto. You wanna answer any of my questions? Or are you just gonna come in and out of here like a coward? Where's he at? I'm genuinely curious. I'll pull you up again. Oh, there you are. Candace is a grifter and Artie is grifting of her content. Oh. Okay, well, he seems to not agree with Candace, maybe. I'm not grifting anything. I haven't grifted at all. I tell people they don't have to donate. I literally am like, I don't advertise anything. How am I grifting? I want to know. I don't sell anything. I don't ask for anything except for just subscribers. Just clicking a subscribe button. That's it. And also giving a like. Gotta run, everyone. See you tomorrow. Hey, Ed, thank you so much for being here, man. I appreciate you. You know, I mean, it's just crazy. And I'm sitting here literally calling out Candace Owens' own stuff. Like, I'm not grifting anything. Candace Owens literally just a few minutes ago said that she wasn't able to get that video.
Because this is deep, and it's that for Harmeet Dillon and PR agents. I don't think it was Andrew Colvett. Could it have been the other PR agent Andrew Colvett was with? There's going to be more there. Off the TV, and we're going to listen to independent voices, and they're bought too. They are coordinating with surrogates. Who are those surrogates? We should know. Like I said, FOIA requests this stuff. There's going to be more there. We're going to probably find out who exactly shot that clip of Erica walking out. Was it PR agents? I don't think it was Andrew Colvett. Could it have been the other PR agent Andrew Colvett was with? Matthew Shoup, who does PR for Harmeet Dillon, Dillon Law Group. He's close with them. I know Harmeet was sitting with Andrew Colvett. I don't know. I'm just asking legitimate questions, and I think that we need to find the answer to this because this is deep and it's ugly. Vanessa writes,
Ditto's comments way up. Don't worry.
When discourse ends, violence begins.
And that's the thing. She sits there and claims we're going to get that video. But she doesn't even try to actually get the video. She has the ability to get the video right here. She's like, I could buy it right now. And then she didn't do it. Why? Why do this, Candace? Why waste their time?
PSYOPs and to like call them out is because you do start to see the pattern is when too many people are saying the same thing all at once, like a ballroom after a shooting. You go, who's instructing this? And now we know it's the military.
No, we don't. You've never shown any proof of that whatsoever. You just made that up.
Right. The military is sending to comms teams. The con teams are then going out to surrogates and they are coordinating that messaging behind the scenes and amplifying certain things. And I'm sure based on the other points of the email that they are our Navy, they're going in there and they're impacting the algorithm. And that's what I keep saying about X. It's very obvious that they can float trends and disappear trends at any moment that they want to. And that's forcing a narrative. So you really do have to steel your mind against it. Patanica writes, or Pat Tonica, maybe it is. God bless you, Candace Owens, and your family. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Traumatic death. I think she has a hard time than she ever did for Charlie. Janita writes, why is Erica crying more for the stunt than she ever did for Charlie's traumatic death? I think she has a hard time.
She has cried way more for Charlie's death than her just crying. She cried once going, I want to go home. That would imply that she's never ever cried for Charlie's death. And we've seen her cry plenty of times. So seriously, this is ridiculous.
I'm Lane and what she's, but she's not fooling the majority of the world. That much is obvious. And she's a grieving widow.
You're literally the one not fooling the world, Candace. That much is obvious.
Independent commentators are rising to tell us she's a grieving widow, and it's not working. So maybe get a new actress.
Why do you keep accusing her of ending her husband? Why do you keep saying that she's not sad about her husband dying? That would imply that she's in on it, Candace. It's just more and more proof. Every single day she accuses Erica Kirk of murdering her husband.
Angelina Jolie's really good. I would have bought it. 100%. Seen her movies.
Yeah, you're retarded then.
Curious Joel writes, you know that feeling when a 4-year-old stops you and asks you to stop to watch them do a cartwheel and they fail miserably? That's how I'll accept the
Is there anything of substance
with the
here?
military, you're just not so tactical. We deserve better psyops. Can't pull it off. This or that. Stand like this, stand like that. Just, I had the exact same dream that Erica Lane described. Oh, Elizabeth Lane, described about Charlie. It was on January 11th. I was not baptized that day, and Charlie was a huge part of my faith journey, so I believed that it was just the emotions of the day. She's talking about Elizabeth Lane. I did a sit down with her. She came here, and I did her show. You can pivot over. I think we
Well, now we definitely know that lady there. So Elizabeth Lane here. This lady here. She's claiming that she had the same dreams as Candace, has the same haircut as Candace. This totally ain't a cultist. She got a barcode tattoo. Bro, is this a bot? A real life bot? What? Oh, wow. Yeah, this is some cringe. This is some serious cringe. Did they clone a white Candace Owens here? Is that what happened? Woo! Yeah, this is nuts. Actually nuts. So now she's having all the same dreams Candace Owens has. Yeah, you're totally not in a cult, Candace. You're totally not a cult leader.
We linked it onto this channel somehow as well so that you can watch that. And she talked about the dream that she had. And we've been talking about our dreams on this show because it's very strange that
Yeah, it's like some divination right there. Very Christian of you.
They don't want us to believe in our dreams while they're trying to walk us backward into their dystopian one. I'm just not signing up for this, man. I'm not going to sign up for what is so obviously in front of us. It's a shame that Trump...
Wait, single white female? Are you guys quoting what's it called? Futurama? Single female at law. Blur from Omicron, Persei 8, or whatever. Omicron, Persei 8, Omicron, whatever it was. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh, wow. Absolutely crazy stuff.
Proved to be the ultimate Trojan horse that is walking in this technocracy, allowing the military to do what they are doing. He, I guess, has already made his bargain and understands, the consequences for his soul. That's what I would say about Trump. It is a shame. Anyway, you guys, if you would like to support the show and not listen to Blake Neff and Andrew Colbert at all, which I think we all aspire to not listen to them at all, we do have new merch on our website.
Okay, I don't know what merch has to do with listening to them or not, but okay, Candace, you're crazy. Wow. So there we go, guys. I'm going to put this on over here. And then I'm also going to put the Steven Crowder over here so that way we don't lose our place. Remember, it was an hour 24:34. Hour 24:34 there. This I'm going to pull over here so I can also use for tomorrow's video because Candace Owens is completely insane. And I am going to use that against her. The whole thing about her saying that she was going to buy that video and then decided not to buy the video. It's kind of a wild thing to have happen, but okay. Single white female is a movie. Okay, but I bet that's what Futurama was making fun of. What was Futurama making fun of with single female attorney? Yeah. Single female attorney, properly named single female lawyer. That's what it is. In the episode from Futurama, When Aliens Attack, it was primarily a parody of the 1990s Fox television drama Ally McBeal. Oh, that's right. Because it was like Ally Macbeth or something like that, right? Parody of Ally McBeal. The show written by... Okay. Got you. Okay, so it wasn't a single female or whatever. I thought it was making fun of that movie. But I guess not. I guess it was making fun of a different attorney thing. That's funny, though, still. Single female, yeah. Single white female. I'm going to have to... What, is that a chick flick? White female. 1990 new... Oh, it's a horror crime show. Heck yeah. Okay. I can watch that. I'd be down. Alrighty. That one must have slipped underneath my radar there, because it's even my birth year. It's my birth year and everything, and I don't know anything about it. That's crazy. I usually pay attention to all the movies and horror stuff and everything made in my... Like, my year was Aladdin. You know what I mean? Aladdin was made when I was born. That's, if y'all ever need to go back and, figure out where things came from during your birth year, it's a fun thing to do. You know? Everything made in 92. Well, let's go with a list. Everything amazing made in 1992. Let's see. So, of course, Aladdin's the first one to come up. Unforgiven, directed by and starring Clint Eastwood. That's great. Reservoir Dogs, of course. Who doesn't like Reservoir Dogs? Quentin Tarantino's movie that has Steve Buscemi in it, starring in it. Just great movie. Batman Returns, of course. Tim Burton's dark sequel with Michael Keaton, of all people, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, and that would have had Danny DeVito, who also shares my birthday, November 17th. Crazy stuff, right? All of that happened the year I was born. What crazy coincidence there, you know what I mean? Wayne's World, of course. You know, that's awesome. A Few Good Men is an amazing movie. That's one of my favorite movies with Jack Nicholson as the attorney general guy, or not the attorney. He was the general, and Tom Cruise, I think he was the attorney trying to show, he was the attorney trying to show that Jack Nicholson got that guy killed, you know, in basic training and all that. That's an amazing, amazing movie. Bram Stoker's Dracula. Is this the one that had Bram Stoker's Dracula 92? Is that the one with what's his name? Christopher Lee? Oh, Gary Oldman's in it. Nice, okay. Keanu Reeves. This doesn't have Christopher Lee in it at all. They have to have a Christopher Lee cameo in this movie. They have to, right? Come on. Christopher Lee has to make a cameo in this. He does not? Wait. Dracula, 1992, have Christopher Lee cameo? No? How do you do that? Christopher Lee made a cameo in every single movie when he was alive, just about. And they don't get him in Dracula? Christopher Lee was the original Count Dracula. What the heck? Erica Kirk is fake? Do you have any proof to back that up, though, the culture? Any proof? Last of the Mohicans? That's a crazy good movie. Music and albums? ABBA? I don't care about ABBA. Danger, Michael Jackson? That's good. Into the Road, Boys 2? Sir Mix-a-Lot? That's okay. I don't mind that. Billy Ray Cyrus? I don't care about that. Under the Bridge, though, is pretty sick. Heck yeah. But why are they only listing those? That's crazy. Cartoon Network launched in 1992. That's incredible. Batman animated series is great. Real World? Yeah, I don't know. I didn't watch that. Larry Sanders Show? Didn't know about that. Melrose Place? The X-Men animated series in 92 is awesome. Okay. Talk Boy, Super Soaker. Okay. How about, let's see. Metal albums in 1992. How about that? Kind of looking through this. Pantera's Vulgar Display of Power. Alice in Chains' Dirt. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction. Who was on that album? Wasn't Marty Friedman, right? Who was the guitarist for Marty Friedman? Cool. Okay. That was Marty Friedman. Heck yeah. So that would have been a great album no matter what. Faith No More, Angel Dust. Okay, that's cool. Iron Maiden's Fear of the Dark. That's my favorite album of all time. I didn't know it was 92. Dream Theater's Images and Words, sick album, absolutely. Rage Against the Machine, and not my favorite. Not a fan, really. White Zombie, Rob Zombie is my favorite out of them. White Zombie's got good songs, but I don't know. I don't know about this album. Devil Music Volume 1, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I was a big fan of this album, to be honest. Ministry, I don't think I listened to that album. Wasp is always good. Dark Throne, oh, cool. Dark Throne, A Blaze in the Northern Sky, heck yeah. Sleep, don't know them, honestly. Cannibal Corpse, though, I mean, that's just old school. Bolt Thrower's cool. Exhorter, Blind Guardian, Somewhere Far Beyond, one of my favorite albums of all time. Heck yeah. Caius is cool. I don't. Blues for the Red Sun. I don't know if I've listened to that album. Testament's awesome. Helmet's awesome. I'm not a big Danzig fan. I'm not a punk guy. But anyway, yeah. I don't know, just having fun. Yeah, I should look through some of you guys' years, though. That'll be really, really fun, too. We should do that next time. We'll do it tomorrow, maybe. 90s rock was epic. Heck yeah. Man, epic. I just love epic metal in general. You know what I mean? I love Epica. I like Nightwish. I like Winter Sun, Magic Sword, Elevati. Of course, my favorite band, one of my favorite bands of all time too, Aether Realm. I would love to interview one of those guys. I'd love to just talk to some people from Aether Realm. That'd be awesome. Who else we got? We got like Ailstorm, Dragon Force. I mean, yeah, every one of you guys. You know, if you guys want me to look anything up from any of the years that you were born, we could go through some of that, see some celebrity birthdays, stuff like that, just for fun. Get to know you guys a little better. Why not? Chevelle, I love Chevelle. Chevelle's great. I saw them at the Tulsa State Fair of all places in like 2013 or 2014, I think it was. What year did Chevelle play at the Tulsa State Fair? 2013. Okay. Yeah, that was cool. They went to the Tulsa Theater 2024. I don't remember that. I wasn't there for that though. But yeah, I guess it was at Tulsa State Fair, October 5th, 2013. It was fun to see them. Really, really cool. There was not a big crowd around them for some reason. Oh, Bop. You like Bop? They live in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. I share a birthday with the Hanson brother, too. What? Hanson brother was born in November 17th, 1980. Isaac Hanson. Crazy, huh? He's 12 years older than me. Same birthday, though. Crazy, right? They live in Oklahoma. They did Hop Jam. They did a festival every year in Tulsa. Let's see. Hop Jam. No, not Hope Jam. Why'd you correct that? Hop Jam. There we go. The Hop Jam Beer and Music Festival. Right here, festival in Oklahoma. Largest craft beer music festival in Oklahoma. It was awesome. And then they stopped doing it. Such a bummer. That was last updated 2021. It was a great thing. They'd set it up right downtown Tulsa. You could just walk right on up. They did this every single year up to 2021. And I think it was, McNelly's ended up sponsoring it, which is awesome. That's over here. McNelly's has more beer than any other bar in all of Tulsa. They have I think it's 230 beers on tap or something like that. Crazy stuff. On tap, by the way. Place is awesome. McNelly's is literally an Irish restaurant to the core. It's so Irish that McNelly's was originally in Ireland. And when they fled Ireland, I think it was the late 1800s, early 1900s, they brought every single piece of wood from the restaurant over to Tulsa, Oklahoma, and rebuilt it in Tulsa. Is that not crazy? So if you guys ever want to go to a place, it's over on 1st Street, McNelly's. Go there and enjoy some really, really good food and beer. It's amazing. You guys will love it. I wish that they still did Hop Jam here. I like the Hanson brothers. Bering told me a very funny story. I'll tell you the story before I get off here, guys. I would love for Bering to come on and tell the story. But he apparently, when he was in high school, he had a friend who was like, "Oh, I have a crush on one of the Hansons from that sang Bop." And he let him go the whole year thinking that this Hanson was a girl. Apparently, they let this dude believe that was a chick. It was like the middle Hanson brother. And then broke the news to him apparently on like the last day of school or something and had him have a meltdown. I thought that was one of the funniest stories I've ever heard. I want him to tell the story in its fullest. There's no way I could tell it as funny as him. But that's so unbelievably hilarious. That's like one of the best man stories I've ever heard. Because that's like such a dude thing to do. It's great. You share your body with Candace Owens? What? I don't get it. I think I'm confused by that. I don't know what you mean. Or when didn't you said that like Erica was like fake, right? And then okay. All right. Well, you're gonna be weird and confusing, I guess. I don't know what you want. Creed was at Coachella, and it was streamed, and they were good. Oh yeah, I don't mind Creed at all. I like Creed. Creed has Mark Tremonti in that band, right? Is Mark Tremonti in Creed? What bands is Mark Trem? I misspelled his last name, but Creed. Yep. Okay. Alter Bridge is what I know him for the most, and Tremonti by himself, which I would love to get a Mark Tremonti PRS amp. So bad. So bad. I need to get me an MT 15. That would be great. Mark Tremonti 15. I would love that little lunchbox amp. I want to get the full size one, but you know what? I want the lunchbox one. I think it would be cool. I think it'd be really cool. Oh, Billy Mandalay, where you at? Did we talk about amps before I get off here? There we go. I got a few there. So I've got the orange, my orange amp back here. I got my Hughes and Kettner Warp X. And then over on the floor, Ignator Armageddon. Those are the 3 amps I have for now. But I would like to add more to that collection to a degree. I want speakers first, though. Really, I'd like speakers first, to be honest. Ooh, look at Broly there. He's all see-through. His hair's all white looking because of Candace Owens' background. If I were to change this background here, let's say, like that. Look, oh, his hair went away. And now it's black on the black background. White, and then black. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Also, my dragon thingy's struggling to be seen because it's partially green. Crazy. Oh, yeah, I got all tube amps here. I got my solid state Axe effects down here, which is what you guys mainly hear. All that good stuff. But yeah. Yeah, guys. This is a good show. You guys, man, you all made this a lot of fun. I need to do an extra long stream tomorrow, too. You guys are so freaking awesome. Thank you all so much for being here, guys. I think Culture's just a bot, and I don't think they're getting it to work properly or something. You love Candace Owens? Okay. I don't know. Could be a bot. Could be just trolling. Yeah. Scott Stapp. Yeah, Scott Stapps have, he's interesting. Interesting guy. He really let drugs control him, but he's doing better now. And you know what? That's all that matters. That's all that matters. He is doing much better, and the past is in the past. I'm just glad he's doing better. I'm glad Creed's doing better as a band. They're back together. Everything's going well. Yeah, you know, I mean, that's all you can hope for. I'm glad he's doing well. It would be cool to talk to any of those guys in general. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here, though, guys. I am going to have to hop off here. I got to put these kiddos down to bed. They, my oldest is not feeling good at all, and I'm sure she's needing some attention. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go down, lay next to them, and let the wife have a break and, you know, let her do her thing. And yeah, thank you all so much. Yeah, did Jeremy abandon YouTube? Is that what happened? Because he didn't stream today. It's okay. Totally understand. You know, he'll do his thing. All that good stuff. I wish him the best. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Actually, before I go, I have to read off everybody that super chatted. Otherwise, it wouldn't be nice. Let's see. Bugsy for the 20. Craftsman Ethos for the 5. Diana Cooper for a 2. Scar here for 5. Mina Jelena for 10. Miss Manners for 20. Amanda Clark for 2. Urban Infidel for 5. Diana Cooper again for a 2. Jacqueline for a 10. Zachary for the 5. Jan for the 2. Jacqueline for a 5. Kelly for 20 and her husband. Can't forget that. Diana Cooper again for a 2. And then Jan for 4 more. Thank you all so much. You guys are... Nobody ever has to do what you guys do, and you do it anyway. It's so unbelievably kind. Like, I don't know what I did to deserve you guys. I really don't. But you guys are the best audience ever. And I really genuinely mean that. I go into other chats, and people fight with each other. They yell at each other. They're upset with each other. And some of the chats are less than mine. Some of them literally have way less viewers. And they're doing that. But you guys respect each other. You respect me. And I just don't know how I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened at all. You guys are unbelievably kind. Thank you all so much for being here. Let's see who's live real quick, actually. Let's see who I could throw you guys to. What? Did Jay Witt just get off? Dang. Well, nobody is live that I can show you guys. So instead, I'm going to direct you guys to a guy who's getting sued right now by the Tate brothers. Milk Bar TV. You guys know him? You all have been wanting me to look at his video, which I should have done. Oh, wait. 14 minutes ago. Interesting. Challenging him on his podcast to put out any commentary. Oh, okay. Interesting. We'll have to look at that. But this is the supercut here, guys. Right here. Of Candace Owens not being able to pronounce words. It's absolutely amazing. You guys will love him. He needs your support more than ever because the Tate brothers are suing him for no reason. So I'm going to pin this in chat. I really hope you guys go to X and follow him for sure. Tell him I sent you, and thank you guys. So I like this. What the heck? I hate when that happens. That happens on YouTube, too. I'll put the heart on something. I'll refresh, and then it'll be gone. Frustrating. But anyway. Oh, Lady Luck's live streaming? Wait, what? Why did she not pop up? I'm subscribed to her. What? Now, I just looked for her. I looked for her specifically, and she's here now. Am I going crazy? Okay, guys, go follow Milk Bar as well. But I've been wanting to send 2 live streams. How? Wait, what? Okay, we're going here. Alrighty, guys. Jump on in here. Go into, I'll show you guys, I'll just play Milk Bar's video tomorrow. And then I'll advertise him then. Replace pinned. Go here, guys. Go to Lady Luck. Jump into this chat. Interact with her. Tell her that, tell her we're here. She's an amazing, amazing creator. And, yeah. Thank you all so much for being here. Go raid her stream and tell her I sent you. Thank you all so much again. I'll see you guys here in the next one. Later. Oh, did I freeze here?